Chapter 1101 He doesn't hate me the most. What is going on? Why can't my body move? The huge square of the Navy headquarters was filled with screams of amazement. There is no feeling, which is more difficult to accept than suddenly becoming a fish on the chopping board. After all, this is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Losing force means losing the qualification to control life. Humph, shut up, all of you. As long as I take down all these arrogant people, you can return to normal. Elam looked around with disdain, and then looked at Chinyu again. Don't worry, kid, I'll leave you a breath to see Lord Im, now you just surrender. Gray, let Kaido destroy him. Got it. Gray nodded in response. Roar. Kaido, the beast who was originally blown away in the sky and lingered in the void, roared again. He was completely unaffected by the space confinement, and with a dignified sound of breaking through the air, he attacked Chinyu across the air. The short distance of 1,000 meters was just a blink of an eye. When everyone reacted, Kaido's right-hand dragon claw, with muscles tensed, the black and black-armed color domineering quickly spread out. With the cold light flowing, without any fancy, he went to Chinyu head-on. Captain Kid, be careful! Kojiki Odin and Golden Lion shouted in unison. They didn't take the people in the sky mentioned by the 5 elders to heart. The only thought was that they were now sitting on the same boat. This is also the kid they call the captain. Don't panic when something happens, calm down first. I said that Kaido hates me the most now, do you believe it? Chinyu smiled warmly. Looking at the rapid enlargement of the attack in his pupils, the 9-Magatama Sharingan was driven to the extreme in an instant. Tsukuyomi. The simple 2 words were swallowed out. The attack from, in full view of the public, suddenly stopped 3 feet away from Chinyu. At this moment, Kaido gave people the feeling that he was cast under a spell of immobilization. Looking at this sudden change, the nerves of all the people present were suddenly tensed. Gray, hurry up and see what happened. Elim's expression sank and urged in a stern voice. If anything happens, you will directly activate the mental imprint, erase Kaido's consciousness, and let him completely become a killing machine. Got it. Gray responded, and the power of the devil fruit in his body was directly driven to the extreme. However, just when he was about to strengthen and control the connection between Kaido and Chinyu, Kaido, who was close to Chinyu, turned his huge head suddenly, and his bloody eyes instantly locked onto Gray. Damn you, you dared to make me a running dog of the world government. This is more painful than killing me. Go to hell. Kaido roared to the sky. Dragon breath. Bang. He opened his bloody mouth, and the hot breath rose like a tide, piercing through the sky and the earth, and shot straight towards Gray. The sudden attack made everyone's expression change drastically. Even Elim and others were no exception. They had worked hard for today and experienced many attempts before they made the strong plan public. However, now not only Kaido, but also Uchiha Chinyu, the murderer who killed him, who was close at hand, was grateful to them. This crazy behavior undoubtedly confirmed what Chinyu said just now. The person Kaido hated the most was someone else. No response. I lost the connection with the spiritual mark buried in Kaido's body. What did that kid use? What means? Gray's face suddenly changed drastically. This is the trump card they demonstrated this time, and it is also the strongest puppet weapon that they swore to tell the world. At this critical moment, such a mistake occurred, which is undoubtedly a slap in the face for them in public. Gray, protect yourself first, don't panic. A monk roared. The ground under his feet made a thunderous roar. One step ahead, a thick rock iron wall rose in front of Gray to block the dragon's breath. Bang! The airwave of the explosion rolled back like a raging tide. The huge impact force made the thick rock iron wall crack like a spider web. Looking at this sudden scene, Gray's face changed. He was about to drive the power of the fruit in his body frantically. Gray, be careful! The loud reminder sounded again. However, when Gray came back to his senses, Kaido's huge body had already wandered to the broken rock wall. With his eyes wide open, he was like an iron whip, wrapped around the tail of Ryuying, without any fancy moves, and chopped down head-on. Thunder 16 hexagrams. Boom! With one blow, the huge rock mountain collapsed. Under the flying rubble, the attack with a powerful posture, with the remaining power, hit Gray head-on. The fierce scene made Gray's pupils shrink suddenly. There was no time to think about it, and he hurriedly withdrew. Gag, Don't mess around. Ilam's face suddenly changed. However, it was undoubtedly too late. Gray, who had just withdrawn dozens of meters away, subconsciously supported the mental barrier in front of him. A crisp cracking sound came from the established barrier. As Kaido's tail fell, the huge barrier was also shattered. The sudden scene made Gray's face pale. This space confinement barrier was learned by Im. Once it is used, it can confine anything in the space. But it also has a lot of disadvantages. Once the 5 people who serve as the pillars of the barrier have any large movements, it will affect the stability of the barrier. In the end, their efforts will be wasted. Bang! The rolling blast waves rolled back in all directions, and the dust and sand that were raised soared into the sky. In particular, the place where Kaido's attack landed was directly shattered. The spider web cracks that spread to the entire Navy headquarters square, giving people a shocking feeling. The mental barrier that Gray had opened could not withstand this impact. After 7 or 8 of them were shattered in a row, he stopped his retreat with the help of Hoya's airflow. However, looking at Kaido, the beast who was entrenched in the dust and had an angry face. Gray's face suddenly turned ashen. He knew clearly that today would also be a shame for their 5 elders. Thinking of this, Gray's eyes turned in vain, and suddenly locked onto Qin Yu, shouting angrily. Little devil, you dare to ruin our good things again and again. You will not be able to leave here alive, otherwise our 5 elders will commit suicide here. Chapter 1102 The enemy of my enemy is my friend. You arrogant people, dare to use such despicable means to control me, today I will kill you first, and then seek revenge on that kid. Kaido roared angrily. The huge body entrenched in the void instantly broke through the dust covering the sky. Under the bloody mouth, the hot dragon breath exploded again. Bang! The dragon breath, like a thread, penetrated the void. The short distance of 100 meters, but it was approached in the blink of an eye. The air ripples along the way, and when Gray reacted, it was obviously too late. A judgment of the scales, I pronounce this attack guilty. Elim's deep voice suddenly echoed. He stomped the clenched scepter on the ground. A huge golden light scale quickly bloomed behind him. Above the 9 heavens, there was a golden light column, which took the lead and covered the dragon breath attack. The attack that was originally straight and attacked Gray was affected instantly. It was directly weakened by 7 or 8 times. Looking at the huge dragon breath with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters, it was directly reduced to the size of a basin. The huge gap between the before and after, even Kaido. Even the powerful people of the major forces in the 10,000 nations, their faces changed drastically. As for the existence of the 5 elders, at their level, they have more or less heard of it. However, it is the first time to witness the fighting methods and means of the 5 elders with their own eyes. Feeling that the incoming offensive was weakened all of a sudden, Gray suddenly came back to his senses, and the devil fruit ability in his body was driven madly again. Spirit shock. Boom. The invisible impact instantly collided with the dragon's breath. The reversed air waves set off a crushing hurricane. The 5 elders, who had lost the barrier they needed to maintain, obviously did not stand idly by. Now, Kaido, who was resurrected by them with alternative methods, turned against them in full view of the public. This was already a great humiliation. If they could not kill Kaido in a short time, it would make the 5 elders lose face. Don't hold back, let's go together. Elim shouted loudly, and the scepter in his hand slammed on the ground again. God, in the realm of peace, all living beings are sinners. Kaido, I pronounce you guilty. As soon as the words came out, it gave people a feeling of judging everyone. Endless golden light fell in the sky. Once illuminated by these lights, everyone's body changed rapidly. Oh my god, how did you become a bamboo pole? Oh my god, you became an old man. This is what a baby looks like. A series of exclamations echoed in the huge Navy headquarters. They had just escaped from the space confinement and had been desperately trying to escape. Unfortunately, facing the 5 elders, the attack method that did not distinguish between enemies and friends was undoubtedly a bit insufficient. Look, Kaido's body is shrinking. Someone exclaimed. Everyone's eyes turned in unison, and locked onto Kaido, who was entrenched in the void. However, the scene they saw made their pupils shrink suddenly. Kaido, who was originally fierce and entrenched in the void, with a huge body of nearly 100 meters. At this moment, it was shrinking rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. 80 meters, 75 meters, 70 meters. Feeling the power flowing in his body, a trace of shock flashed across Kaido's face. It was the first time he encountered such a method that could deprive others of their power. That feeling seemed to make Kaido regress to the power posture of his youth. Humph, Kaido, it seems that you also know how powerful our methods are, but since you chose to betray us, you are no longer qualified to survive. Today we have to kill one to warn the 100. Elam's face was grim. But don't worry, after we kill you, we will imprison your spiritual will again, and then completely erase your personal consciousness, turning it into a real killing weapon. Now, Kaido, you just die obediently. 10 times judgment. Buzz. In the sky, the scattered beams of light seemed to be controlled in an instant, and all gathered on Kaido's body. The speed of weakening the power just slowed down. Unfortunately, with the moment when the beams of light were concentrated, the huge body that was originally more than 60 meters long. The speed of shrinking increased again. 55, 50, 45. Feeling the power in the body quickly dissipating, even the former 4 emperors, the face of Kaido, the beast, was a little pale. Humph, it's too late to regret now. One sword flow gone long shisha. A monk shot out first. He grabbed the first generation of Kaiditsuo at his waist with his backhand, and landed in front of Kaido like a cannonball. Without any fancy moves, the sharp energy dormant in the monk's body exploded. Clang! With the crisp sound of the knife, the scarlet slash was directly combined with the ability of the monk's earth fruit. With the knife falling, the scarlet rock dragon rushed straight through the air. It was so fast that it approached Kaido, who had shrunk to about 30 meters in the blink of an eye. The beast Kaido, who was originally fierce and known as the strongest creature in the world, had long lost his previous posture. Compared with the slash that was chopped down with force, it was undoubtedly inferior. In the eyes of some people, whether Kaido could survive this move was probably another matter. After all, this attack was a fierce killing move performed by 2 of the 5 elders together. The mysterious devil fruit's abilities complement each other. If someone is caught off guard, he or she may be easily killed. Super level magic, fall of the sky. Dang dang dang. In the void, the light blue magic circle unfolded in an instant. A fiery force fell from the sky without any warning, taking the lead and colliding with the slash that rushed towards Kaido. Bang! The violent power was released, and the explosive air wave was thrown out. Even Kaido, who was the closest, was thrown out directly. Under the rolling dust, facing the attack, many people cast astonished eyes at Qin Yu. This fall of the sky, such a strange attack method, if they remembered correctly, should come from the hands of the skeleton demon. Damn kid, you dare to ruin our good things, don't forget that Kaido, the beast, has an irreconcilable feud with you. A monk flipped and landed on the ground dozens of meters away. As soon as he stood firm, he roared wildly. In their eyes, Qin Yu and Kaido had nothing to do with each other. Now he suddenly took action to ruin their good deeds, which was beyond everyone's expectations. Haha, haven't you heard that the enemy of my enemy is my friend? Chapter 1103. Please look more carefully. Haha, haven't you heard that the enemy of my enemy is my friend? Qin Yu laughed dryly and floated in the air. Looking at Kaido, who was a little embarrassed and flipped on the ground, he said, the moment before, the person Kaido wanted to kill the most was me, but now the person he wants to kill the most is you. Since we all have a common enemy, why should we stand idly by? Isn't it good to at least disgust you? The small voice seemed to be filled with magic sound at this moment, echoing between heaven and earth for a long time without being able to dissipate. Faced with this theory, everyone present felt that there was no way to refute it. Even Kaido couldn't help but open his mouth, but finally closed it obediently. Okay, very good. I was planning to let you linger for a while longer. Since you are going to die on the edge of the knife in advance, don't blame me for being rude. Elim's face was gloomy, and he roared again. However, before he could hold the scepter tightly in his hand, he smashed it to the ground again. An unexpected exclamation sounded first. Look, what's in the sky? The inexplicable words instantly tensed everyone's nerves. If it is said that the 5 elders fought against Kaido, the beast, the endless means that were enough to make the victory and defeat very clear. However, this time the opponent of the 5 elders has become the 5 emperors Qin Yu. A strong man from the so-called other world. The means he possesses are not what they can imagine. Buzz. Above the 9 heavens, the heavy leaden clouds accumulated at this moment seemed to be like the sea surface, stirring up large ripples. The next moment, before everyone could react, the clouds were pierced through. A huge meteorite with a diameter of 1 kilometer, mixed with huge strong wind waves, fell from the sky. The rolling posture gave people a feeling of piercing the sky and the earth. In the eyes of everyone swallowed their saliva subconsciously. Is this the power of heaven? No. Should it be said that this is the wrath of God? Facing such a meteorite that falls from the sky at any time, and it is a super large existence, even if any naval general encounters it, that would probably end in death. Is this one of the powers of the other world? Fujitora, are you sure you can do it? Zifa was the first to lose his temper. The fight just now seemed very cumbersome, but it was only a few minutes before and after. With the 5 elders, it was not their turn to fight at all. Feeling the overwhelming pressure that covered the sky, Fujitora rolled his eyes, clenched the cane knife in his hand, and after a moment of hesitation, he sighed, I am not as good as the 5th Emperor Qin. I really want to open my blind eyes and see his appearance clearly. To be able to possess such a huge power, and to be a strong man from another world, it is really worth looking forward to. The inexplicable words made Zifa's expression stagnate. It can be said that in terms of age, Fujitora is also half the same generation as Zifa. For the latter to be crowned with the title of monster, what kind of strength does he have at the same time, let alone Zifa? Even the strong archives established in the Navy headquarters also have some records. Facing the attack method of the meteorite falling from the sky, Zifa knew clearly that Fujitora could do it. However, now Fujitora opened his mouth, but I am not as good as him? This kind of discouraging words is too arbitrary. Good boy, I have felt this power in Lord Yumu, but if you really think that a meteorite can scare us 5 elders away, it is a foolish dream. Irem's face darkened and he shouted again. Let you try the same helpless and weak feeling as Kaido, that waste. Scale field, I sentence you guilty. 10 times the scale. Bang. Irem stomped the scepter in his hand to the ground again. The huge force contained in it was so strong that a hole was pierced in the thick rock ground. However, at this moment, no one cared about this detail. Everyone's eyes turned and locked on the meteorite that was rolling down from the sky. They were eager to see whether the duel between the 5 elders and the 5th Emperor Qin would follow the old path of Kaido, the beast. Buzz. The golden light pillars in the sky turned in unison, once again covering the huge meteorite that was crushing down. The 1,000-meter meteorite that fell down with a bang, and its falling momentum stopped for a moment. The next moment, in full view of everyone, it shrank rapidly. Thousands of meters, 900 meters, 800 meters. Watching the black shadow that fell from the sky shrinking rapidly, the huge sense of oppression was also weakening. Not to mention the Navy soldiers present, or other Navy generals, even the faces of the 5 elders showed a hint of smugness. This kind of fight may be insignificant. However, if this fight can be used to suppress the arrogance of the 5th Emperor Qin, it would be a good thing. However, this idea just sprouted in their minds. The next moment, the picture that came into view was like an invisible heavy hammer, hitting the depths of everyone's soul. Then, there is a meteorite behind. I don't know who exclaimed, and the expressions on everyone's faces suddenly stiffened. In the sky, behind the huge meteorite that had shrunk by half, a vague meteorite outline appeared. Under the shocked eyes of the crowd, it quickly enlarged and rushed over. The roar of the rolling flames was not inferior to the first meteorite at all. Looking at this sudden scene, Zifa couldn't help but look at Fujitora. He finally understood why Fujitora said such a discouraging thing just now. I knew that the kid was not that simple. The fruit is the same as that time. Akainu clenched his fist with a sullen look. When Qin first landed in the Sabayati archipelago and beheaded the celestial dragon, he had fought against it, and together with Kizaru, he also suffered a huge loss from this move. Humph, a trivial trick, as long as we destroy it, what's the problem with another one? Elim roared with a slightly ferocious look. However, as soon as these words fell, Qin smiled warmly and said, sorry, please look again, is that one? If it is 10 times as strong as one, maybe a more appropriate. 10 times as many as one? The inexplicable words, at this moment, seemed to become an invisible hammer, hitting the depths of everyone's soul. Everyone's eyes turned in unison, and they quickly looked up at the sky. The first scene that came into view made people's pupils shrink suddenly. Looking at the 10 huge flames that appeared in the sky, they smashed heavily in all directions and fell with a heavy weight. Everyone's heart seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible big hand. Chapter 1104 The Five Elders Desperately. The huge Navy headquarters fell into a strange silence. Looking at the huge meteorite in the sky, rolling down with a heavy weight. When they gathered together, it gave people a feeling of death. Is this the power of the other world? Can the five elders resist it? No, the five elders are the most mysterious existence after the world government. They must be able to resist it. They must be able to stop the meteorite. The exclamations that sounded one after another broke the inexplicable feeling of depression in the square. Thousands of eyes turned in unison and locked directly on the five elders. They were indeed in awe and curiosity about the powerful means and fighting methods of Qin Yu, the five emperors who claimed to be from another world. However, the positions of the pirates and the navy were undoubtedly different. Therefore, subconsciously, they could only hope that the five elders would win, and the justice they defended would win. Compared with others, Zifa was more touched. The moment before, when he saw the second meteorite appear, he was still hoping to know Fujitora's thoughts. However, now looking at the meteorites falling all over the sky, Zifa finally understood why Fujitora said it just now. I am not as good as his evaluation. Perhaps, Fujitora can summon 1, 2, or even 3 huge meteorites in an instant as a means of attack. However, compared with the meteors flying all over the sky, the gap is undoubtedly too big. Let alone Fujitora, even Zifa, who used Qin Yu to let Fujitora evaluate both sides, had a slightly hot cheek. Well, good kid, we didn't want to remove the seal that Lord Yumo had put in our bodies, because once we release the power accumulated over hundreds of years, this body may not be able to withstand it and eventually be damaged. Ilum clenched the scepter, and his right hand full of blue veins couldn't help but relax. With a gloomy face, he stared at the sky, which was rapidly enlarging and full of meteorites, and said, however, for Lord Yumu, you who are worried about you, we can only make some sacrifices. After all, for this day, we have already made full preparations. Buzz. As the words fell, Ilum's beard and hair moved without wind, and his clothes rustled. On his forehead, a mysterious white pattern appeared, giving people a feeling similar to a seal pattern. No. If Qin Yu were to describe it, this pattern reminded him of the Otonoki clan he had encountered in the Naruto world. In the castle where Kagaya was, the identity mark of the Otonoki clan had also appeared. If Qin Yu remembered correctly, the pattern in front of him should be related to the different abilities of the Rinnegan possessed by the Otonoki clan. This one, like a dragon, snake, and phoenix dancing, was so mysterious that Qin Yu couldn't see it for a moment. Buzz. The vibration of the air sounded one after another. When the fourth sound sounded, even Hiriel, who had the ability of the mercury fruit and had not made much of a move, had the same mysterious pattern on his forehead. As the brightness of the mysterious pattern increased, the momentum emanating from their bodies also rose rapidly. The airflow flowing on the huge square of the Navy headquarters seemed to be stirred by a pair of invisible big hands. The ground under their feet was the first to show an unbearable posture and broke apart. Originally, the mysterious pattern that only appeared on the forehead, representing the Datong Mu clan, changed and spread rapidly on the face. As the complexity of the pattern increased, the momentum emanating from them was strengthened. After 5 or 6 seconds, the momentum emanating from the bodies of the 5 elders was like the center of a huge airflow vortex occupying 5 corners. The huge wave of breath directly affected the entire world. In an instant, it gave people a feeling of surging wind and clouds. Oh my god, is this the hidden power of the 5 elders? I didn't expect these 5 old men to be so terrible when they go crazy. Golden Lion couldn't help but speak. Even so, as a legendary pirate, he was also in awe. Kojiki Odin, who was standing next to him, had a face full of fighting spirit, but also a little more fear. He was war-loving, but he could still distinguish the absolute difference in strength. No, this is just the beginning. They are not using their own power. If I am not mistaken, this totem belongs to the gods of another world. He deposited his power in their bodies, so once he exerts his full strength, he will certainly gain unparalleled combat power. Qin Yu said lightly. However, with their physical fitness, I am afraid they can only support a short 5 minutes. Once this time is exceeded, their bodies will be blown up by this force, or will die of rapid aging. As the battle progressed, the truth that emerged gradually became clear. Now what Qin Yu wanted to do most was to rush to the final island, Lavrov, to solve the confusion in his heart. 5 minutes? Everyone present couldn't help but change their faces when they heard this. In order to get 5 minutes of powerful power, they paid the price of their bodies and lives. In their eyes, only a madman would choose this kind of behavior. However, the madman in front of them now was obviously not one, but 5. For the Lord, I'm behind them, as the 5 elders who have been hidden behind the world government for hundreds of years and have always been regarded as high above. They actually made such a choice. In addition to proving their loyalty, it can also explain. Qin Yu, the 5 emperors from another world, has enough power to make the 5 elders fight desperately. Humph, kid, once we completely release this power, it will only take 2 minutes to kill you. If this body is really destroyed, we still have Lord Yumu behind us. As long as Lord Yumu exists in this world, we will not die. Yilam shouted sternly. However, compared with us, if you die, who else will be behind you? If you only rely on the so-called jumping clowns behind you, I advise you to surrender obediently and go back with us to see Lord Yumu. Maybe because you come from heaven, you can still be spared and stay here to be a cow and a horse. The rolling voices were scattered with the strong wind. Even the face of the golden lion was stiffened for a moment. He was in awe of the aura released by the 5 elders. However, as a legendary and unruly pirate, he would never allow others to despise him. Who wouldn't fight to the death? Chapter 1105, The Gods Fight and the Mortals Suffer. The huge square of the Navy headquarters was shrouded by 5 huge auras. The rock layer seemed to be the first to be unable to withstand this pressure, and cracks that collapsed and spread rapidly. In the distant sea, huge whirlpools and seawater backflow faults appeared one after another. Together with the dozens of meteorites that cut through the sky, it gave people a feeling as if the god of death was calling for death. Looking at the 5 elders who occupied each side and whose aura was rising steadily. The mysterious and strange patterns that spread rapidly on the forehead and cheeks were like invisible hands, tightening people's hearts. It can be said that this scene was seen by all the generals and even soldiers of the Navy headquarters. It was simply a fight between gods, and mortals suffered. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, who would believe that a simple battle could give people a doomsday, earth-destroying feeling? 5 old immortals, what qualifications do you have to point fingers at us? Today, I will fight you to the death. Do you really think that only you have a way to resurrect, and our captain can also do it, and we can afford it? The golden lion suspended in the void could not help but roar loudly. As the legendary pirates, when have they ever been despised in public like this? Although the strength displayed by the 5 elders was indeed beyond their cognition. However, as the golden lion said, the means of resurrection mastered by Qin Yu were their confidence to squander. Under the premise of unlimited life extension, who would not fight desperately? Yes, I am immortal. I am not afraid of anyone when it comes to fighting desperately. Kojiki Oden also clenched the samurai sword in his hand and echoed in a hurry. Kaido, don't worry, our captain has killed you once, and our hatred is gone. If you die later, I will ask the captain to resurrect you, and you can let go and kill them. Everyone present, even the major forces who saw all this through the den mushi. After hearing this twisted theory to encourage and win over Kaido, they almost fell to the ground. They have seen shameless people. However, they never thought that Kojiki Oden would be so shameless. Shut up, Kaido, will not die, no one will die. You 5 elders, dare to use me as a puppet, then I will kill you first. Kaido roared. With his bloody mouth opened, the hot dragon breath came out again. Bang! The air was instantly penetrated, and the air along the way was stirred up by large ripples. Facing the hatred brought by the 5 elders, the meteorites that fell from the sky were completely covered. Feeling this desperate attack, he rushed towards Grey. It was obvious that Kaido was bloodthirsty, but he knew clearly that Grey was the only one who could really control him. As long as Grey was killed, no one would be able to control him in the future. Humph, Kaido, you are still stubborn until now, so I will kill you first and then resurrect you. A monk shouted coldly. He grabbed the first-generation Kaiditsu in his hand with his backhand, and the rising power in his body rushed in like a raging tide. The next moment, a trace of murderous intent flashed across his face, and he swung his right hand suddenly, slashing out with force. Boom! The earth seemed to be roaring as the knife came out. The 100-meter-long knife energy came down together, and the ground below quickly shot up a series of rock spikes, chasing Kaido who was entrenched in the sky. Bang! The dragon breath that was exhaled exploded like fireworks. Huge under the huge air wave, a hurricane of inexplicable suffocation rolled back and crushed. However, compared with the 5 elders whose strength is constantly rising, Kaido is locked and restricted by the Libra field. Elim was attracted by the meteorite falling from the sky. However, the power of the Libra acting on Kaido was weakened, but Kaido's current strength is still restricted. In the rolling air wave, the sharp sword aura directly cut through the sky. The rock cones shot up from below were like a hell of needles, densely coming. Looking at this sudden scene, Kaido, who was entrenched in the void, suddenly changed his expression. Unfortunately, at this close distance, he had lost most of his strength. He had no time to react and could only watch the attack magnify in his pupils. Watching this scene, the cruel look on the monk's face became more intense, as if he could already see Kaido's fate of being stabbed into a hornet's nest. However, this thought just emerged in his mind. The thunderous roar of the earth echoed without warning. A figure took the lead and turned into 2 black and white tornadoes, cutting through the sky, and the incoming sword energy collided with each other. Lion Power Earth Tornado. 2 Swords Daowen Ascending Double Tornado. Bang bang! The rock cone that pierced up was directly cut off by the earth tornado covering a radius of 1 kilometer. The incoming sword energy was even more violently offset by the black and white tornado, turning into 2 gusts of wind, and dissipated between heaven and earth. When everyone saw clearly, the 2 people who took action, even though they were entrenched in the void, Kaido, who survived the disaster, also changed his expression drastically. Humph, you stinky bug, don't be in a daze here, and don't misunderstand me. Captain Kidd said that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Now let's deal with the 5 elders first. After killing them, I will settle accounts with you. Golden Lion snorted disdainfully. His golden hair moved without wind, obviously raising his fighting spirit to the extreme. It can be said that in his entire life, Golden Lion only had the peak battle with the former pirate king Roger, which made him feel so excited now. No. It should be said that the blood is evaporating now. For these pirates who lick blood on the edge of the knife, they have already held the intention of death. But whether they die for a good cause is what they really care about. If they can personally experience this peak duel in front of them, it is also completely rare for Golden Lion. Look, the meteorite in the sky has arrived. Someone exclaimed, and everyone's nerves were once again tense. The scene just now seemed complicated, but it only took a short 10 seconds. By the time everyone reacted, the burning meteorite in the sky had already given people a feeling of intensive phobia. Good, very good, Golden Lion, Kojiki Odin, you ruined our good thing again. Ilam's face sank and he said sternly. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Today I want to see whether you friends will each run away when disaster strikes. Unseal me. Yes. The unanimous shouting sounded like thunder. The rising power stagnated at this moment, and the next moment, the mark on the forehead seemed to be burning. There was even a hint of inexplicable change. Chapter 1106 Ilam takes action. Is this the Samsara Eye? Chinyu's expression changed slightly, looking at the burning mark on the forehead of the 5 elders, he was more certain of his guess. It can be said that all the questions from the time he descended to the world of the Sea King to now have been solved. Stop! The simple 2 words were uttered, and at this moment, it seemed to give people a sense of dominance that overlooked the world and was extremely indifferent. The moment the voice fell, the whole world seemed to be affected, and the flowing air and time appeared to stagnate. Even the huge meteorites that fell from the sky like covering the sky and the sun stopped in mid-air. The next moment, with a flash of light, dozens of meteorites that covered the sky and the sun directly twisted and disappeared in full view of the public. At the same time, a huge magic circle enveloped the square of the Navy headquarters. A series of light beams shot up into the sky and landed on Kaido 1 step ahead. Buzz! The light sound of the air suddenly sounded, and Kaido, who was entrenched in the void, disappeared from the spot like a ghost. The sudden scene instantly shook everyone's nerves. Especially the Golden Lion and Kojiki Odin, who were not far away from Kaido, were no exception. Before they could react, the beam of light that made Kaido disappear also descended on them. Captain, what on earth is this? Kojiki Odin roared first and quickly pulled back. Unfortunately, this terrifying beam of light was so fast that it was impossible for people to dodge it in time. The only thing they could do was to watch the beam of light shining on them. Don't worry, this is a spatial method. She is sending you away randomly. It seems that the Lord Im who is hiding behind the scenes has already taken action. Chinyu raised his eyebrows and said. However, facing the spatial beam of light that also fell on him, Qin Yu did not have the slightest idea of dodging. Just as I'm thought, he also had no intention of fighting a decisive battle. Ah, then I won't run away either. Kojiki Oden was stunned for a moment and looked at Qin Yu looked indifferent and gave up dodging. The remaining golden lions also stopped with a change of expression. For a moment, the light column rising from the sky locked onto the three people, and even the huge Gyulo Psyche in the distance was not spared. The next moment, before everyone could react, the dazzling white light between heaven and earth, as if it was detonated, directly illuminated the entire world. When the vision returned to normal, the world returned to peace. Everyone had no time to think about it, and hurriedly looked at the place where Qin Yu and others had appeared. The scene that first caught their eyes made their pupils shrink suddenly. What is going on? The five emperors Qin Yu and the people of the Blood Flag pirates disappeared without a trace, and even the damaged navy headquarters was repaired. Oh my god, are we dazzled? Who can tell me that what we see is not real? In the huge navy headquarters square, exclamations rang out one after another. Everyone present gasped as they watched the scene that seemed to have turned the world upside down. If one must describe it in one word. Like a miracle. In their eyes, only gods can do such a thing. Elam, you are too reckless. The ethereal and indifferent voice sounded again. A huge beam of light fell from the sky. The huge force swept across the entire naval headquarters like a tide. Those naval soldiers who were still in shock were caught off guard and fell to their knees on the ground with a plop. At this moment, they felt as if an invisible big hand had grabbed their necks, and there was an inexplicable feeling of suffocation. Even those naval generals with good strength had their feet slightly bent and trembling. It seemed to give people a feeling that they could not bear it. However, facing this powerful invisible pressure, the people present did not think much. Their eyes turned in unison and they hurriedly followed the huge beam of light. The first thing that caught my eye was the huge shadowy figure that was 100 meters high. The blurred outline of the body also gave people a feeling that it was hard to tell whether it was a man or a woman. However, the only thing that made people most concerned was the pair of black and red eyes, which were like two huge whirlpools, pulling the mental will of everyone who tried to look at her in the eye. No, I can't stand it. A Navy soldier was the first to go crazy, holding his head tightly, and rushed out in full view of everyone. Just after taking 7 or 8 steps, the next moment, his body swelled up like a balloon. Bang! Blood splattered, and the flesh and blood debris flew backwards. It directly hit the face of the nearby Navy soldiers. The sudden scene seemed to have a chain reaction. The Navy soldiers who rushed out like crazy and exploded like balloons came out one after another. Bang bang bang! The shocking scene made Zifa's face change drastically. He didn't have time to think about it and shouted in a hurry. Everyone, don't look into her eyes, Fujitora, just suppress them. Got it. Fujitora rolled his eyes slightly. He couldn't see clearly what was happening in the field. However, he also knew clearly how powerful the power in the field was. Without time to think about it, Fujitora stomped the staff knife in his hand directly to the ground without any fancy moves. Gravity sword. Bang! The huge devil fruit power lurking in Fujitora's body swept the whole field like a frenzy. Those Navy soldiers who were still curious and wanted to find out the figure in the light and shadow were directly pressed to the ground by the invisible gravity. Some Navy generals with less concentration were suddenly awakened, hurriedly lowered their heads, and avoided those sights. Looking at the situation that changed suddenly, who was hiding in the light and shadow, had a cold look for a long time. After looking around, he said, "Are you the former Navy Admiral Zephyr? You have a good physical fitness, but why don't you try to take the devil fruit? As long as you have the power of the devil fruit, your strength will definitely be improved. There is no need to be so miserable." The indifferent voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound, echoing in the sky, and it couldn't be dispersed for a long time. Zephyr's expression changed. As a former Navy Admiral, he is also a peak existence in this sea. He has always obtained devil fruits. The Navy headquarters and even the world government have repeatedly provided him with various devil fruits as rewards for his military exploits. Unfortunately, every time Zephyr would give these devil fruits to students or partners. It can be said that he and Garp have the same attitude towards the temptation of the power of devil fruits. Chapter 1107, A large-scale killing of chickens to scare the monkeys. You should be I don't understand what you just said, what exactly do you mean? Zifa's face darkened, and he spoke first. However, I want to know, as the top of the world government, you clearly know that they will endanger their lives by looking at you, why didn't you remind them and restrain this power in advance? The low voice made the naval generals in the field subconsciously avoid the strange eyes and look at I'm hiding in the light and shadow. Faced with Zifa's words, they only came to their senses now. What happened just now? What happened? Looking at the many blood-stained squares and scattered flesh and blood, it formed a shocking scene, as if an invisible big hand tightened their hearts. They roughly estimated that in the short moment just now, the number of Navy soldiers who exploded was at least hundreds, or even thousands. This level of casualties was even greater than the casualties caused by the Blood Flag pirates. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, who would believe that the Navy soldiers were not buried in the hands of pirates? Instead, they were in the hands of the highest leader of the world government. Bastard Zifa, you dare to question Lord Im, do you know that this is a betrayal of justice? A monk took the lead in shouting loudly. However, the huge momentum that appeared on him just now had long disappeared without a trace. The mysterious patterns that appeared on his forehead and face were also gone. The only thing that made them feel different was that the 5 elders, who were originally full of expression, now had a little more oldness. It seems that the desperate talk from the 5 elders just now was not an exaggeration. I'm afraid that once the power just now is really exerted, they will die directly from exhaustion as if their lives are burning. Seng, shut up. When you 5 elders attacked just now, you also didn't take the safety of our Navy headquarters into consideration. Zifa's face was extremely gloomy. The appearance of Im just now did cause a lot of casualties. However, compared with the desperate look of the 5 elders just now, it was obviously inferior. If it hadn't been blocked by Im, I'm afraid that not only the entire Navy headquarters would not be able to be preserved, but even the Navy soldiers stationed here would not be able to escape. Asshole, Zifa, you are rebelling. Not only are you disrespectful to Lord Im, but you also dare to publicly question our 5 elders. Are you really not afraid of punishment? Yi Sang roared again. Seeing this scene, the faces of the Navy soldiers and even the Navy generals present suddenly changed. The 5 elders were fighting desperately just now, but who hasn't fought desperately? Even if the 5 elders hadn't come, and they really wanted to go to war with the Blood Flag pirates, their marine headquarters would never retreat. However, now their determination has become so worthless in the mouth of Yi Sang, which is too hard to accept. Yi Sang, shut up. The ethereal and indifferent voice suddenly sounded. The sky was shrouded in light and shadow, and the pair of strange eyes suddenly faded from blood red and returned to normal. The weird feeling that captivated people was gone. Lord Yim, please calm down, Yi Sang just hasn't calmed down yet. Yilim spoke first. However, there was not much guilt on his face. In that way, he was undoubtedly going to go through the motions. However, Yumo obviously didn't take all this to heart, and said, Yi Sang, after you go back, you have to face the wall for a year, and the other 4 people will also be punished. As for the people who died because of my appearance just now, Zifa, don't worry, I will be responsible for resurrecting them. The inexplicable words made many people in the field stagnate. No. It should be said that the major forces far above the 10,000 nations, who have not been cut off from the Den Den Mushi signal, were also shocked by these words. Before they could come to their senses, Yumu, who was hiding in the light and shadow, waved his hand, and the golden light poured down like a torrent. Everyone just felt a flash in front of their eyes, and waited for them to react. The shocking bloodstains on the ground had long disappeared. The people who had exploded and died like balloons also stood there alive with a blank face. The sudden scene made the pupils of everyone in the field shrink suddenly. What's special is that when he recalled the words that the 5 elders said when they were fighting for their lives, his mind was even more shocked. This is probably the so-called resurrection, right? In their eyes, resurrection should be like Kaido just now, with many conditions. However, the resurrection that is now presented in front of them gives people the feeling that it is like waving a sleeve and leaving no cloud behind. It's a joke. What is going on, Mr. Zifa, do you know? Hua Shaishan bit off the cigar in his mouth. As a vice admiral of the navy, Hua Shaishan also said that he had seen big scenes. However, the scene now presented in front of them completely overturned their cognition. At that moment just now, he really had the urge to let someone give him 2 slaps to let him figure out whether he was dreaming. I don't know either. There were countless words rolling in Zifa's heart. However, in the end, when it came to his mouth, only this sentence was left. Facing Im's method, he knew that the other party had only one idea. Let's have a large-scale killing of the chicken to scare the monkey. Kill the person in public, and then completely revive him. Let the major forces on this sea see and let them know clearly. How powerful is the existence behind the world government? It is an existence that they cannot challenge. Okay, the matter here is also over. Those pirates who were sent away will be dealt with after a while. You, the Navy headquarters, will take a break first. I'm afraid that the sea will change drastically next. This world still needs your righteous power. Im's cold and ethereal voice sounded again. His eyes turned and swept over Zifa, Akainu, and others one by one, saying, however, I see that there are also powerful fruit ability users in your Navy headquarters. I also feel comforted. You must remember that the power I just displayed is the same as yours. As long as you dig hard, you can exert your power to the extreme, and you will also have unexpected gains. Zeph, if you change your mind now and plan to take the devil fruit to enhance your own power, I actually have a lot of good fruits in my hand. As long as you ask, you can pick any one. It is also to repay you for your efforts for the Navy headquarters, the world government, and even for me over the years. Chapter 1108 The person least likely to betray. Devil fruit? After hearing this, the expressions of many people present changed suddenly. As the largest force in this world, the world government has existed for a full 800 years. During this period, no one knows how many devil fruits the world government has obtained. Now that Im has made such a request, it is a hot commodity in the eyes of anyone. In case he gets a natural or mythical beast devil fruit. With Zifa's original strength as the former admiral of the Navy, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Who knows, it can also allow the Navy headquarters to have another Akainu, or even a level of martial warring states. At that time, the strength of the Navy headquarters will increase greatly. Facing the 5 emperors Chi knew just now, and even the blood flag pirates under his command, and the forces of the other 4 emperors, they can also take the initiative. It can be said that this can definitely be called a big pie in the sky in the eyes of anyone. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned and locked on Zifa, and there was an inexplicable urgency on his face. Sorry, thank you Lord Im for your high hopes for me. I am old and my strength is already 80% gone. If there is a powerful devil fruit, it is better to leave it to other new talents. It is a waste to use it on me. Zifa hesitated for a moment and finally spoke. As soon as these words fell, the faces of many people in the field changed immediately. For them, Zifa's move was simply letting the duck fly directly from his mouth. Asshole, Zifa, do you know who you are talking to? Lord Im gave you the devil fruit, it was your honor. Now you actually refused it in public. This is a contempt for Lord Im. I will not let you off easily today. Yiseng's face darkened and he shouted angrily. Unfortunately, before he could do anything, Im in the light and shadow reached out his big hand and stopped Yiseng directly, saying, Yiseng, don't be rude. Zifa is a former admiral of the Navy after all, and he has made a lot of efforts for the Navy headquarters and the world government. Since he is unwilling to take the devil fruit, we don't need to force him. Of course, if Zifa changes your mind and plans to take the devil fruit, you can also contact the 5 elders. As for the matter of the blood flag pirates, let's wait for a while. I will let the 5 elders find a way to solve it. Next, before Sengoku comes back, the Navy headquarters will be handed over to you. After saying this, Im, who was hiding in the light and shadow, burst out with dazzling light and finally disintegrated between heaven and earth. The 5 elders, after a quick salute, turned back and looked at Zifa and the people of the marine headquarters coldly, without staying for long, and disappeared directly from the spot. When their backs completely disappeared from sight. Looking at the marine headquarters square, which had been hit by the impact of the battle and became dilapidated a moment ago, it is now completely restored to its original state. If you don't see it with your own eyes, I'm afraid no one is willing to believe that what happened just now is true. Teacher Zifa, what should we do next? Hua Shaishan was the first to lose his temper. Humph, what else can we do? Isn't it a shameful lesson for our marine headquarters? Just now, we should have joined forces with the 5 elders and cooperated with Lord Im to keep the blood flag pirates, but it would be easy. Akainu snorted coldly. After these words fell, the faces of many naval generals and even naval soldiers in the field changed slightly. Everyone knew that the person who had just reached a sea burial with the blood flag pirates was Zephyr. As one of Zephyr's students, Akainu said this in front of everyone. In a sense, it was simply a slap in Zephyr's face. Feeling that the atmosphere around him had changed, Zephyr glanced at Akainu and said, "Akainu, what you said is right, but if you insisted on saying this at the beginning, instead of hiding behind everyone and keeping silent, I'm afraid you would really succeed. Also, why didn't you help the 5 elders in the end? I miss you for the same simple reason as you, and I'm not planning to reap the benefits and see Uchiha Chinyu's background. Unfortunately, let alone you and me, I'm afraid that even the 5 elders and Lord I'm behind the scenes are no exception. Otherwise, the current 5 emperors Chinyu and the Blood Flag Pirates will not be as simple as being sent away. If you say you can do it, then you can lead the team to annihilate the Blood Chi Pirates." Chang's voice, between the lines, was mixed with an aggressive taste. Zhang Guo has always been uncomfortable with his student who is indiscriminate and extremely jealous. Especially now. You. Akainu was suddenly angry, but unfortunately, feeling the gazes from all around, the words on his lips were swallowed back into his stomach. Finally, in full view of everyone, he turned away with a wave of his sleeves. Left. Watching this scene, the naval commanders and even the naval soldiers present breathed a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. "Teacher Zifa, is this really okay?" Hua Shaishan said with a wry smile. After all, Akainu is an admiral. He is considered the top combat force in the Navy headquarters and even on this sea. Now that you are breaking up with him, don't you worry that Akainu will rebel. Rebellion? Hearing these two sensitive words, the Navy present were suddenly moved. In their eyes, Hua Shaishan's words and worries were not unreasonable. "Humph, Hua Shaishan, you still underestimate Akainu. If you say that Kizaru or Aokiji will rebel, I might believe it. But if Akainu, who is obsessed with absolute justice and is determined to control the Navy headquarters, rebels, I can guarantee that Akainu is the last person to rebel." Zifa glared at Hua Shaishan and said. "However, just in case, let's tell Sengoku everything that happened here and let him deal with this mess." Faced with Zephyr, who was a hands-off boss and directly pushed all the responsibilities to Sengoku, both Hua Shaishan and other naval generals nodded in agreement. Only Daotuo fell into silence for a while, his eyes flickered one after another, his face full of uncertainty, and he didn't hide it at all. "Haha, Vice Admiral Daotuo, you are not thinking that the 5th Emperor Chinyu has something to do with the missing Thunder Dragon Laxus, right?" Fujitora suddenly chuckled and said. Daotuo suddenly woke up and shook her head in a hurry, saying, No, I don't have that feeling. I just want to find out, General Fujitora, did you see the clues in the moment just now? Are the 5 Emperors Chinyu and Thunder Dragon Laxus really connected? Chapter 1109 Ant's Crazy Thoughts. When Daotuo saw Chinyu's appearance for the first time, she undoubtedly felt a little inexplicably touched. "I thought all this was just an illusion. However, after seeing him suddenly descend, and even displaying a powerful and unparalleled means, Daotuo thought that this illusion was getting stronger." "Haha, Vice Admiral Daotuo, you actually asked a blind man what he could look like. This is too surprising." Fujitora laughed dryly and rolled his eyes. "However, my intuition tells me that the captain of the Blood Flag Pirates, Chinyu, and Laxus do have similarities. I didn't expect that I would encounter so many interesting things after joining the Navy headquarters. This makes me really want to open my eyes next time to see who this 5 Emperor Chinyu is and how this matter will develop." After saying this, Fujitora rubbed his rumbling belly and said, "It's getting late. Now that the things here have been completed, I should go fill my stomach. If you don't mind, you can follow me. Today, I'm in a good mood and have good luck. I won money in the casino. Whoever follows me will be on my account." The small voice dissipated with the sea breeze. Looking at the back of Fujitora, who turned around and left with a slightly cool look. The cheek muscles of the Navy generals and soldiers present couldn't help twitching a few times. Facing the war that just ended, I am afraid that only Fujitora and Garb, those funny people who cannot be understood in the way of ordinary people, can be so nervous at this critical moment. Alas, it seems that this mess still falls on me. I would not do these thankless jobs if I had known." Zifa sighed helplessly and said, "Everyone listen to the order. The Blood Flag Pirates are now sent away, but we definitely don't know when he can come back. So, before Sengoku comes back, we still have to stay alert and keep our posts at all times to ensure that the Navy headquarters will not suffer a second persecution. Hua Shaishan, you should contact Sengoku immediately and let him return home in advance. I think those guys have no intention of infighting and fighting. Accompanied by a series of orders, they came out of Zifa's mouth. The huge Navy headquarters square, like a war machine, started to run fast again. On the other hand, along with the Navy headquarters, the 5 emperors Qin Yu, led the Blood Flag pirates to bury Kaido at sea, and the live video that triggered a series of major events was circulated. Whether it was the New World, even the first half of the Grand Voyage, and the 4 Seas were also shocked. For them, whether it was the means shown by Qin Yu or Lord Im who was hidden behind the scenes, it undoubtedly pried their nerves. The pirates who were originally high-spirited and arrogant, and even the soldiers of the Navy headquarters. After seeing Qin Yu's means, it was like being poured with a basin of cold water. The huge deck of the ship fell into silence all of a sudden. Facing Im's sudden intervention, it subverted their cognition. Now, for them, it is impossible to start a war. If they really want to start a war, I am afraid that this is undoubtedly a way to seek death, which will make people suffer. Blackbeard, do you still want to fight Charlotte Linlin? If you insist, don't blame us for being rude. Zhang Guo watched the live broadcast of the Den Den Mushi being cut off, and the entire screen suddenly became full of snowflakes. He turned his eyes and locked onto Blackbeard not far away. For Zhang Guo, this time he had traveled thousands of miles to fight Charlotte Linlin. Wangguo, just to avoid Qin Yu's pursuit of the Bigamum pirates led by Charlotte Linlin after killing Kaido. It is also to avoid other forces taking advantage of the opportunity to make the sea completely out of control. At present, Uchiha Qin Yu of the Blood Flag pirates did not appear, which means that the incident here has also come to an end. Of course, if Blackbeard does not listen to persuasion and insists on going to war with Wangguo, Sengoku, who has always been iron-fisted, definitely does not mind using all the elite forces of the Navy here to sink them all into the sea. For a moment, the eyes of everyone in the field turned in unison and locked on Blackbeard at the head of the huge raft. Feeling the eyes from all around, Blackbeard's cheeks flushed and looked left and right, especially when he saw the 3 generals behind Sengoku. A naval hero and the chief of staff of the Navy formed a powerful lineup. This is definitely not something he can fight against. Thinking of this, Blackbeard quickly drank up the wine jug in his hand, and then turned around and left without stopping. All members listen to the order, set sail for me, we don't want to stay in this broken place. Seeing that the dignified Blackbeard actually left with his tail, Charlotte Linling, who was standing on the city wall, snorted disdainfully and said, "You arrogant bastard, you dare to challenge our Big Mom pirates with a completely insignificant pirate group. Next time, if I have a chance, I will kill you." Haha, Mom is right. Isn't Blackbeard known to have a natural devil fruit? He doesn't even have an elemental fruit. This is simply a big joke. Sparrow licked the lollipop in his hand and said. However, if it weren't for the people from the Navy headquarters, I'm afraid I would have stopped him just now. Brother Peros, you'd better say less. Be careful that Mom will be dissatisfied with you. Smoothie spoke first. Don't forget, even Katakuri didn't dare to make a move, which means that everything that happened just now, even his means of predicting the future can't predict the outcome of the battle. Under this premise, we should not randomly create new enemies. I believe that Mom will come to a conclusion soon. Listening to Smoothie's words, the expressions of the retainers and children present couldn't help but change slightly. In their eyes, Smoothie's words were not wrong at all. After all, Charlotte Linlin is the biggest pillar of their Big Mom pirates. At this critical moment, there are so many problems. If we get Charlotte Linlin's instructions, it will undoubtedly be a spiritual pillar. Hey, Smoothie still knows what I think in my heart. Charlotte Linlin spoke again in a deep voice. But don't worry, I have found a way to deal with that guy. Since the kid from the Blood Flag Pirates has just said that the enemy of my enemy will be my friend. Then next, Sparrow, you and Whitebeard, Red Hair, Blackbeard, and others, discuss the idea of an alliance. If we really succeed and gather the top forces on this sea, we will not be afraid of the Blood Flag Pirates, the Navy headquarters, or even the world government, let alone the Blood Flag Pirates. Chapter 1110 Unprecedented Danger. Feeling the gazes from all around, Blackbeard's cheeks flushed, and he glanced left and right, especially when he saw the 3 generals behind Sengoku. A naval hero and the chief of staff of the Navy formed a powerful lineup. This is definitely not something he can fight against. Thinking of this, Blackbeard quickly drank the wine jug in his hand, and then turned around and left without stopping. All members, listen up, set sail. We don't want to stay in this broken place. Seeing the dignified Blackbeard leaving with his tail between his legs, Charlotte Linling, who was standing on the city wall, snorted disdainfully and said, "You arrogant bastard, you dare to challenge our Big Mom pirates with a completely insignificant pirate group. Next time, if I have a chance, I will kill you." Haha, Mom is right. Isn't Blackbeard known to have a natural devil fruit? He doesn't even have an elemental fruit. This is simply a big joke. Sparrow licked the lollipop in his hand and said. However, if it weren't for the people from the Navy headquarters, I'm afraid I would have stopped him just now. Brother Peros, you'd better say less. Be careful that Mom will be dissatisfied with you. Smoothie spoke first. Don't forget, even Katakuri didn't dare to make a move, which means that everything that happened just now, even his means of predicting the future can't predict the outcome of the battle. Under this premise, we should not rashly create new enemies. I believe that Mom will soon come to a conclusion. Listening to Smoothie's words, the expressions of the retainers and children present couldn't help but change slightly. In their eyes, Smoothie's words were not wrong at all. After all, Charlotte Linlin is the biggest pillar of their Big Mom pirates. At this critical moment, there are so many problems. If we get Charlotte Linlin's instructions, it will undoubtedly be a spiritual pillar. Humph, Smoothie still knows what I think in my heart. Charlotte Linlin spoke again in a deep voice. But don't worry, I have found a way to deal with that guy. Since the kid from the Blood Flag Pirates has just said that the enemy of my enemy will be my friend. Then, Sparrow, you and Whitebeard, Red Hair, Blackbeard, and others, discuss the idea of an alliance. If we succeed and gather the most powerful forces on this sea, let alone the Blood Flag Pirates, we will not be afraid of the Navy headquarters or even the world government. The four major forces join forces. Kizaru, who had just walked away, froze with a wretched expression on his face. He subconsciously looked at Sengoku, trying to find the answer from his face. Not long ago, the alliance between the Big Mom pirates and the Beasts pirates had already given people a shocking feeling. It was even hailed as a symbol of the resurrection of the Rocks pirates, and even the Navy headquarters was on high alert. However, now Charlotte Linlin has put forward an extremely crazy concept. Once the four major forces succeed in joining forces, I'm afraid it's really as what was said just now. Whether it's the number of pirates or the top combat power, it's probably able to rival the entire world government. Of course, this rivalry is when Lord Im is not counted for the time being. Once Im, who came to a large-scale killing of chickens to scare the monkeys, is really counted, I'm afraid that the four major forces joining forces will be slightly inferior. After all, the scene of resurrection just now in front of them subverted their cognition. Humph, hurry up and leave. Don't look at me. Don't you have the answer to such a simple question? Zhangguo snorted. Not long ago, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido joined forces and Whitebeard and Red Hair were not entangled in it, let alone now. Don't worry, I may not know about Red Hair, but the old man Whitebeard still has the dignity of a strong man in the past. Charlotte Linlin's words are just for us to hear, and she intends to use our reaction to promote the possibility of an alliance. Don't forget, next they will not only have to deal with the instability brought about by the appearance of the five elders and Lord Im in the world government, but also the pursuit from the Blood Flag Pirates and the five emperors Qin Yu. Just based on this point, Charlotte Linlin should be the most uneasy person in this sea. Now, let's go back to the Navy headquarters to rest and find the Blood Flag Pirates sent away by Im as soon as possible, and come up with a way to deal with them. The long voice made Huang Yuan and others swallow all the words that were on their lips. It can be said that this is the first time they have seen the dignified Marshal Sengoku show such a hurried posture. In their eyes, in fact, Sengoku's current mood is not much different from Charlotte Linlin. Facing a series of sudden important information. What is the power of the other world, the people from the sky, and Lord Im who resurrected people? This series of information made Sengoku pay attention to it. On the other hand, outside the Wanguo, on the deck of the huge Moby Dick, Whitebeard and Red Hair grabbed the wine glasses in their hands, and their faces suddenly sank. Other captains and fighters are no exception. For their alliance, perhaps not many people know about it in the outside world. However, in their eyes, the Whitebeard pirates and the Red Hair pirates have joined forces. Not to mention the alliance that suppresses the Big Mom pirates and the Beasts pirates. They are not afraid of even the Navy headquarters and the world government. Unfortunately, the series of events that happened today completely overturned their cognition. They had to examine their own problems and whether they could meet the next wave of storms from the old era to the new era. Whitebeard, the wine bowl in your hand is almost crushed by you. You must have thought of a solution. Red Hair looked at Whitebeard first, raised his head and drank a mouthful of strong liquor, and said, "Don't forget, when I'm left at the end," he mentioned one thing, that there will be unprecedented dangers and opportunities on this sea. If you compare all this with the Blood Flag pirates and Qin Yu, that kid, it is obviously not connected, but I noticed another important thing instead. The silent crowd came back to their senses, their eyes subconsciously locked on the red-haired man. As soon as he opened his mouth, he directly pointed out the important point of the problem. At the same time, there were bold guesses, which aroused their curiosity for them who were now in the dark. Whitebeard's expression turned slightly, lowered his head and glanced at the wine bowl in his hand, and said, "Red-haired, I just don't like this wine with you. However, I also noticed the problem you just mentioned." Naim mentioned the devil fruit at the end, and asked Zifa, the stubborn old guy, to choose. I think the biggest opportunity and danger he mentioned should be related to the devil fruit. In the world of One Piece, devil fruits are called the secret treasures of the sea. They have always been a rare treasure in the eyes of pirates and even ordinary people. Chapter 11:11 The Final Island Raftel. Is it related to devil fruits? Everyone's expressions changed slightly. In the sea, devil fruits are treasures. If the unprecedented opportunity mentioned by Im is related to devil fruits, then what does this devil fruit refer to? Or is it some powerful devil fruit? If devil fruit is the greatest opportunity, what is the unprecedented huge crisis? According to Im, both must coexist. This makes people feel even more confused. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on Whitebeard and Red Hair. As the two people standing at the top of this world, they might know something. "Dad, do you know what Im is referring to?" Ace was the first to lose his temper. Originally, in his eyes, he just wanted to find a way to challenge Uchiha Chinyu. He never thought that in just half a month. He completed his training under Rayleigh, and with great ambitions, he planned to challenge Uchiha Chinyu. He never thought that things would take such a turn. The so-called Five Emperors Chinyu turned out to be an existence that he could not challenge. At least, everything that happened in the Navy headquarters just now overturned their cognition. "Whitebeard, do you know something?" Red Hair also asked. Compared with Whitebeard, Red Hair became famous later and has less experience. If we really want to find the answer, we can only look for it in Whitebeard. For a moment, the atmosphere in the field changed, and everyone's face was filled with an inexplicable urgency. They were eager to know what the secret from Lord Im was. "I seem to have heard the same sentence before. Let me think about it first." Whitebeard frowned and said uncertainly. As soon as this was said, even Red Hair's nerves were tense. Marco hesitated a little, and couldn't help but said, "Dad, now that you say that, I seem to have heard you mention it. When we tried to sail to the end of the Grand Line and anchored at Kanggu Island, you met with Pirate King Roger and drank alone for a day and a night. The first sentence you said to us." "Roger?" Ace's expression changed suddenly. He recognized Whitebeard as his godfather. However, it does not mean that he has no feelings for Roger. At least, in Ace's eyes, he was proud of the fact that his blood was considered evil by the world government. Now Marco suddenly said this, which undoubtedly touched his nerves. "Oh, I remember it too." Whitebeard looked at Ace subconsciously, poured all the wine in the bowl into his mouth, and said, "That day, it was the first time Roger was slightly drunk. Originally, I had no intention of knowing about the final island raftel mentioned by him. But that guy was talking nonsense and wanted to seduce me to beg him to tell me. Looking at that guy's smug look, I certainly won't lose my face, not to mention that I have no interest in the final island, raftel." Finally, Roger, who may have felt bored, suddenly blurted out a sentence after getting slightly drunk, saying that the final island raftel may be a huge scam, which contains the greatest opportunity and the greatest crisis. The slightly unhappy voice echoed on the huge deck. Many people were slightly stunned. For the final island raftel, anyone who sets foot on this sea and becomes a pirate hopes to reach it. It can be said that this is the dream of all pirates. It is also the lifelong ambition of being a pirate. In the original work, after Ace of Fire Fist joined the Whitebeard pirates, the only thing he said was to make Whitebeard the Pirate King. Only by becoming the Pirate King can Whitebeard become the synonym of the strongest. And the only way to become the Pirate King is to find the 4 red historical texts. There are also the warriors of Wano country who can unlock the secrets of the texts. Both are indispensable. When he finally landed on Raftel, Whitebeard could be praised as the real strongest existence on this sea. It can be said that Whitebeard said that he had no interest in Raftel, but his curiosity in his heart must not be less. Everything is just because he can't let go of his face. What's more, before Roger landed on the final island Raftel. On this sea, not many people knew that there was such an island on this sea. For the 4 red copies of the historical texts, no one regarded them as treasures and fought for them. It can be said that the final island, Raftel, can appear in everyone's sight and be deified as one of the synonyms of the Pirate King. The most important thing is the slogan shouted by the Pirate King Roger when he was executed in Roger Town. My treasures are hidden at the end of the sea, in Raftel. If you want them, just go find them. This sentence opened the era of the great pirates. At the same time, if they knew that the pirate group led by Roger was similar to Luffy's Straw Hat Pirates in the original work, but they were just poor. I'm afraid that most people have even greeted Roger's ancestors for 18 generations. Whitebeard, are you saying that M's words refer to the final island Raftel? The red-haired man's expression changed suddenly. But, to go to the final island, Raftel, don't you need 4 pieces of historical text? One of them is in your hand, one is in Kaido's hand, another is in Charlotte Linland's hand, and the whereabouts of the last piece is still unknown. Most importantly, there are not many people in this world who can understand the historical text, right? According to these conditions and factors, I'm afraid it doesn't match M's last sentence, which is about the greatest opportunity and danger coexisting in this sea. Many people present were confused. However, facing the explanation of red-haired Shanks, they nodded silently. After all, not everyone can collect the historical texts and find people who know the meaning of the records. Even if all these conditions and factors are really gathered together, the recorded coordinates of Raftel can be found. However, with the deification of Pirate King Roger, I am afraid that not many people are willing to share this success with others. Take others and go to find it. When he thought of this, the huge deck of the ship suddenly fell into silence. Even Whitebeard's face had a hint of hesitation. Originally, in his eyes, he thought he had found a breakthrough in the secret. He never thought that the clues would be broken so quickly. Chapter 1112 Whitebeard's Decision. The huge deck of the ship fell into an inexplicable silence. Facing the last words left by Im, it undoubtedly became a mystery that touched people's hearts. Many people could only focus their eyes on Whitebeard and red hair, intending to find the answer as soon as possible. As time passed, 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 50 seconds, 1 minute. The atmosphere on the deck became more and more depressing. The wine bowl in Whitebeard's hand was crushed without any warning with a click. Everyone was surprised, and soon saw a glimmer of light in Whitebeard's turbid old eyes. And red hair Shanks said in unison, I thought, who would know what I meant by that? The sudden coordination made Whitebeard and red hair Shanks stunned for a moment, and after looking at each other, they were more certain of their thoughts. They spoke in unison again, 5 Emperors Uchiha Chinyu. Will he know a secret that even Dad doesn't know? Ace's expression could not help but stagnate, and he spoke hurriedly. In his eyes, Whitebeard has always been a high and mighty existence that cannot be offended. Although, Chinyu gave Ace a very powerful feeling. However, Ace's respect for Whitebeard made him firmly believe that Whitebeard was still the strongest existence without actually fighting Chinyu. Now even Whitebeard didn't know about it, but put the breakthrough on Chinyu, which made Ace a little difficult to accept. Ace, Dad is right, we have always underestimated that guy. Marco patted Ace's shoulder and comforted him. Don't forget, if it weren't for that guy who suddenly appeared and made a big fuss on this sea, causing the Navy headquarters to lose one after another, the Holy Land of Marijoa was also destroyed several times, and even the 5 elders were helpless. I'm afraid that the so-called Lord Im would not personally help. This alone is enough to show that Chinyu, the 5th Emperor, has secrets that we don't have. What's more, don't forget that when the 5 elders fought, they mentioned that the power used by Chinyu, the 5th Emperor, came from another world, and they called him the man from heaven. This alone is enough to show that that guy has many secrets that we don't know, and now the unknown secrets mentioned by Im, if we want to find a breakthrough, I'm afraid we can only find it in him. Chang's words made everyone in the field feel that they couldn't refute it. Even if Ace opened his mouth, he couldn't refute it. Ace, I know you are dissatisfied in your heart, but Marco is right. That guy is probably the closest to the secret like Im. Whitebeard persuaded in a deep voice. However, in addition to them, there are some people in this sea who may know the secret of Raftel. Having said that, Whitebeard looked at red-haired Shanks. Many people present were stunned for a moment, and subconsciously looked at red-haired Shanks. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the field, a trace of bitterness flashed across red-haired Shanks' face. He laughed dryly and poured the wine in the wine bowl in his hand into his mouth, and said, "Whitebeard, you mean, in addition to them, there are also crew members who accompanied Captain Roger to the final island of Raftel. However, what disappoints you is that before the final island of Raftel, Buggy had a high fever. As a trainee crew member, Captain Roger said that there would be huge unknown dangers in the next voyage, so I stayed on the island before Raftel. I just know that Captain Roger led everyone into Raftel for a whole year. After coming out, everyone's expression changed. Even Jabba, who liked to joke the most, became silent and didn't say a word about what happened inside. Later, Captain Roger just told me that the pirate group was disbanded and asked me to return to the Sabayati archipelago with Rayleigh, and then he disappeared completely. If you really want to know what happened, I want to ask the members of the original pirate group, maybe they know something." The sudden words, like a basin of cold water, extinguished their hot hearts. In their eyes, they thought that Red Hair, a former member of Roger's pirate group, was now a Four Emperors. He should know something about it. They never thought that they could not find any useful information. This undoubtedly dashed their expectations. "Well, you don't have to be discouraged. I didn't think that Red Hair would be the first one to be defeated. Hope is on the red-haired kid." Whitebeard cleared his throat and said, "If it weren't for the sudden appearance of I'm and the inexplicable words, I might never try to find the answer to Raftel from others in my life. However, the current situation on the sea should be obvious to everyone. The appearance of Uchiha Chinyu and the appearance of I'm have turned the originally multipolar confrontation into a unipolar situation. How powerful the energy behind them is unknown to us. In order to avoid involving you in a crisis in the future, I decided to first learn the secret of the final island Raftel from other people. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you control the situation in your own hands." "I also agree with Whitebeard." Red-haired Shanks also nodded in agreement. In his eyes, even Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest man in the world, said this. It is enough to show that what happened next was beyond control. Although, Red Hair has retained a lot of tricks with his relationship with the Five Elders. But he has always been cautious and does not want to take too many risks. Fight a battle with no chance of winning. Dad, you are right. Let me go to Rayleigh this time. With my presence, maybe I can know the secret of Raftel. Ace spoke first. As the biological son of Pirate King Roger, he was trained by Rayleigh. This kind of teacher-friend situation is enough to sell a good favor. I'm afraid that even if Whitebeard asks, it won't be much better than Ace. Okay, Ace, since you want to figure this out, I won't persuade you, but be careful in everything. Don't make trouble without an absolute chance of winning. The sea now is not the same as before. I don't want you to lose before you see the final secret. Whitebeard echoed in a deep voice. Chapter 1113 Supernova Born at the Wrong Time. Dad, don't worry, I will let you ascend to the strongest throne on this sea, and I won't mess around until you reach the peak. Ace nodded in response. For Whitebeard's attention and caution, even the captains who were usually fearless were now surprisingly silent. Red-haired Shanks, after taking another look at Ace, laughed and said, Okay, since Ace is here, I'll try to find the answer from other people. But, Whitebeard, don't forget that we are allies. In this unknown situation, only allies can increase the chance of survival, not to mention taking the initiative in this incident. So, if Ace really gets any useful information, I hope you, Whitebeard, don't hide it, and don't worry, I will share the secret with you. Faced with this straightforward way of speaking, many captains present also changed their faces slightly. If it had been in the past, if someone dared to talk to Whitebeard like this, they would have already jumped up and taught him a lesson. However, things are different now. The Whitebeard pirates, which was hailed as the strongest in the past, have been gradually overshadowed by the Blood Flag pirates that suddenly appeared. If they cannot turn things around with this incident, it is not impossible for the Blood Flag pirates to become the leader of the new era. Humph, Red Hair, don't use your mean heart on me. I will never forget that you stopped me from taking action against Blackbeard this time. After this matter is settled, if you and I have not been buried in the sea, I will definitely teach you a lesson and let you know that in front of me, you will always be an intern on Roger's ship. Whitebeard snorted disdainfully, threw the broken pieces of the wine bowl in his hand into the sea, and turned to leave. See you off, I'm tired today too. Looking at Whitebeard, who had been ordered to leave in a moment, Red Hair was not only not angry, but relieved and smiled. Red Hair knew that in Whitebeard's eyes, he would always be a trainee crew member on Roger's ship. Even if he became one of the 4 emperors and sat with Whitebeard, he was never taken seriously by Whitebeard. However, it was precisely for this reason that Red Hair believed that Whitebeard, who always loved his face, would never break his promise. Looking at the burly figure of Whitebeard disappearing in the cabin, Red Hair Shanks put down the wine bowl in his hand and said, "Brother Marco, the matter here is over, and I will leave first to find the secret of the final island, Raftel. Ace, as the blood of Captain Roger, I also hope that you can act carefully. There are many things on this sea that you can't figure out. As pirates, we must be aware of licking blood on the edge of a knife. Goodbye, I hope the next time we meet, it will be the time to solve the secret of Raftel." After saying this, red-haired Shanks had no intention of staying any longer. He jumped and landed directly on the Lithos dock next to him. Regarding the negotiations with the 4 emperors, especially at this critical juncture, Loki, Ben Beckman, and others on the ship did not relax at all. They only breathed a sigh of relief when red-haired Shanks returned to the deck of the ship. As the orders of the 4 emperors fell one by one, the New World, which had been divided and relatively peaceful, suddenly became it was like a storm was brewing. Especially at the Navy headquarters, after the Supreme Ruler Im, who was hiding behind the scenes of the world government, appeared, he left behind a thought-provoking sentence. It became an invisible hand that stirred the sea. The momentum of detonating the sea was definitely no less than the commotion caused when the pirate King Roger was executed in Rogue Town that day. Under these factors, the Sabaody archipelago, which was originally the most important springboard for the Grand Line to the New World, it ushered in waves of pirates. Those supernovas who lurked in the 4 seas and made a great reputation also began to show their edge and flocked to the Sabaody archipelago. The number 1 and number 2 islands, which had been destroyed, directly became important places for pirates to land and coat. The huge dock was moored with dozens or even hundreds of pirate ships. Countless pirates kept landing on the island to find suitable coating craftsmen, coating the ships as soon as possible, and then rushing to the New World. It can be said that the pirates gathered here have only one idea in their minds. They want to rely on the unprecedented opportunity mentioned by Im to rise to the top and stand among the strong. Really, I didn't expect you to come to coat. You don't owe the casino money again. During this period, without the human trafficking auction, it will be difficult for you to get money. You should gamble less in the future. An old man who was about to go for coating looked at Rayleigh, who walked out of the crowd and took the lead to greet him. As a coating craftsman in the Sabaody archipelago, Rayleigh's excellent craftsmanship and gambling personality are undoubtedly known to many people. Haha, old man Thor, you are still the same, you like to preach to me. Rayleigh stopped, raised his head and took a sip of wine, and said, however, life is short, and my fun is just that little. If I don't even sell myself for gambling, it will be as boring as this wine. However, you guessed wrong this time. I didn't come here for coating, but just wanted to see what the newcomers who have become famous in the Sabaody archipelago look like during this period. Rayleigh left these words and looked towards the dock. The first thing that caught my eye was that in addition to the messy ships, there were also some special pirate ships. These special pirate ships will maintain a certain vacuum zone in the surrounding sea. Those pirates who approached would show a trace of fear after seeing the pirate flag hanging on the top of the mast, and they would choose to retreat and leave the sea area. Of course, judging from the scattered ship wreckage on the sea, there are probably many people who don't have eyes. When they encountered these so-called supernovas, they challenged them. They were eventually sunk directly into the sea. Haha, I didn't expect that there would be many interesting guys in the Sabaody archipelago this time. Rayleigh laughed dryly, took a sip of wine, and said with a little regret. It's a pity that they were born at the wrong time. If they had appeared on the sea a few years earlier, they might have become independent overlords of the sea, and in time they would have been able to challenge the order set by the 4 emperors and become new giants. Now, facing the Blood Flag pirates, which are in their heyday, and the mysterious alien Uchiha Chinyu, even the 4 emperors are overwhelmed, let alone a group of newcomers like them. Next, the New World may really change. Chapter 1114. If you want to die, don't implicate us. Rayleigh, are you crazy? If you say such disrespectful things casually, be careful of attracting a fatal disaster. Don't forget that we only care about money in this business, not people. The old man standing behind him was the first to lose his temper and spoke hurriedly. For them, the coding craftsmen who wander between light and darkness and deal with pirates for money. But they risk being killed by pirates at any time. The pirates who can cross the 4 seas and the first half of the Grand Line and come here are not real. Therefore, in order to survive, their motto is to talk less and do more. Otherwise, if they are not careful, not only will they bring disaster to themselves, but I am afraid that other coding craftsmen will also be liquidated. Hehe, brother SOS, you haven't left yet? It seems that I almost implicated my brother. Rayleigh laughed dryly and poured wine into his mouth again. But, brother, you should leave quickly. There are too many people here, it's not safe. You are not young anymore, and you have earned enough money. You don't need to do this kind of thing anymore. Now this sea has become uneasy. Once something really happens, I'm afraid you will be affected. As one of the right-hand men of the former pirate king, he is even called a Pluto-like existence. Unless you have always been familiar with the affairs of the sea, and Rayleigh displays real means and strength. Otherwise, not many people would associate the sloppy uncle in front of them with the legendary Pluto. What's more, the old man who gave a kind reminder is 7 or 8 years older than Rayleigh. As an ordinary coding craftsman, how could he have thought that the sloppy man in front of him was actually related to the pirate king Roger? Rayleigh, you. The old man was speechless for a moment, looking at Rayleigh with a warm smile on his face, and finally swallowed back the words that were on his lips. He sighed faintly and said, forget it, brother Rayleigh, you are right. The number of pirates pouring into the Sabayati archipelago these days is indeed much more than usual. I am old, but I am not old and confused. You are right. The sea is going to change, and it should not be groundless. I am old, and I have saved enough money. It is time for me to go back and enjoy my life. I will not leave this muddy water. At this point, the old man threw a bottle of wine to Rayleigh and said, this is the treasure you are thinking about. You don't have to be greedy anymore. However, Rayleigh, I still advise you that the sea is changing, but it does not mean that we are qualified to comment. You should leave with Xiaoqi as soon as possible. Those supernovas, whether they are born at the wrong time or not, are not something we can evaluate. After leaving these words, the old man turned around and left without any nostalgia. Rayleigh took a look at the old wine in his hand and smiled. He was about to thank him, but his brows frowned. Hehe, I seem to have heard someone say bad things about supernovas, but you also linked me to those trash, which makes me very unhappy. Explode. The inexplicable shouting instantly attracted everyone's attention. All eyes turned and locked onto the dock and the building next to it. This is the captain of the radio pirates, Skullachiman APU, from the long-armed clan, who has a bounty of 190 million Baileys among the supernovas. It is said that he kills people without being seen. The rapid exclamation made everyone's face change drastically. The Sabayati archipelago is now shrouded in the so-called supernova's reputation. Anyone who is targeted by them is basically doomed to die. The old man hiding in the crowd suddenly changed his face. The moment before, he was still preaching to Rayleigh, letting him understand the truth that disaster comes from the mouth. He never thought that this disaster would come so quickly and fall directly on him. Haha, you want to escape now, but you will suffer a little in my hands and learn a lesson, which is much luckier than being encountered by those crazy people like Kid. APU grinned and laughed unscrupulously. His hands, which were beyond ordinary people, slapped directly on his chest. Boom! The dull drum sounded without any warning. Under the stirring of invisible sound waves, a large number of evil ripples were set off, like waves, rushing towards the old man hiding in the crowd. The sudden scene made the crowd around the old man quickly move away, forming a vacuum zone. For a moment, only Rayleigh and the old man were left in the field, feeling like a crane standing out from the crowd. Feeling the vibration waves transmitted quickly in the air, Rayleigh raised his eyebrows and was about to take action. APU, you bastard, stop it, you want to die, but we don't. A sudden and unexpected cry rang out. Bonnie, who had landed in front of the old man first, threw her right hand into the void at the moment when it was covered with armed color, and collided with the shock wave coming from the void. Bang! The powerful explosion wave rolled back like a tidal wave. Even the old man standing behind Bonnie couldn't help but retreat 7 or 8 steps, and only stopped with Rayleigh's one-handed support. Looking at the young girl who suddenly came to the rescue, the old man's expression froze, and he was the first to show a shocked face and said, You are one of the supernovas, the big eater Bonnie. As an experienced old man who survived dealing with pirates, the old man could of course instantly see through the supernova who was in the limelight in the Sabayati archipelago during this period. Hey, since you recognized me, why don't you go aside quickly and don't get in my way? Bonnie snorted unhappily and said. You don't have to thank me. I only saved you because of the favor that Pluto Rayleigh saved me that day. Also, Rayleigh is right. Our so-called supernova is simply a joke in front of that person. It's completely untimely. The small voice seemed to be infused with magic sound at this moment, echoing on the huge dock, and it did not dissipate for a long time. Everyone's eyes turned and locked on Bonnie, with a trace of disbelief on their faces. In their eyes, if an outsider gave such an evaluation of the supernova, there would be nothing strange. However, now these words came from Bonnie, the big eater who is also a member of the supernova. If you don't hear it with your own ears, who would be willing to believe that there are pirates who would slander themselves and lower their status to agree with others' statements? For a time, thousands of pirates in the huge dock looked at Bonnie and couldn't say anything. Most importantly, they knew clearly that there were not only APU but also several other extremely vicious pirates present. If you are not careful, Bonnie, the big eater, may become the target of public criticism. Chapter 1115 Divination instead of fighting. The huge dock fell into silence. Seeing his attack being blocked, APU's expression froze for a moment, and then his eyes fell on Bonnie's hand, and the gradually dissipating domineering aura, and he said in a deep voice. You crazy woman, you really know the armed color domineering. I didn't expect you to learn this method before you arrived in the new world. But don't be too happy too soon. You have domineering aura and more methods than me, but there are more supernovas here than just me. You made such a big noise just now, I think those guys should have been alarmed. Then I will see what you can do to settle this matter. For pirates, especially the bloody and vicious pirates, they pay more attention to there is only a bad reputation and a bounty representing strength and fame. As in the original work, Captain Kidd's strength is indeed not much higher than Luffy's. Luffy has a brilliant record of defeating 2 of the 7 warlords of the sea, but he still cannot match Kidd's bounty. This is precisely because Kidd's behavior along the way is too cruel, and his actions of killing innocent people and destroying small towns and islands are everywhere. In the pricing of the bounty of the Navy headquarters and even the world government, there is a rule that the bounty is measured by the severity of the crime. It is precisely for this reason that Kidd's bounty will take the lead. Haha, I didn't expect that after arriving in the Sabayati archipelago for several days, I finally encountered some interesting things. It seems that someone is publicly saying bad things about our supernovas. A slightly arrogant voice sounded without warning. Everyone soon saw that on a pirate ship flying the flag of the Kidd Pirates, 7 or 8 figures appeared at some point. The leader is Captain Kidd, who is known as the first among the supernovas, wearing a red cape, goggles on his forehead, and has a red hedgehog head. He is rebellious. The bounty amount is 315 million. Following closely behind is Kira, who is also a supernova and has a bounty of 162 million and is known as the Killing Samurai. In the same pirate group, there can be 2 pirates who are also revered as supernovas with a bounty of over 100 million. This alone is enough to make the Kidd Pirates the most important supernova pirate group in the eyes of outsiders. Most importantly, as the captain, Kidd has always been a good-natured person and is a fierce man who acts completely according to his own preferences. Now that he has appeared, I am afraid that other supernovas will not be absent, right? Haha, Kidd, don't scare the others as soon as you show up. You all look ferocious. Instead of killing each other, let me do some divination and use the sacred divination results to decide the outcome of this battle. Hawkins, with blonde hair and a group of men wearing white missionary clothes, came out from the back. He turned his eyes and said in a slightly elegant manner, I think Captain Trafalgar Law, the so-called death surgeon, and Captain Capon Becky, should not mind, right? The names mentioned one after another made everyone's face change suddenly. If the appearance of Kidd has already touched the nerves of all of them. Now Hawkins, who is also a member of the supernova and has a bounty of 210 million, has also appeared. Also, Trafalgar Law, the death surgeon, who has a bounty of 230 million Baileys. Capon Becky, who is known as a black bandit and has a bounty of 190 million. This series of names that appeared almost brought all the supernovas together. Haha, it's rare to have such an interesting thing, how could I not be included? Unbridled laughter sounded without warning. Soon, a figure was seen falling from the sky and hitting the dock heavily. The strong wind that was raised even overturned the pirates who were staying and gathering around. Looking at this figure that was similar to the appearance of Kaido, the king of beasts, but it was dozens of times inferior, and the figure was as burly as an iron tower. The muscles were prominent, giving people a feeling of being like a rock. Many pirates present suddenly changed their faces. This is one of the supernovas, the captain of the Broken Monk pirate group, and the monk with a bounty of 180 million. I didn't expect that even he came. This farce may be difficult to end. Rapid exclamations echoed between heaven and earth. Looking at the supernovas that suddenly appeared one after another, the atmosphere of the huge dock suddenly became extremely depressing. It was as if an invisible hand was tightly grasping everyone's heart. His eyes suddenly fell on Bonnie. After all, compared with other murderous supernovas, Bonnie appeared to save people, which was obviously incompatible with the style of the pirates. If a group of supernovas really want to target one person, then the first one to bear the brunt is definitely her. What's wrong? You are all staring at me. It shouldn't be because you fell under my shorts. If you want to do it, just go ahead. What supernova, in my eyes, is simply shit, not to mention in front of that guy. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the field, Bonnie snorted disdainfully. Damn bitch, it seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you really think you are great with armed color domineering. For us, this method can be learned quickly as soon as we set foot in the new world. If you rely on this alone as your confidence, it's probably not enough. Kid was the first to lose his temper and shouted coldly. However, before he could make a move, Hawkins on the side had already stepped out of the crowd. Captain Kidd, we are both supernovas, please allow me to say a word. Now the sea is turbulent, the old order has long been in tatters, and the new era is starting to run. We supernovas have just emerged, and we should retain our strength. At the same time, we should fight together to have the ability to challenge the old order. As long as we can unite together, it may be possible to deal with the 4 emperors or even the 5th emperor Qin Yu in time. At this point, Hawkins took out a deck of tarot cards and smiled and said, in order to avoid hurting the harmony and causing unnecessary losses, so as to avoid weakening our advantages in the new world, I still suggest that I use my tarot cards to tell the outcome, and the result can be obtained in an instant. As he spoke, Hawkins' held movements did not pause at all. He took out the tarot cards one by one and finally propped them up in the air with straw. In just 7 or 8 seconds, there were already 6 cards in front of him. But as the number of cards increased and time passed, Hawkins's face became uglier and uglier, and cold sweat oozed from his forehead. Chapter 1116 The group wiped out by the celestial dragons. On the dock, everyone's eyes were all locked on Hawkins. However, he was able to become a pirate and make it to the Sabaody archipelago without dying halfway. None of them was mediocre. Moreover, Hawkins's expression changed so clearly that anyone who was not a fool could see through it at a glance. Captain Hawkins, what did you see? What happened? The big man standing aside, wearing white missionary clothes, was the first to lose his temper. All along, they had encountered many dangers when they broke into the Sabaody archipelago in the North Sea. Most of them were easily resolved by divination. It can be said that the pirates gathered under Hawkins's command were completely following him because of his mysterious divination ability. However, facing the strange situation in front of them, they were able to take out an insurance policy, which was the first time they encountered it. Yes, it is 100%, the survival rate of that girl is 100%. Hawkins's hand trembled slightly as he took out the last card. Looking at the final picture displayed on the card, his pupils contracted and his face was full of disbelief. The chance of our group being wiped out is 99%. According to divination, we may be killed or let go easily. The hurried voice, at this moment, was like an invisible heavy hammer, hitting the nerves of all the spectators present. Even supernovas such as Kid could not help but change their expressions slightly. As supernovas, except for the silly captain like Luffy in the original work, many pirate groups would regularly collect information about events that happened on the sea, as well as some information about potential competitive enemies. Among them, they all knew a little about Hawkins, who was also a supernova and had emerged in the North Sea and the Grand Line. Among them, Hawkins was most famous for his strange divination skills on this sea. In terms of accuracy, it can be described as amazing. However, in their eagerness, they came to this result, which undoubtedly subverted everyone's cognition. Hawkins, did you see it clearly? Don't fool us, otherwise don't blame us for killing you. Kid's face sank and he roared first. Following closely behind him, Kira also walked out of the crowd. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the field, Hawkins hurriedly changed the order of the cards in his hand. Unfortunately, no matter how he changed the order, the result displayed on it remained unchanged. No chance, the chance of winning the battle is 0, the chance of a tie is 0, the chance of death is 99%, and the success rate of escape is 0. Where does this crisis come from? Hawkins wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to himself hurriedly. Looking at Hawkins, who was like an ant on a hot pot, this kind of inappropriate performance made people feel that there was no way to refute it. Even Kid was unwilling to believe that Hawkins would behave so badly, even at the cost of his own face, just to tease them. However, facing the crisis mentioned by Hawkins, whether it was a supernova or an ordinary pirate, their eyes quickly swept across the field. They were eager to find out who could cause this consequence. It's the flag of the Celestial Dragons. There are Celestial Dragons ships approaching in the distance. Aren't they afraid of the Sabayati archipelago and will never land on the island again? The unexpected exclamation sounded without warning in the field. Everyone's eyes turned in unison, locked on the sea not far away, coming quickly, extremely luxurious, representing the supreme status of the Celestial Dragons. Many people's expressions could not help but change. The divination answer given by Hawkins a moment ago was already intriguing. They have not yet found the key to the failure of the supernova. Then they ushered in the sudden visit of the Celestial Dragons. Is this a coincidence, or is it that the key to the destruction of the supernova lies in the Celestial Dragons? However, as long as you have landed on the Sabayati archipelago, you will definitely hear a rumor. The Celestial Dragons must die if they land on the island. This does not mean that the people on the island, or the pirate merchants who come and go, will dare to attack the Celestial Dragons. It's just that as long as the Celestial Dragons land on the Sabayati archipelago, it seems that they can't escape the blood flag curse. No matter what your background is, or who you bring to the stage. After acting recklessly here, you will definitely usher in the killing disaster from the blood flag pirates. It can be said that the islands in Area 1 and 2 where they are standing now can become places where pirates can openly set foot, thanks to the Celestial Dragons. Every time they offend, the blood flag pirates can make another assassin. Directly destroy an island. Haha, I haven't come here to play for a long time. The Holy Land Marijoa was attacked. What does this have to do with me? I am a Celestial Dragon who is high above and standing at the top. You ants can't compare at all. Those guys who are afraid of the blood flag pirates are simply, it's just a foolish dream. They have been made to disappear by Lord Yim using extremely tyrannical means. I don't believe that we will be driven out again after landing on the Sabayati archipelago. This time I want a lot of slaves, preferably mermaids and fishmen. Standing on the first deck of the huge bow, Charles Roll, who was wearing a fish tank, dragging a big pile of snot, and looking stupid, was the first to lose his temper and showed a gesture of pointing out the world. In the boring life of the Celestial Dragons, the most important way to relieve boredom is to pretend and brag. In Charles Roll's eyes, he only needs to board the Sabayati archipelago that no one else dares to board. Not only will he return to the Holy Land of Marijoa alive, but he will also bring back all kinds of slaves. Then his reputation will definitely grow unprecedentedly in the Holy Land of Marijoa. Once that time comes, Charles Roll will definitely be able to brag about it for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, Charles Roll became more and more excited. His eyes swept across the dock and he was the first to shout excitedly. Come on, these broken pirate ships are blocking our route. I am a high-ranking Celestial Dragon. This is an offense to me. Sink them all. I want to let these pirates know that no one is qualified to challenge the majesty of our Celestial Dragons. I want to reshape myself, and let those guys in the Holy Land of Marijoa say no clearly that Charles Roll is the best among the Celestial Dragons. The unbridled and immature words fell into the ears of many people, and the expressions of all the pirates in the field could not help but stagnate. Even the supernovas and Rayleigh seemed a little surprised. For the supernovas to be wiped out and unable to escape, is this really related to the Celestial Dragons? Chapter 1117 Pluto Rayleigh. Fire! Charles Roll shouted in a hurry. The Navy soldiers following closely behind him paused, looked at each other, and hurried forward to take action. There are too many pirates gathered here. Many of them are extremely vicious from the flags. However, compared with the high majesty of the Celestial Dragons, they obviously chose the latter. As Charles Roll's order fell, dozens of cannons and the sound of gear mechanisms turning rang out. When the black gun barrels were directly locked on the pirate ship on the dock, the pirates present finally understood the intentions of the celestial dragons. This is the ship of our Black Panther pirates. He wants to destroy our ship. This is the ship of our hill pirates. This is the ship of our Iron Rhino pirates. One after another, exclamations rang out in the field. Some impulsive pirates, with indignation on their faces, were stopped by the pirates accompanying them and even around them. He pushed her to the ground and took control. Are you crazy? If you want to die, don't drag us down. A pirate lowered his voice and warned hurriedly. This scene was staged in many corners. Faced with the sudden order of the celestial dragons, many pirates found it difficult to accept at first. However, they were soon suppressed and calmed down. When they came to their senses, they were full of fear, and even the clothes on their backs were soaked with cold sweat. Looking at the pirates who were suppressing them around, their faces were full of gratitude. The means just now seemed a bit rough, but for them, as long as they could save their lives, it was already very good. During this period, the celestial dragons in the Holy Land Marijoa topped the list of topics in the sea. Although the topics were all about how the celestial dragons suffered losses. However, they were incomparable to the legendary Blood Flag pirates. Now if they act rashly, not only will they not be able to solve the problem, but they will also encounter a full-scale counterattack and annihilation by the Navy headquarters. It is also possible to attract the Admiral of the Navy to come to the Sabayati archipelago for another bloodbath. After all, the Blood Flag pirates repeatedly killed celestial dragons in public. And the continuous destruction of the Holy Land of Marijoa, this crazy behavior, has made the Navy headquarters and even the world government bear the title of weakness and incompetence. If pirates other than the Blood Flag pirates cause harm to celestial dragons or even death, then the face of the Navy headquarters and even the world government will be completely lost. Therefore, if anyone dares to collide with the celestial dragons now, what awaits them will be the Navy headquarters' most crazy counterattack. That is Captain Kidd's pirate ship, and the celestial dragons are also eyeing it. A pirate suddenly exclaimed. Everyone's eyes turned and fell on the ship flying the flag of the Kidd pirates. The celestial dragon stared at this slightly strange pirate ship full of metal DJ style with a smug smile on his face. Come, and sink it for me. Charles Roll said excitedly. As soon as these words fell, everyone's nerves were suddenly tense. Everyone's eyes turned and subconsciously looked at Captain Kidd. As the first supernova, a super pirate with a bounty of more than 300 million. The moment before, he was still full of fierceness, giving people a feeling of laughing at the heroes. They are now eager to see how Kidd, the first supernova, will react to the orders issued by the special existence of the celestial dragon. Damn guy! Feeling the gazes from all around and the changing atmosphere in the field, Kidd clenched his fists and his expression became distorted. His aura also became fluctuating. In Kidd's eyes, he never thought that the celestial dragons would come to the Sabayati archipelago at this critical moment. He never thought that the celestial dragons would choose this place to land instead of going to that place. At the same time, they would also target his pirate ship. Haha, Master Kidd, it seems that it's not your bad luck, but your pirate ship, which is too flamboyant. Trafalgar Law, who was carrying the ghost cry, laughed and said, Fortunately, mine is a submarine. However, I advise Master Kidd that you are too murderous now. If you do something impulsive, you may be targeted by the Navy headquarters at this critical juncture. Waiting for you will be the endless pursuit of the Admiral. We pirates who are waiting for the coating on the island and the New World today may also be implicated. Having said that, Trafalgar Law walked towards Bonnie and continued with a smile, I don't want to compete with you this time, and get into other troubles. The main purpose is to find Master Bonnie and Pluto Rayleigh. I think Master Kidd and all the masters are smart people, but if you want to follow the example of the Blood Flag pirates, you can do it. The slightly long voice echoed on the dock, making the faces of the pirates present suddenly change drastically. Even supernovas like Kidd and Killer are no exception. They didn't do it because of Trafalgar Law's emotional and logical persuasion. It was just because Trafalgar Law mentioned the name of Pluto Rayleigh at the end. Especially, seeing the sloppy old man with silver hair who was stopped by Bonnie. As a pirate, as long as he is not a fool or a stupid person, he has great ambitions. He still knows a little about the crew of the legendary Pirate King. In particular, Pluto Rayleigh, who is known as the right-hand man of the Pirate King, is no exception. This sloppy old man may not be conspicuous at first. But now Trafalgar Law has directly revealed his identity. This undoubtedly makes them abandon Rayleigh's sloppy image. Directly replace him with Pluto Rayleigh. Haha, I didn't expect that someone would come to my door, an old man like me. I was going to drink some wine and gamble, but I didn't expect that the times are unforgiving. Rayleigh raised his head and took a sip of strong liquor, without denying it. You should be the death surgeon, the captain of the Heart Pirates, Trafalgar Law. But I'm curious why you came to me. People with the surgery fruit are special. You suddenly showed up, be careful that those guys will target you. Rayleigh was not surprised that Bonnie recognized him. After all, when he first met Uchiha Chinyu in the Sabayati archipelago, the crazy act of killing the celestial dragons was to save this girl. Rayleigh was also not surprised that Kid, who had always been stubborn and unwilling to admit defeat, suddenly spoke out to refute Kid. Chapter 1118 The Disaster of the Celestial Dragons. The dock fell into a brief silence. Everyone's eyes and attention were completely attracted by Rayleigh with a head full of silver hair. Since the 5 emperors Chinyu made a big fuss in the Sabayati archipelago, there have been frequent reports of Pluto Rayleigh appearing in the Sabayati archipelago. However, hearing about it and seeing it with one's own eyes are two completely different concepts. After all, many pirates may never encounter the crew of the Pirate King in their entire lives. Mr. Rayleigh, I am not here to find you, but to find a certain adult. I wonder if you can introduce him to me. Trafalgar carried Guiku, and the smile on his face was slightly restrained, with a hint of sincerity. As supernovas of the sinful generation, each of them is unruly. Now Trafalgar Law's sudden self-degradation has undoubtedly touched the nerves of many people. However, what they most want to know is what identity Trafalgar Law is talking about. You're looking for him. Rayleigh raised his eyebrows and said, I'm really surprised by your idea. However, I still have to give you a piece of advice. That guy has been elusive. I don't know where he is, or when he will appear. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow, or maybe he will never appear. However, I advise you to deal with the anger of the celestial dragons first. This is no joke. Rayleigh did not think he was exaggerating for these words. At least, after experiencing what happened in the Marine headquarters Marineford not long ago. And after Im's words, Rayleigh finally understood how to explain so many secrets hidden in Chinyu. Just by changing his identity casually and various means, it is enough to explain his identity as a celestial being. However, it is precisely for this reason that Rayleigh is also eager to find Chinyu and solve the secret of the final island, Raftel. The anger of the celestial dragons. The expressions of many people present were stagnant for a moment. They were indeed attracted by the sudden appearance of Pluto Rayleigh and completely ignored the biggest danger at the moment. A bunch of ants, dare to ignore the high and mighty celestial dragons, I will make you pay a heavy price. Charles Roll, standing on the bow deck, roared with a twisted expression. Fire and sink all their ships. The hysterical roar pulled everyone back to their senses. The Navy soldier standing aside hesitated for a moment, and subconsciously looked at the Navy general who was accompanying the escort and using the Den Mushi to talk to the side. I saw it all. I just contacted Admiral Akainu. He told us to attack. He is in the waters near the Sabayati archipelago. If anything happens, he can come to the rescue in time. The Rear Admiral said in a deep voice after hanging up the Den Mushi. As the voice fell, Charles Roll, who was standing on the bow, suddenly brightened up. Did you hear it? Without the Navy Admiral, this celestial dragon can walk sideways, not to mention that there is an admiral nearby. What are you afraid of? Do it, otherwise you will all die. Do it. After a moment's hesitation, the Rear Admiral nodded in agreement. After receiving the final order, the Navy soldiers present finally gritted their teeth and loaded the shells. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the artillery sounded like thunder. Dozens of shells pierced the void and fell directly on the pirate ship anchored at the dock. Seeing this sudden scene, many pirates' faces changed suddenly. Even Kid was no exception. After all, his captain's ship was completely given special treatment by the celestial dragons and was directly targeted. Damn celestial dragons, I will definitely take revenge in the future. Kid clenched his fists and said with gritted teeth. If he hadn't heard that Akainu was nearby, Kid might have jumped up, taken the ship back, and then escaped. However, in this situation, in order to avoid being targeted by the Admiral, the only thing he could do was to suppress his anger and put it aside as a grandson. Boom! Thunderous explosions were pierced through one after another. Even Kid's captain was cut in half after enduring several artillery bombardments. Looking at the flames and the large pieces of ship debris scattered on the coast, Charles Roll, standing on the deck of the ship, showed ecstasy and excitement on his face. Haha, this is a great feat. If those guys in the Holy Land Mary Geoase knew about it, I would definitely become a legend. I will also catch all the pirates here. Charles Roll laughed. The faces of the pirates in the field suddenly changed drastically. However, before they could react, an invisible force of oppression rolled back like a tidal wave, directly covering the entire dock. At this moment, everyone seemed to have an invisible big hand, tightening their hearts, making people feel like they couldn't breathe. What on earth is going on? Hawkins's face suddenly changed. Looking at the tarot cards in his hand, which were changing the divination results, cold sweat oozed from his forehead. A moment ago, when he saw the celestial dragons appear, Hawkins thought that their group was wiped out and had something to do with the celestial dragons. When he saw Pluto Rayleigh, he also suspected that it was related to the legendary Pirate King's deputy. However, as the situation in front of them gradually changed, this sudden and huge breath once again overturned their cognition. No. It should be said that the situation in front of them suddenly changed. According to the results of the tarot divination, the two are probably definitely related. Haha, I didn't expect that guy to be the disaster star of the celestial dragons, and he could meet him like this. Rayleigh came back to his senses in shock, drank the last sip of wine in his hand, and looked up at the sky. Bang! A crisp cracking sound rang out without warning. Cracks like spider webs spread rapidly in the void. The next moment, it gave people a feeling of broken mirrors, and a huge space vortex quickly appeared in front of everyone. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. In particular, the situation in front of them was somewhat similar to the scene that happened in the Marine headquarters Marineford not long ago. Before they could react, a figure walked out slowly in full view of the public. A pair of strange eyes looked around the scene and showed an interested smile. Haha, I didn't expect that I could encounter such a lively scene and some familiar faces when I came out. However, I just seemed to hear someone say that the pirates were going to be caught in one fell swoop. Chapter 1119 The other party's den mushy signal is not good. The small voice, at this moment, is like thunder, echoing on the huge dock, and it can't be dispersed for a long time. Looking at this figure that appeared unexpectedly. Whether it is a pirate or a celestial dragon, even a group of supernovas, their expressions are stiff. At this moment, they finally understand what Rayleigh meant by the sentence just now, the disaster star of the celestial dragon. Yes, it is the captain of the Blood Flag Pirates, the 5th Emperor Qin Yu. How could he appear in such a place? A pirate was the first to lose his temper and cried out in surprise. Looking at the figure quietly floating in the void, some people even rubbed their eyes red. After all, not long ago, the peak sea burial between the strongest and the strongest staged in the Navy headquarters gave people a kind of lingering memory. For ordinary pirates, just seeing the figure in the sky, the body is trembling slightly, and instantly lost the will to fight. Not to mention, he attacked the person in front of him. He is the 5th Emperor Qin Yu, the captain of the Blood Pirates. Charles Roll's expression froze, and then his face blossomed with ecstasy. He grabbed the rear admiral beside him and said in a hurry. Quick, notify Akainu quickly and ask him to come over. I want to catch this lone captain of the Blood Flag Pirates. His people have destroyed the Holy Land of Marijoa 2 or 3 times. If I kill him with my own hands and solve the problem that the Navy headquarters and the world government can't solve, I will definitely become a hero among the world's nobles. Idiot! What a big idiot! In the minds of the rear admirals, even the soldiers, and a group of pirates, this absurd evaluation first emerged. No. It should be said that the current rear admirals are eager to slap the celestial dragons directly. Other celestial dragons, when they met the Blood Flag Pirates, were already terrified and hid directly. Only this arrogant Charles Roll, at this critical moment, ran to the Sabayati archipelago to show off his power. Most importantly, the world is so big, but he happened to encounter this killer star that not many people want to encounter. It can be said that the rear admiral in charge of the front line now even wants to die. Useless guy, why don't you speak? Give me the den mushi. I want to contact Akainu personally. I want him to kill the 5 emperors Qin Yu. Charles Roll grabbed the den mushi and quickly connected. In his eyes, the admiral of the navy is the biggest amulet for the celestial dragons. In particular, on this island, which is only a dozen miles away from the Navy headquarters, it is not impossible for the Admiral to arrive in time and kill Qin Yu. Gurgle gurgle, the call is being established, please wait. The call of the Den Den Mushi sounded all of a sudden. Seeing the originally drooping eyes and listless Den Den Mushi suddenly perk up, Charles Rolle's face was even more joyful. He hurriedly looked up at Qin Yu and said, "You pirate, just wait, I will let Akainu take your head and make you regret your arrogant behavior." As a qualified celestial dragon, in addition to drinking, gambling, slavery, and so on. As for what happened in the outside world, everything is beyond their scope of understanding. At least, in their eyes, the celestial dragons are supreme. At the same time, there are admirals of the Navy headquarters as amulets. They have long been accustomed to the arrogant and closed-door life. At present, for Charles Rolle, he only knows that the Blood Flag pirates led by the 5th Emperor Qin Yu have repeatedly attacked the Holy Land of Marijoa. They only know that they have good combat power and means, and they don't know how strong they are. Major General Kyle, didn't I tell you long ago that if the celestial dragons were not in danger, you shouldn't bother me? Akainu's low roar came out from the Den Den Mushi, changing the expressions of everyone present. At least, in their eyes, Akainu is a Navy admiral. Looking at this sea, he can definitely be called a ceiling-like existence. However, the person he has to face this time is the legendary 5 Emperors Qin Yu. The spectators present were eager to know what reaction the dignified Navy Admiral Akainu would have if he knew that the visitors were the Blood Flag pirates. "Admiral Akainu, I'm Charles Rolle, I have great news for you. I met the 5 Emperors Qin Yu, you come quickly and help me kill him, I want to take his head back to show those cowards." Charles Rolle shouted excitedly. It can be said that at this moment, the look he gave Qin Yu was like staring at a sweet potato. Eagerly waiting for the reply from the other part of the Den Den Mushi. However, as time went by, the other part of the Den Den Mushi became dead silent. No. It should be said that there was no sound at all, and the dissatisfied voice and tone of Akainu a moment ago also disappeared. What's wrong? Is the signal of the other Den Den Mushi bad? Why is there no sound? Charles Rolle looked around suspiciously. As soon as these words fell, the Den Den Mushi directly made an echoing sound of cutting off the call. The eyes of the Den Den Mushi, which were erected, softened all of a sudden. Seeing this scene, many people were stunned. No. It should be said that compared with Charles Rolle, they instantly saw through Akainu's intention. After Charles Rolle said that the signal of the other Den Den Mushi was not good, he went down the stairs directly. At least, after witnessing Uchiha Qin Yu's methods with his own eyes, and suffering losses one after another at the hands of the members of the Blood Flag pirates. Only a fool would really take action against Uchiha Qin Yu, the new emperor who is one of the 5 emperors and whose reputation has now surpassed the 4 emperors. "You, what are you looking at?" Charles Rolle came back to his senses and tried to dial the Den Den Mushi again, saying, "Kyle, take your men and knock that guy down first. I'll let Akainu come over and take care of him right away. By the way, don't just stand there, aim all your cannons at him. I'm going to make him regret bumping into me." The orders that came out one after another made the huge deck of the ship fall into a dead silence. The expressions of the Navy soldiers and even the rear admirals present suddenly became extremely stiff. It can be said that if there is a chance, they would like to take turns to slap Charles Rolle in the face. Charles Rolle is stupid, but the people present, I don't know what Akainu meant just now. That was a military Den Den Mushi specially prepared for the escort of the Celestial Dragons. The signal was so strong that even if they were in the same sea area, they could still be in contact even if they were several sea areas apart. Now suddenly, the other party's Den Den Mushi signal was not good, which was simply unacceptable. Chapter 1120 Those who kill will be killed. The hurried command echoed in the field. Looking at the somewhat dead atmosphere in the field, even Charles Rolle, this idiot, also noticed that something was wrong. He quickly caught the Den Den Mushi in his hand and turned back to stare at Qin Yu. "You, don't come over, I am a world noble celestial dragon. If you dare to touch a hair of mine, you will be killed by the Admiral of the Navy." Charles Rolle roared hysterically. "You idiots, why don't you come and protect me quickly? Kyle, you are my guard, come here quickly." The roars were endless, and everyone's nerves were tense. Even the pirates present had stiff expressions. In their eyes, Charles Rolle was completely leading a group of Navy soldiers to rush into the muzzle of the gun. As the captain of the Blood Flag pirates, he even dared to destroy the holy land of Mary Gosa. He killed the celestial dragons in batches. You don't care about one at all, right? Chaotic thoughts emerged in everyone's mind. Their eyes turned and locked on Qin Yu. Are you going to kill me? Qin Yu smiled warmly. Originally, I was going to turn a blind eye, but now that you want to die, I'll send you off. Bang! Qin Yu landed on the deck with one step, and the momentum he gave people changed in an instant. Like a dusty blade, it suddenly revealed its edge. The domineering aura dormant in the body exploded like a raging tide. The deck under his feet was the first to be unable to withstand this powerful momentum, and it collapsed like a spider web-like crack. The violent breath turned into a raging tide and rolled back in all directions. Wherever he passed, the Navy soldiers and even the pirates on the dock were like leaks, foaming at the mouth and falling to the ground unconscious. On the huge dock wasteland, only a few dozen people were left in an instant, able to stay awake and stand in place. What made people feel even more shocked was that those outward domineering auras were actually controlled by Qin Yu accurately and bypassed Charles' role. He became the only person still standing on the deck. Of course, this excludes Kyle, who was relieved and willing to be shocked unconscious. For him, Qin Yu's display of the domineering haki was just like timely rain, which could save him and those Navy soldiers from the pain of sending themselves to death. Even if the charges were investigated in the future, the enemy they faced was Qin Yu, the most vicious and vicious 5 emperors in the history of the sea. They could also be exempted from most of the blame. After all, an enemy that even the entire Navy headquarters and even the world government could not solve was certainly not something that a mere Navy rear admiral could compare to. The most important thing was that Charles' role went to the Sabayati archipelago to show off his power at this critical moment. It can be said that he deserved to meet the 5 emperors Qin Yu. What a strong domineering! Is this the domineering haki that only 1 in a million people can possess? Hawkins' face turned pale. Looking at the result on the divination card in his hand, he said anxiously, the calamity of our supernova is on him. The calamity of the supernova? The expressions of Kid and others changed suddenly. Qin Yu also looked around the field with interest, and said with a smile, it seems that today is a good day, meeting so many new faces. However, it seems that you are as restless as this Tianlong people. You arrogant guy, I have seen your flaws, try my sea stone pistol, at this distance, you ability users will definitely die. The ecstatic voice that suddenly sounded broke the silence in the field. Everyone's eyes fell on Charles' Roll at once. Charles' Roll, with his backhand at his waist, escaped a strange-looking pistol and pulled the trigger directly at Qin Yu. Bang, bang, bang. 6 gunshots rang out in succession. The gunpowder smoke on the muzzle spread with the sea breeze. Seeing the fierceness displayed by this move, the people present were surprised and looked at Qin Yu quickly. In their eyes, sea stone is another natural enemy of the devil fruit ability user. Now the celestial dragons suddenly took out such a sharp weapon, at such a close distance. If they were the opponents, they would probably be killed here in a state of being caught off guard. However, the scene that came into their eyes now made their pupils shrink suddenly. Those sea stone bullets shot by the celestial dragon Charles' Roll were surprisingly played by Qin Yu with a playful look on his face. Seeing Qin Yu, who had no sense of restraint when touching the sea stone, the nerves of a group of supernovas were completely overturned. Hehe, this kid is still the same as always, likes to give people hope. Rayleigh took out the old wine given by the old man, took a sip, and said with a dry laugh, but don't be surprised, at his level, sea stone has a restraining effect on fruit ability users, but he already has many ways to deal with it. In addition to high-speed movement to dodge, there is also armed color domineering defense, and the top observation color domineering, to predict the future in advance. Wait. It can be said that the little devil is now standing at a height that you don't understand. At that level, if he is not seeking death, I am afraid no one can kill him. I advise you to surrender and don't follow the old dust of the celestial dragons. The old words, with an inexplicable sense of vicissitudes, fell into the ears of Kid and others, and once again pried the nerves. Especially as a high-ranking celestial dragon, Charles' Roll, who was full of confidence a moment ago, was completely confused at this moment, looking at Qin Yu with disbelief. No. No possibility, I can't kill you, you can't kill me, I am the Supreme World Noble, the creator of this world, if you kill me, Akainu will come and will definitely cut you into pieces. Charles' Roll quickly took a few steps back and roared hysterically. However, these words, echoing between heaven and earth, felt pale and powerless. At least, in the eyes of others, if the 5 elders, the legendary Lord Im, and Akainu whose Den Mushi was disconnected appeared in time. I'm afraid Charles Roll's fate is doomed. Sorry, those who kill will be killed, no matter who you are. Qin Yu smiled warmly and said, goodbye, in the next life, I hope you will still be a celestial dragon, not an ant in your mouth. As soon as the words fell, Qin Yu flipped his right hand, flicked his finger, and the sea stone bullet in his hand shot towards Charles Roll. No! Charles Roll roared in horror. Unfortunately, at this moment, any words seemed pale and powerless. The only thing he could do was to watch the sea stone bullet that he regarded as a killer a moment ago quickly enlarge in his pupils. Chapter 1121 He despises supernovas. Puff puff puff. 6 sea stone bullets instantly penetrated Charles Roll's body, forming 6 precise blood holes. The scarlet blood splashed, as bright as fireworks, scattered on the deck, adding a pungent bloody smell to the air. Looking at the figure of the Tianlong people with round eyes and unbelievable faces, they fell heavily on the deck and became a cold corpse. Kid and others looked extremely ugly. They never thought that the Tianlong people who had left them helpless just a moment ago would kill Qin Yu without hesitation. This is probably the so-called gap, right? When they thought of this, everyone's heart seemed to be tightened by an invisible hand. Especially when they saw Charles Roll, who died with his eyes open on the deck, they felt that they could not move. Uchiha Qin Yu, I came to the Sabayati archipelago to find you this time. The voice of Trafalgar Law sounded without any warning. Seeing Law suddenly walk out of the crowd, Kid and others' faces suddenly changed drastically. The sentence that Qin Yu said a moment ago, he who kills will be killed. They still remember it clearly. In their understanding, the meaning of this sentence can be understood as that those who provoke him must die. Now Law, who is also a member of the supernova, suddenly made things clear. And Hawkins's words just now, the proposal of the supernova alliance. This will inevitably lead to misunderstandings that they are on the same boat. Trafalgar Law, what are you doing? The strange monk Ulki was the first to speak. If you have any grudge against the 5 emperors Qin Yu and intend to drag us into the water, there is no way. Yes, I have proposed the supernova alliance, but it does not mean that we will let you be a gun and let you do whatever you want. Hawkins also hurriedly echoed. Facing the thousands of pirates in front of them, Qin Yu swept them away in one encounter. This method made those who remained in the field feel inexplicably outstanding. If they can't get rid of the relationship as soon as possible, then they may be waiting for death. Facing the tense gazes from all sides, Trafalgar Law showed a playful smile on his face and said, "What's wrong? Didn't you say you wanted to challenge the old 4 emperors and even defeat the new 5 emperors? Why are you scared now? Or are you afraid? However, don't worry, I'm easy to talk to, and I'm not dragging you to die together. This time I came here to join the 5th Emperor Qin Yu to thank him for helping me avenge my great revenge." The voice was not loud, like an invisible hammer, hitting everyone's soul. Seeing Trafalgar Law who did not play by the rules, everyone's face changed at once. Trafalgar Law, are you crazy? If you want to surrender, don't drag us into the water. We don't want to be someone else's subordinates. Kid's face sank and he roared in a hurry. As a master of domineering, Kid's ambition is not comparable to that of the other 5 elders. At least, from the original work, Kid failed to challenge Red Hair and had his left hand cut off, and then challenged Kaido, the beast, and was directly wiped out. After being thrown into the rabbit bowl, he still did not give up, which was enough to show that he was unwilling to be inferior to others. Now Trafalgar Law did not lead them to fight to the death, but surrendered. This was beyond Kid's cognition. "Boss Kid, do you mean that you would rather die than obey?" Trafalgar Law smiled again and said, "You can try your best to struggle, maybe you can get a glimmer of hope, but I advise all the bosses that the real strong in the new world are not simple people, let alone the old 4 emperors and the new 5 emperors. Even if you face the level of the 7 warlords of the sea, the fate of all the bosses is a life and death struggle. Instead of dying in vain, why not find a way to survive? I believe that the boss Kid is not a stupid person." Kid's face suddenly froze. Faced with this aggressive remark, there was no way to refute it for a moment. I agree with Trafalgar Law's proposal. Being able to be attached to the 5 emperors is a facelift for us. Who knows, we can become the strongest in this sea in the future. Apu, who had been silent all the time, spoke first. In the original work, as one of Kid and Hawkins' allies, He was the first to surrender to Kaido and was inserted into the infernal affairs of the three-man alliance. Qin Yu was not surprised by Apu's sudden change of face. Surrender? Is there still this way to choose? Let me see the survival rate. Hawkins's expression changed. The tarot cards in his hand quickly switched and arranged a new result again. As time passed, everyone present suddenly locked their eyes on Hawkins. When the last tarot card fell into his hand, his nerves were also stretched to the extreme. No, there is no possibility. If we choose to surrender, the result shown on the tarot card is a 1% survival rate. Hawkins's expression changed drastically, and he said with disbelief on his face. It's impossible. We are supernovas, the most elite existences in the 4 seas and the Grand Line. Even the survival rate of surrendering is less than 1%. What does this mean? Hawkins is almost obsessed with the divination ability extended from the cursed fruit he possesses, and the degree of accuracy. I thought that because of Trafalgar Law, the sudden surrender was a new way out. The result now has undoubtedly overturned their cognition. Haha, if you don't mind, let me, an old man, say something. Rayleigh kept the bottle in his hand, smiled warmly and looked at Qin Yu and said, this result is not difficult to answer. The surrender of the supernova is indeed tempting enough. If it is in the eyes of the other 4 emperors, it will definitely be a capable general in the future. However, think about what route the kid took, and it is easy to get a final answer. The final answer? Kid and others couldn't help but stagnate. The next moment, an extremely absurd idea flashed through his mind, and his expression changed drastically. He even looked down on the supernova. No. It should be said that as supernovas, they are not even qualified to join the 5 emperors. Shame. This is a huge shame. At least, for Kid, who has always loved face and has huge ambitions, it is completely unacceptable. Damn 5 emperors, you dare to despise us, I want you to know that there is still a huge gap in strength between supernovas. Chapter 1122 The Test of Supernovas. You bastard, I trademark am going to let you taste the huge gap between supernovas. Kid roared with a ferocious look. The devil fruit ability dormant in his body was instantly driven to the extreme. The ironware and weapons scattered around, as long as they were affected by magnetism, were pulled towards Kid as if controlled by an invisible big hand. In a blink of an eye, a ferocious arm of more than 10 meters in size, made of metal, appeared in front of everyone. Looking at the metallic luster flowing on it, Hawkins was the first to lose his temper and said, Eki, don't trademark T provoke him impulsively, otherwise you will die. The result shown on his tarot cards was beyond Hawkins's cognition. However, facing the 1% chance of survival, he was still eager to find it. At least, in Hawkins' eyes, after seeing the killing of Celestial Dragon Charles roll with his own eyes. Hawkins knew clearly that once he really took action, there would be no room for turning. Hawkins, don't get in my way. The survival chance of surrendering is only 1%. I don't want to surrender. I want to see how big the gap is between me and the so-called 5 emperors. Kid roared. The metal arm that gathered madly in his right hand, without any hesitation, swung down towards Qin Yu. Giant mechanical arm. Bang! The sound of the explosion resounded through the sky. The huge metal arm, with a roar, directly spanned more than 10 meters and fell on Qin Yu. The huge impact force also caused the battleship where Qin Yu was to shake violently. Bang! In full view of the crowd, it broke and spread out a large spider web crack. The dust and waves that rolled up blocked most of the sight. When all the noise subsided, the first scene that came into view made everyone's pupils shrink suddenly. A huge mechanical arm that was more than 10 meters long and made of countless metals. It was indeed a blow that hit the enemy directly. However, when the arm fell on Qin Yu's shoulder, the figure presented to them felt like a rock, motionless. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed that as a supernova, the sharp and unparalleled killing move would result in such a child's play. Of course, this was not Qin Yu's exaggeration, but the gap in strength between the two sides was too big. It's like in the game, there is a peak player with level 100, and a new player with level 30. If he stood there and let him chop, let alone losing blood, it's probably another matter whether he could break the defense. No possibility, I'm Captain Kidd, the first supernova with a bounty of 310 million, there's no way I can't kill you. Kidd roared with astonishment and shook his head repeatedly. He opened his left hand again, and the devil fruit ability dormant in his body was activated again. This time, let alone the metal within a radius of hundreds of meters. Even the surrounding metal pirate ships were affected by the magnetism. Boom! 3/10 of meters huge pirate ships were carried into the air by Kid. When the sea water poured down on the sea, Kid's face showed a hint of reluctance. However, looking at the 3 huge ships that he had lifted with all his strength, his face couldn't help but show a hint of crazy joy. When his eyes locked onto Chinyu again, he shouted sternly, "Arrogant guy, you try my strongest method and get smashed to pieces. Break it for me." Kid roared repeatedly, and the 3 huge pirate ships in the sky suddenly pressed down with his right hand, with a dignified sound of breaking through the air, and fell head-on. Boom! Accompanied by the thunderous collision sound, the huge impact force directly shattered the battleship of the Celestial Dragons. The waves were even rolled back to the dock. Watching the 3 pirate ships shattered, turned into debris all over the sky, and scattered on the sea. The figure quietly suspended in the void, unscathed, shook their nerves. Gap. Is this the gap in strength? The supernovas present looked at this scene with disbelief on their faces. Even Kid, the crazy expressions on his face were swept away, replaced by a look of astonishment. This is his greatest attack method at this stage. He is invincible all the way. Perhaps, he will encounter some tricky enemies that cannot be killed in one blow. But in Kid's eyes, at least he can hurt them a little. However, the result presented to them now makes Kid's hysteria just now become worthless. No possibility, this is my strongest attack method, there is no way you can't be hurt. Kid roared hysterically. Everyone present was nervous again. The previous moment, Hawkins's divination was still fresh in their ears. Even the chance of survival of surrendering is only 1%. This means that Kid's failure now will be waiting for them with the wrath of the 5th Emperor Chinyu. When they thought of this, even Apu and Ulki felt a little numb on their scalps. Haha, your attack methods were indeed very good in the first half of the Grand Line, but you chose the wrong enemy and misjudged the gap between yourself and the enemy. Chinyu smiled warmly and looked around the field, saying, "There is also a strong man in my hometown who has the same control of magnetic force as you. Compared with him, I am afraid you are less than 1%. The anger of the strong will cause rivers of blood, while the anger of the weak will only make jokes. The means he has can easily destroy the entire Sabayati archipelago. Didn't Hawkins say just now that you have a glimmer of hope? Next, I will give you a supernova test. As long as you can block one of my moves, I will not pursue today's matter anymore." At this moment, Chang's words seemed to be infused with magic sounds, echoing on the dock for a long time without being able to dissipate. Whether it was the hometown strongman mentioned by Chinyu, or the last sentence, the supernova test. It undoubtedly tightened the nerves of all of them. Asshole, damn guy, what supernova test? I, Kid, will not take it seriously, and I will not admit it either. Really? I hope you can still say such words after a while. The smile on Chinyu's face became more and more brilliant. Rayleigh, who was watching the show on the side, looked at this scene, especially the scarlet blood flowing in Chinyu's pupils, and his cheeks also showed a moving look. This kid is still so restless. Girl, hold me tightly for a while, if you are a step slower, you will be involved and lose your life. Chapter 1123 Meteorites with Marks. The inexplicable words fell, and the expressions of the people in the field could not help but stagnate. Before they could react, a huge and oppressive force like a tide swooped down from the sky and instantly enveloped the entire dock. At this moment, Kid, Trafalgar Law and others seemed to feel an invisible hand tightening their hearts, and they felt a sense of being unable to breathe. The strange scene made them have no time to think about it. When they looked at Chinyu again, the first thing they saw was the blood-red 9 Megatama Sharingan. Haha, I hope we can see each other again next time. Chinyu smiled warmly, put his hands together suddenly, and when the seal flew down, a huge force rushed straight into the sky. Heavenly Star Shock. Boom! The roar of the air suddenly echoed. The leaden clouds accumulated in the sky seemed to be torn apart by a pair of invisible hands. A huge black shadow, covering the sky, with a diameter of hundreds of meters, took the lead to shake everyone's nerves. The huge air pressure shock brought by the crazy crushing down was even more of a wave of washing away the psychological defenses they had worked so hard to build. Isn't this the meteorite that appeared above the Navy headquarters? It can't be several overlapping meteorites, right? Hyming Apu was the first to feel his teeth go soft. After all, the sea burial battle that took place in the Navy headquarters a few days ago was vivid in the minds of this group of supernovas. It was just that they never expected that this method that could easily destroy the world would be used in the so-called supernova test. The chance of successful survival is still 1%. No matter how you calculate it, there is no way to crack it. Hawkins' neat blonde hair had long been soaked with cold sweat and became messy. His eyes were full of bloodshot, staring straight at the meteorite that was crushing down in the sky. At this moment, he realized that under the absolute crushing force, all calculations and divinations would only appear pale and powerless. "Kid, what should we do?" Kira was the first to lose his temper. Faced with this sudden disaster, Kid, who had the highest bounty, undoubtedly became their life-saving straw. "Asshole, what a bastard, I am Supernova Kid, I must not die." Kid's expression suddenly twisted. The power of the devil fruit dormant in his body exploded again like a frenzy. However, this time, as if due to the rage, the magnetic force that erupted quickly spread to the surroundings. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters. The metal that was originally scattered around was suddenly covered by the invisible magnetic force. The next moment, it quickly gathered towards Kid's hand, and finally turned into a pair of tens of meters of huge metal arms. "Oh, a good momentum, but the strength is still a little weak, goodbye." Qin Yu exclaimed lightly, smiled and pressed down with his right hand in the air. Boom! The huge meteorite falling in the sky suddenly increased in speed. The distance at an altitude of 10,000 meters was quickly shortened. 9,000 meters, 8,000 meters, 7,000 meters. Looking at the huge meteorite that quickly occupied the pupils and the huge pressure it brought, Rayleigh grabbed Bonnie first, and disappeared from the spot like a ghost. Trafalgar Law also hurriedly drove the power of the devil fruit to the extreme, opened the room, and used the power of the baton to quickly transform the space. When the two just disappeared from the spot, Haiming Apu and others suddenly woke up. Unfortunately, Qin Yu's figure had long disappeared in the void. Only the huge meteorite that fell from the sky 1,000 meters away was left, and he only had time to make an unwilling roar. "No!" Boom! The thunder-like collision sound rushed straight into the sky. The huge impact wave, like a hurricane, swept across the ruins of the entire No. 1 island. The air waves on the coast reached a height of more than 10 meters, rolling back and forth. As long as you are in the Sabayati archipelago, you will be obviously shocked by the scene on island No. 1. After all, the huge meteorite swooping down from the sky was labeled with the captain of the Blood Flag Pirates, the 5th Emperor Qin Yu. Now it suddenly descended on the Sabayati archipelago, which means that the 5th Emperor Qin Yu, who disappeared in the Navy headquarters not long ago, reappeared on the Sabayati archipelago. This made the pirates who originally planned to land on the island and look for opportunities to enter the New World stop their steps. Looking at the meteorite falling with a crushing posture, the ambition to conquer the New World was extinguished at once. Many pirates were the first to lose their patience and turned away directly. If the live broadcast of Den Den Mushi only let them see how the strong fight each other, then the scene before them now made them personally experience what the strength gap is. "Damn Uchiha Qin Yu, why is he here again?" On a warship a dozen miles away from the Sabayati archipelago, Akainu clenched the Den Den Mushi in his hand with a gloomy face. The hot magma, steaming on his palm, burned it abruptly. Looking at the ashes falling to the ground and the pungent smell that was dispersed by the wind, the faces of the Navy soldiers standing on the huge deck suddenly became extremely ugly. Just now, they heard everything about the celestial dragon Charles Rawl asking for help through the Den Den Mushi. However, they never expected that Charles Rawl's luck would be so bad. Even the captain of the Blood Flag Pirates, the 5th Emperor Uchiha Qin Yu, could meet him. Even more unexpectedly, the dignified Navy Admiral Akainu would pretend that the Den Den Mushi signal was not good and directly hang up the call. If this kind of thing of not saving the celestial dragons was reported back to the Navy headquarters, or even to the ears of the world government, I'm afraid that it will be harder than ascending to heaven for Akainu to take the position of the Admiral of the Navy in the future. Akainu. Admiral Akainu, what should we do next? A Deputy General was the first to lose his temper. However, as soon as the voice fell, it soon attracted Akainu's murderous gaze. He couldn't help but shudder and subconsciously took a half step back. "What's wrong, do you think I will kill you?" Akainu said coldly. "Don't worry, you all saw it. From the time that the celestial dragon Charles Rawl sent out a distress signal to the time when the huge meteorite fell from the sky, it was only a few minutes. We are dozens of miles apart. There is no way to get there. Yes, yes, Admiral Akainu is right. We can't get there at all. We are just like Admiral Akainu, we want to help but are powerless. The Vice Admiral of the Navy quickly agreed. Chapter 1124 The Power to Defeat the Five Emperors. Yes, Admiral Akainu is right, it's all because the fifth Emperor Uchiha Chinyu was too cruel and didn't leave us any chance to save people. We couldn't get there in time, so we did our best to make Charles roll die. A series of echoes rang out one after another in the field. Looking at the continuous echoes, Akainu clenched his fists. As a dignified admiral of the Navy headquarters, he is also known as the most tough one. When will he perform such a monkey show? However, now facing the little devil that he didn't take seriously in the past, he made him give in again and again. No. It should be said that he was forced to give in. If it weren't for his personal experience, Akainu would never want to believe that he would one day fall to this point. Shut up, all of you shut up. A fierce look flashed across Akainu's face, and he roared, now, go to the Sabayati archipelago for me. Remember, your mission is not to find that madman, but to sweep the Sabayati archipelago and let those ignorant pirates understand what the difference in strength is. Remember, during this period, a group of so-called pirate supernovas appeared on the Sabayati archipelago. I will catch them all without leaving a single one. Yes, Admiral Akainu. Looking at the moody Akainu, the Navy soldiers present woke up and quickly carried out their tasks. As the soldiers gathered on the deck dispersed, Akainu's distorted expression became even more severe. He clenched his hands on the edge of the ship and said with gritted teeth, power, power, I need power, I must kill Uchiha Chinyu. Akainu is the ever-victorious general of the Navy headquarters. He has always been feared by pirates. In the original work, he is the only one who is not an actor in the Battle of the Top. He alone fought against the elite of the Whitebeard pirates and confronted Whitebeard head-on. It can be said that it was because of this record that Akainu had the opportunity to be elected as the Admiral of the Navy after the war. Unfortunately, the development trajectory of this world has long been changed by Chinyu. Since facing the five emperors Uchiha Chinyu who suddenly appeared, for Akainu, this life is simply a slump, like a Waterloo. Consecutive failures have become nightmares in Akainu's eyes. Most importantly, every time Akainu is full of confidence and thinks that his strength has improved and he can regain his face, the strength shown by Chinyu will always overwhelm him. This kind of frustrated feeling of being defeated makes Akainu feel like he wants to die on tofu. Every time he thought of this, Akainu's desire for power was almost twisted. Not long ago, he even put down his face and practiced the physical skills and three-color domineering that he had never paid attention to. In Akainu's eyes, the molten fruit he possessed had already been developed to the extreme. As long as the focus of strength development is shifted to physical skills, if it can reach the level of Zephyr or even Garp, perhaps by combining the two, he can definitely fight against the five emperors Chinyu, and even kill him directly in public when they meet next time. However, Akainu never expected that fantasy is beautiful, but reality is full of bones. Originally full of expectations, what was welcomed was the Battle of the Sea Burial at the top, and the former four emperors Kaido was killed. People in the sky, the power of the other world, etc., amazing information. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears and eyes, Akainu would never want to believe that all this was true. Every time he thought of this, Akainu, as a dignified admiral of the Navy, would have an inexplicable sense of powerlessness in his heart. Damn it, I want power, I want power. If there is really a devil in the devil fruit, I will get more powerful power even if I have to sell my soul. Akainu crushed the edge of the ship and roared in anger. Gurgle, I am Elim of the Five Elders. The voice of the Den Mushi suddenly sounded. Akainu's expression stagnated slightly. He was about to recommend him to become the Admiral of the Navy not long ago. Facing the killing of the old four emperors Kaido, the five elders suddenly became silent. Akainu still felt puzzled when they called at this critical moment. Is it because of the matter of the celestial dragon Charles Roll that he came to ask for punishment? Akainu's face darkened. However, he still took out the Den Mushi and opened it directly. After all, as long as Akainu covets the position of the Navy Admiral, he must at least get the recommendation of the five elders. It is obviously an unwise choice to make enemies at this critical moment. As for what to do after becoming the Navy Admiral, that is another matter. Elim, I am Akainu. I don't know why you are here. If you are here to ask for punishment for the death of the celestial dragon Charles Roll by the 5 emperors Qin Yu, then I am sorry to say that I have tried my best to rush there. Akainu said in a deep voice. As soon as these words fell, there was a brief silence in the other part of the Den Mushi. A monk shouted in a hurry, Akainu, what did you say? That guy escaped 3 days earlier than the time predicted by Lord Im, and appeared in the Sabayati archipelago. For the celestial dragons who are like being raised as world nobles. At this critical moment the things that happened on the way out also could not escape the intelligence network of the 5 elder stars. It's just that they have been leaving it alone. Yes, that guy just appeared in the direction of the number 1 island of Shampoo Land. I'm afraid he has killed the celestial dragon Charles Roll. I'm rushing to deal with it now. Akainu responded coldly. Akainu didn't understand what the monk said, nor did he understand what it meant. However, as long as the relationship was cleared, it would be enough. Akainu, there's no need to chase that guy. I think you don't have the mind to humiliate yourself under the absolute gap in strength. Elam said in a deep voice. Besides, Charles Roll was able to leave the holy land of Marijoa, and he was just a chess piece of ours. Don't those guys in the Blood Flag Pirates like to kill celestial dragons and destroy the holy land of Marijoa? I wanted to see if I could lure them out, but I didn't expect it to be this madman. Those trash died, so you don't need to care. This time I contacted you just to know if you want to get the power to defeat that madman. Akainu's expression changed suddenly. He didn't expect that the death of the celestial dragon Charles Roll was planned by the 5 elders. However, what made Akainu more concerned was Elim's last words. Get the power to defeat the 5 emperors Qin Yu. Isn't this what he wants most now? When he thought of this, Akainu subconsciously clenched his fists. Chapter 1125. It's over before it starts. The power to defeat that madman? Akainu secretly clenched his fists, and a trace of heat flashed in his eyes. Just now he was thinking about how to get the power to defeat the 5 emperors Qin Yu. He never thought that the 5 elders would come to him so quickly. What's wrong, Akainu? Don't you want this power that can transform a person? Or do you still want to lose to that madman? Elam spoke again. However, this time, there was a hint of inexplicable temptation in his words. Akainu clenched his fist, and the veins on the back of his hand became more and more ferocious. He stared at the Den Mushi in his hand, and even his breathing became heavier. The whole body was steaming with heat waves, and the deck under his feet seemed to be unable to bear the high temperature, making a crisp cracking sound. Listening to these subtle strange sounds, Elam, who was in another part of the Den Mushi, smiled and said, Akainu, you should have made a choice, right? This is something that only Lord Im can do. Once you miss it, you will regret it and will never have a chance to defeat that guy in the future. Don't forget, he is a man from heaven, and the means he has are not something you can understand. The aggressive words made Akainu's nerves tense to the extreme. The Den Mushi in his hand seemed to be crushed at any time. After taking a few deep breaths, he barely calmed down his fluctuating emotions and said, Okay, I'll go to the holy land of Marijoa now. I hope you won't let me down. For Akainu now, there is only the word power in his eyes, and he has long lost the ability to think. Don't worry, Akainu. When you are reborn, you will find that this choice is so right. Elam restrained his smile and responded in a deep voice. When the voice faded, the other part of the Den Mushi had already been busy. Akainu put the Den Mushi away with his backhand, and he could no longer hold back, and shouted in a hurry, All troops, listen to the order, stop advancing to the Sabayati archipelago, and change the destination to the holy land of Marijoa. I will rush there as fast as possible. Anyone who dares to delay the journey will be killed without mercy. Yes. The Navy soldiers who were still busy rushing to the Sabayati archipelago were stunned for a moment, and then quickly agreed. They didn't know why Akainu suddenly changed the destination, but the military order was like a mountain, and they could not question it. Island number 3 of the Sabayati archipelago. As a place adjacent to Island number 1 and Island number 2. The huge meteorite that fell from the sky just now brought about the terrifying scenes, which were all taken in by them. The backflow of the air wave was even felt here. The aftermath of the air wave. This made the people who were eating melons here feel an inexplicable suffocation. Staring straight at the direction of the rising dust, he fell into a trance and stood there in shock. Ahem, that kid is as crazy as ever. If I, an old man, hadn't been prepared, I'm afraid those guys would be forced to fight back. Rayleigh brought Bonnie and landed in the crowd, saying with a little relief. Just before the meteorite fell, Rayleigh took Bonnie and jumped into the sea first, escaping by water. For a devil fruit user like Bonnie, the sea is her nemesis, but in the original work, only a madman like Rayleigh can swim across the doldrums with breaststroke alone. It is for this reason that Rayleigh let Bonnie catch him at the beginning. Ahem, you old man, you almost drowned me. Bonnie coughed quickly and said, let me go quickly, I'm looking for that guy, if I go too late, he will run away. Hee, you girl, you are not interested in that boy, are you? Rayleigh laughed dryly, took out the bottle, took a sip, and said, don't worry, that boy can't run away, he will definitely come to find me, an old man. Also, the little guy hiding behind, if you are coming for that guy, then follow me. After saying this, Rayleigh caught Bonnie again and disappeared like a ghost. When he appeared again, he was already 100 meters away. Trafalgar Law, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help but change his face. Without thinking too much, he quickly used room to jump through space. The two of them, one in front and one behind, spent 4 or 5 minutes, crossed the deserted island, and finally landed in front of the knock-up tavern. Behind the originally open door of the tavern, there was a familiar back. Old man, are you trying to tire me to death? Hurry up and put me down. Bonnie said in a hurry. However, she had Rayleigh to help her, which saved her a lot of effort in hurrying. However, let alone her, even Law, who used the power of the fruit to jump through space. When he appeared behind them, he was panting and kneeling on the ground with sweat. Judging from his appearance, if he continued, he would probably die of exhaustion. Hee, Rayleigh rarely sees you come back, and you also brought 2 good faces. Are they members of the supernova? That guy has been waiting for you for some time. It seems that the riot that just happened is related to him. Xiaoqi walked out of the tavern with a cigarette in her mouth, and looked at Bonnie and Law with interest. As an important figure in the former Rocks pirates who controlled the intelligence network, the supernovas that emerged during this period could not escape her eyes. Hey, I don't want to be a supernova. Let that guy come out. I want to see him. Bonnie hurriedly broke free from Rayleigh's big hand and said. Uchiha Kainu, come out quickly, I want to join your blood flag pirates. If you know what kind of fruit ability I have, you will definitely ask me to join. Rayleigh and Xiaoqi showed surprise. They didn't expect that Bonnie's search for Qinyu was actually for joining the blood flag pirates. This purpose is undoubtedly similar to Trafalgar Law. However, the confidence between the words exceeded their expectations. It is for this reason that Rayleigh and Xiaoqi, even Trafalgar Law, are eager to know. What kind of devil fruit does Bonnie have, and where does her confidence come from? When they thought of this, everyone's eyes subconsciously fell on Qinyu. Sorry, I'm not interested, please go back. After Qinyu drank the wine in his hand, he felt the spiciness in his throat and looked back at Bonnie. The level of combat I have encountered is not something you can approach. No matter what devil fruit ability you have, Ye will definitely be killed in an instant. I don't want to have another vase next to me. You don't want it. Bonnie was stunned for a moment. Is this considered to be over before it even started? When she thought of this, Bonnie didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly said, You lunatic, are you mistaken? I am the time fruit ability user. Chapter 1126. A fan flew away. Time fruit? Rayleigh raised his eyebrows, slightly surprised. Isn't this the fruit ability that Sunlight Moon possessed? I didn't expect it to fall into your hands. Rayleigh and Qinyu saved Bonnie's life that day. However, at that time, she was obviously not proficient in the fruit ability, let alone participating in the battle. However, after more than half a year, judging from the 2-color domineering that Bonnie had initially mastered, her strength has obviously improved a lot. So you, an old man, also know the existence of the time fruit. This is a super abnormal ability. Bonnie's eyes lit up, and she patted Trafalgar Law's shoulder with her backhand. Trafalgar Law, who was still carrying Guiku and eating melons on the side, was stunned at first. He soon noticed that his body was changing. The next moment, before he could react, his body shrank rapidly, and in a blink of an eye he looked like he was 7 or 8 years old. Most importantly, the power in his body was also attenuated to a certain extent. The clothes on his body were loosened directly. The sudden scene made Trafalgar Law feel like he was shot while lying down. You did something to me, hurry up and recover me. Trafalgar Law shouted urgently. For him, the sudden change made him feel like he was lying on a chopping block. Don't panic, I'll recover you in a while. I'm just trying it out to let him know what kind of genius he rejected. Bonnie said with a smug look on her face. Also, if you join the Blood Flag Pirates in the future, you will be below me, otherwise I will be rude to you. Below you? Looking at Bonnie, who was ranked directly as soon as she opened her mouth, Trafalgar Law suddenly came back to his senses, snapped his right fingers, and shouted urgently. Humph, you just think too beautifully. In this world, your power is not the only special one. Room Slaughterhouse. The Fruits Zero domain opened, instantly enveloping Bonnie. At the same time, as the ghost cry in Law's hand flew through the air, Bonnie's pupils suddenly shrank. Looking at his arms that were cut off, he was the first to lose his temper and rushed towards Trafalgar Law. You are serious, I will kill you. However, before they could react, a ghostly figure appeared in front of the two of them. Okay, stop fooling around here, and remove the fruit ability. Qin Yu took a sip of wine helplessly, and threw the wine pot to Rayleigh. This time, I came to make sure identify something. But before that, I think someone has the same idea as me. If you still want to hide, do you want me to invite you out personally? There is someone else. Bonnie and Trafalgar Law were stunned. Just now they were just busy playing around, and they didn't think that there was someone hiding in the dark. Unfortunately, before they could investigate further, a wave of hot air came towards them like a tidal wave. Fire Fist. Boom. The blazing flames came together with a crushing posture. The trees broke in half wherever they passed, and the high-temperature flames turned the road into a sea of fire. In the blink of an eye, they approached Qin Yu and others in a short distance of hundreds of meters. The sudden scene directly made Bonnie and Trafalgar Law's nerves tense to the extreme. If it weren't for Qin Yu and Rayleigh, who still maintained a calm face, I'm afraid the two would have fled long ago. However, as the attack approached, Qin Yu's calmness also gave people a feeling that an invisible big hand was grasping people's hearts. Playing with fire? Rayleigh, this kid is also half of your disciple, don't mind if I teach him a lesson? Qin Yu smiled and took out a scroll. Now the system has lifted the third world restriction in Qin Yu's body. Not only did he regain the Samsara Eye, but he was also able to use some of his old tools and methods. Hehe, you little brat, you are still as calm as ever. Ace has wanted to fight you for a long time. Let me remind you that he has been reborn and has become much stronger. Don't underestimate the enemy. If you lose face in the eyes of the younger generation, I will not be responsible. Rayleigh laughed dryly and walked towards the tavern behind. This kind of battle involving the power of devil fruits has a large scope, which is completely different from ordinary battles. Rayleigh is not worried that this kind of battle will cause death. He is just worried that if the battle is too intense, even the place where he eats will be ruined, and Xiaoqi will never let him go. Looking at Rayleigh who was slowly leaving, Bonnie and Trafalgar Law couldn't help but have a little idea of retreating. After all, they are now half disabled. Their strength is only 60% and 70% of it, which is not very useful. However, when I thought that if I retreated at this critical moment, I might leave a bad impression, so I still looked at the huge fire fist that was already close at hand. The first thing that came into view was Qin Yu's right hand flipping, and a large piece of white smoke came out of the scroll. A huge round fan fell into his hand out of thin air. Without any fancy moves, he turned his hand and fanned out towards the flames. Uchiha rebounds. Boom! The huge fire fist with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters hit the round fan. It gave people a feeling as if it hit an invisible barrier. Before they could react, Qin Yu exerted force with his right hand, and the sea of fire that was attacking from the sky was knocked back. Bang! The speed of the flames rolling back was even faster than when they attacked. The distance of 1,000 meters was shortened in the blink of an eye. Ace, who suddenly attacked, changed his face and hurriedly transformed into an element. Bang! The flames exploded, and the rolling air waves swept everything within a radius of hundreds of meters. Even the accumulated lead clouds in the sky were shattered by the rising air waves. Is this considered a fan? Feeling the dry heat, Trafalgar and Bonnie couldn't help but stagnate. They had already heard about the strength of Whitebeard's second team captain, Fire Fist Ace. However, the fierce and unparalleled attack just now was still beyond their cognition. At least, in their eyes, if the target of the attack just now was replaced by them. I am afraid they are not opponents at all. However, what shocked them even more was that Qin Yu used a fan to directly blow away such a fierce fire fist. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, who would be willing to believe that all this was true? When the two of them came back to their senses, they looked at Ace, who had reshaped his body again in the flames. The shock on his face was not inferior to the two of them at all. The attack just now might have been just a test, and he did not use his full strength. However, being blocked so frivolously, even Ace's face was a little embarrassed. Chapter 1127 Fighting Fire Fist Ace again. As expected of the 5th Emperor Qin Yu, he actually blocked my attack so easily, but I am not what I was half a year ago. Fire Fist Ace fell in the sea of fire. Just as he stood firm, a fierce look flashed in the depths of his eyes, and the power of the devil fruit dormant in his body was detonated. Flame Vortex. Bang! The flames that rolled back all over the sky stagnated for a moment, and the next moment it seemed as if a pair of invisible big hands were pulling. The flames in the sky were swallowed directly into Ace's body. In a blink of an eye, above Ace's head, a small vortex gathered, exuding a terrifying breath. Really, this little Ace seems to have become smarter. He knows how to use the flames again and reduce the loss of physical strength. I think this should be the credit of your training. Xiaoqi said unexpectedly, holding a cigarette in her mouth. Haha, Xiaoqi, you are flattering me. Ace is the son of Captain Roger. I just simply explained and proposed ideas. How to do it depends on him to find a way out. Rayleigh laughed dryly, and his eyes under the glasses flashed with light, and said. It's a pity that Hyun like Roger, he is too stubborn and persistent, and chose the wrong opponent. As the deputy of the Pirate King, he was also the first crew member invited by Roger. Rayleigh certainly knows the difference between Ace and Roger. If Ace is a persistent and stubborn existence, then Roger is casual by nature, pursuing freedom, a bit like Luffy. Ace, on the contrary, is more like the ambitious type of Whitebeard. It is for this reason that Ace was finally attracted to Whitebeard and was willing to be his son. Looking at Rayleigh with a trance on his face, Xiaoqi nodded silently and agreed, I hope he won't lose too badly this time. After all, there are too many secrets about brother Qin Yu. As one of the people who knows the most secrets about Qin Yu, Xiaoqi has always been good at analysis. Unfortunately, facing Qin Yu's means of playing roles with multiple identities and his amazing fighting ability, Xiaoqi has never been able to figure out why Qin Yu has so many different fruit abilities in his body, which are different from others. Until the Battle of Sea Burial, who is hidden in the deepest part of the world government, revealed everything. The mystery of all this is about to be revealed. It can be said that facing the existence of Qin Yu, Xiaoqi has only one thought in his mind. The more you know, the less courage you have to challenge. After all, in Xiaoqi's eyes, Qin Yu is a monster. 5 Emperors Qin Yu, your strength is indeed very good, but I am not as good as I was half a year ago. I hope you can still remain as calm as ever. Ace felt the terrifying aura emanating from the huge vortex hovering in the void. When his eyes fell on Qin Yu again, a hint of undisguised fighting spirit flashed in the depths of his eyes. He suddenly tightened the 5 fingers of his right hand and threw the huge vortex spinning in the sky out. Yandi Great Flame Vortex. Bang! The air suddenly shook violently, and the whole space seemed to be shaken. A tornado vortex with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters quickly rushed towards Qin Yu. Wherever it passed, the vortex seemed to grow larger in the wind. 10 meters, 15 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. When it appeared in front of Qin Yu again, the volume of the blazing flame vortex had reached 40 or 50 meters. Feeling this dry and powerful attack, Bonnie and Trafalgar Law looked a little unnatural. They finally knew why Qin Yu did not agree to Bonnie joining the Blood Flag Pirates from the beginning. At least the fighting method presented to them now was not something they could bear at all. The two sides were not on the same level at all. If you are not careful, you will be buried in the dispute in this sea. Not a bad means of attack, but it's not that you can play with fire, I can do the same. Qin Yu smiled and put away the Uchiha fan with his backhand. He opened his right hand with 5 fingers, and a huge amount of chakra gathered in his palm like a raging tide. The ultra-high-frequency rotating air vibrated. The blazing flames were compressed crazily in it, and an indescribable huge aura spread out. Even the surrounding space seemed unable to withstand this force, and a slight distortion appeared. The next moment, without any fancy moves, he smashed the oncoming vortex of flames. Fire-style Raise Nan. Buzz. The planet-like fire-style Raise Nan, as soon as it was released, cut through the sky and chased the incoming vortex. For a moment, the two objects, which were so different in size, collided with each other in front of everyone's eyes without any suspense. Bang! The huge vortex of 50 or 60 meters, like a mountain-splitting blade, directly fell on the fire-style Ray's Nan. However, the two just touched. The speed of the madly rotating vortex of fire stagnated a little. The next moment, the violent flames accumulated in the Ray's Nan exploded like a volcano. Boom! The hot flame pillar, with a devastating attitude, went straight through the sky and earth. The incoming vortex of 50 or 60 meters was the first to be unable to withstand it, and this huge impact force shattered. At the same time, the explosive air wave, mixed with endless flames, rolled back with a devastating attitude. In an instant, the sky was filled with flames, making people feel suffocated. Bonnie and Trafalgar Law, who were standing behind Qin Yu, felt this devastating force and regretted it. If they had known that they would have to endure the aftermath of this attack, they would not have gritted their teeth and run away with Rayleigh in advance. The warm-up is over. The aftermath of the next battle will be even greater. You should retreat first. Qin Yu grabbed the shoulders of the two, and like a ghost, he disappeared in the explosion before the arrival of the blast. When he appeared again, he had come to the side of Rayleigh and Xiaoqi, who were thousands of meters away. Looking at the place where he was standing, it was instantly engulfed by the flames of the explosion. The mushroom cloud of flames rushed straight to the sky. The devastating gesture made Bonnie and Trafalgar Law, who had just come to their senses, feel a chill in their spines. If Qin Yu hadn't taken them away just now, I'm afraid they would have been engulfed by these flames and turned into ashes. Little ghost, this is going to destroy the hard work of Xiaoqi and me. Feeling the oncoming heat wave and the forest that turned into scorched earth in an instant, Rayleigh rolled his eyes helplessly. In the next battle, you'd better be careful, don't really destroy the place where I last ate, otherwise I, an old man, may not be able to protect my old age. Rayleigh, who told you to eat for free? Xiaoqi glared at him with a cigarette in her mouth. However, her eyes were more focused on the explosion that was rising into the sky in the distance. Chapter 1128 Today's Showdown. Boom! A thunderous explosion sounded, and the flames that rose into the sky lasted for more than half a minute before the rolling trend was stopped. Xiaoqi held a cigarette in her mouth and looked at the flames that filled the sky. With her eyes slightly narrowed, her pretty face became more solemn, and she said, Rayleigh, you still indulge your disciples as always. You should know that if you force your domineering and fruits to be mixed together, you will encounter backlash if you are not careful, which will cost you your life. As Rayleigh Trademark's wife, Xiaoqi knew exactly how many disciples Rayleigh had. Among them, red-haired Shanks, who was an intern on Roger Trademark's ship and is now one of the 4 emperors, is one of them. It can be said that Rayleigh Trademark's domineering power may not be the strongest, but his means of guiding people to train are among the best in this sea. Ahihi, Xiaoqi, Don Trademark T forget that Ace is the son of Captain Roger. His temperament is the same as Roger. Once he decides, he will do it. No matter how you persuade him, it Trademark's useless. Rayleigh laughed dryly, wiped the wine from the corner of his mouth, and said. However, it makes people feel fortunate that the guy is a genius. It only took him half a year to master this move. The small voice attracted the attention of Bonnie and Trafalgar Law. At the same time, they were shocked by the life experience of Fire Fist Ace. They were more eager to know what kind of power Ace had mastered that made the great Pluto Rayleigh praise him so much. Ella Trademark's start. Rayleigh raised his glasses and looked down at the flames that suddenly stopped. The next moment, before they could react, the flames seemed to be controlled by an invisible hand and quickly poured back to the center of the explosion. The sudden scene made Bonnie and Trafalgar Law's faces change. When they saw it clearly, they were in the flames, opening their mouths to swallow the flames and quickly plundering Ace who entered their bodies. Qin Yu's eyebrows couldn't help but frown, looking a little surprised. In his eyes, Ace's crazy swallowing of flames was a bit similar to Natsu in Fairy Tale. When the last trace of flame was swallowed into his mouth, the Fire Fist Ace under the full body of armed color domineering had already spread on the surface of his body, as if he could not bear the crazy accumulation of flame power in his body, causing hideous cracks. On the chest, a series of mysterious patterns were finally constructed. It feels like it will burn at any time. Originally only about 1.8 meters tall, he broke through to 2 meters. With his flaming muscles all over his body, he looked like an iron tower. His hair turned into a blazing flame. That feeling was slightly similar to Luffy's fourth gear Elastic Man. The only difference was the domineering pattern and the flaming beard, which was recognizable. Bang! With one step down, the scorched earth quickly spread with Ace as the center. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a large sea of fire. It can be said that Ace now feels like a god bathed in flames. I've kept you waiting for a long time. I'm not very familiar with this move, so it will take some time. Ace said in a deep voice. At the beginning, I planned to let my dad take a look after I completely mastered it. I didn't expect to encounter so many things. I can only let you feast your eyes first. Having said that, Ace felt the full power surging in his body, and secretly clenched his fists and said, I forgot to introduce you to this is one of my fruit abilities, the Flame Emperor mode. 5 Emperors Qin Yu, I hope you can recognize that I am not the same as I was half a year ago. Flame Step. Bang! A heavy step fell, and the blazing flames exploded like a frenzy. With the help of the strong impact of the flame jet, Ace's speed suddenly increased. Everyone just felt a flash in front of their eyes, and Ace appeared again, only 100 meters away from Qin Yu. Without any fancy moves, in full view of the crowd, Ace clenched his 5 fingers suddenly and punched in the air. Fire Fist. Bang! The same Fire Fist, but Ace, who had entered the Flame Emperor mode, punched out. The space in front seemed to be directly pierced. The flames accumulated in the body rushed out at the same time. In an instant, it turned into a huge fire fist of dozens of meters, with a crushing posture, rushing over. It felt like a sea of fire all over the sky, rushing towards them. Looking at Ace, who was going to involve them as soon as he started. Rayleigh smiled helplessly. This is completely teaching the apprentice to starve the master to death and shooting himself in the foot. Once a fight really happened at this distance. The blackmail tavern behind was probably ruined. Rayleigh, don't worry, I won't let you kneel on the washboard. Qin Yu smiled warmly and patted Rayleigh's shoulder. Ace's strength has indeed improved a lot. With this move alone, he can fight the Admiral of the Navy on equal terms. However, if this is his confidence in challenging me, I am afraid he still underestimates me. After the voice fell, Qin Yu grabbed with his right hand in the air, and his 5 fingers were tensed. A dignified sound of breaking through the air sounded out of thin air in the distance. The axe with golden light flashed and fell into his hand instantly. Divine Axe Rita. This is Escanor's artifact. It even has the power of the sun that is superior to the flame. Looking at the sudden action and the weapon belonging to Escanor, Rayleigh was stunned at first, and then said to himself, after so long, his plan has finally come to an end. Is this going to be a showdown? As one of the people who knew that Qin Yu played multiple identities, Rayleigh has always been curious about why Qin Yu did this. At the same time, why can one person have all kinds of powers and means? It can be said that the appearance of Qin Yu, as the understanding of him continues to deepen. This makes Rayleigh feel more and more unpredictable. The endless means may be temporarily explained by the identity of the man in the sky in the Battle of the Sea burial at the top. But why did Qin Yu play so many roles by himself? It made Rayleigh want to know more and more. Now Qin Yu suddenly gave up his disguise. This undoubtedly aroused his curiosity, which was still suppressed in his heart. However, facing Rayleigh's floating thoughts, Qin Yu didn't know, and even if he knew, he didn't care at all. After all, he spent so much time to stage a good show and prepare a stage. It was all for the purpose of unsealing the Samsara Eye that was restricted by the world's laws. Now, the power of the Samsara Eye has been regained. There is no need to hide the carefully prepared masks before. It can be completely torn apart in front of outsiders. Today is the showdown. Chapter 1129. Can fire compare to the sun? Bang! Taking a step forward, Qin Yu's body, muscles bulged like a rock. The power in his body instantly transformed into the power of the blazing sun. The next moment, he disappeared from the spot like a ghost, and reappeared, having taken a step ahead and arrived in front of the oncoming fire fist. He clenched the axe in his right hand, without any fancy moves, and chopped it down with force. Boom! As the axe fell, the sound of thunder rolled and spread. The oncoming fire fist was cut in two with one slash. It turned into 2 huge flames, bypassed the Nok Bamboo Tavern, and rushed to both sides. It shattered everything along the way. Did this slash the fire? Looking at this sudden attack and Qin Yu's changed form, the faces of everyone present changed drastically. Especially Bonnie and Trafalgar Law, and even Ace who entered the Yan Emperor mode were no exception. It can be said that the means used by Qin Yu in front of them completely subverted their cognition. Distraction in a life and death battle is a taboo, or are you underestimating me? Qin Yu raised his left hand coldly. But, does your fire really intend to compete with the sun? Buzz. The sound of the air suddenly rang out. Qin Yu, who was in mid-air, raised his left hand horizontally, and the hot power dormant in his body gathered madly on his palm. An inexplicable high temperature rose rapidly, making people feel like they were in a furnace. Even Ace, who had transformed into the posture of the Flame Emperor, was no exception. You are Escanor, the sin of pride? Is this his ability of the sun fruit? Ace was the first to lose his temper. No, you are the fifth Emperor Uchiha Qin Yu, who are you? Facing Qin Yu, who suddenly changed his form, Ace obviously couldn't accept it. This feeling is like picking up a corpse once in a while, who knows that when you take off your pants, you find that the other party is a man dressed as a woman. This feeling is simply indescribable. Really, should you say something? Xiaoqi, holding a cigarette in her mouth, looked at Rayleigh subconsciously and said, he is your disciple anyway. Disciple? Rayleigh took a sip of wine helplessly and said, forget it, it's because none of the disciples are worry-free. Ace, that guy is a monster. In fact, the members of the Blood Flag Pirates are all played by that guy alone. The small voice, at this moment, is like an invisible hammer, hitting the depths of people's souls. Whether it is Bonnie or Trafalgar Law, even Ace was stunned for a moment. In their eyes, every member of the Blood Flag Pirates is a strong man who can stand alone. Each of them has the strength of a general. Every time they appear, they can set off a storm for the sea. It is precisely because of this reason that the Blood Flag Pirates have been given a fierce reputation that is comparable to, or even far beyond, the Rocks Pirates. However, now Rayleigh gave this answer that subverted cognition. If, as Rayleigh said, all the members of the Blood Flag Pirates are played by one person, does this mean that Uchiha Qin Yu, who is known as one of the 5 emperors on the sea, is a real monster? Don't look at me with such surprise. My feelings are actually similar to yours, but I just know it a little earlier than you. Rayleigh shrugged helplessly and said, however, I believe these secrets will soon have results. I hope Ace, you don't die. In Rayleigh's eyes, once Qin Yu tore his face, it meant that he really had no reservations. If Ace really's underestimation of the enemy, with Escanor's means. It was near noon, and the consequences would be disastrous. No possibility, I will definitely be able to defeat it, I will assist Whitebeard and ascend to the strongest position in this sea. Ace suddenly woke up and roared hysterically. Defeat me. Qin Yu stood in the void and said arrogantly. Are you dreaming? But, I have good news for you, your vision is too small, I am not interested in being the strongest in this sea. This place is not suitable for fighting, let's change places. Whoosh. Qin Yu disappeared from the spot like a ghost, and appeared again in front of Ace. He clenched the right hand of the divine axe Rita and pressed it on Ace's chest in the air. If an ordinary person touches his body with his bare hands like this, Ace firmly believes that the opponent's hand has been burned directly without doing it himself. However, looking at Qin Yu who seemed to be nothing, Ace's mind flashed through the words just now. Can fire be better than the sun? Bang! The invisible force exploded instantly in Qin Yu's palm. Ace only felt his body tighten, and the sound of the storm continued in his ears. When he came back to his senses again, he had appeared in the deserted estuary thousands of meters away from the blackmail. Before he could react, Qin Yu, who was stepping on the sun and following closely, appeared in Ace's eyes again. That indifferent and arrogant attitude gave Ace a feeling of being high above all others. Sorry, in order to fulfill the promise of not destroying the tavern, I found a grave for you without authorization. I hope you don't mind. Qin Yu said indifferently. His eyes turned in vain and fell on Ace. The next moment, the muscles of his feet were tightened, and he suddenly kicked out with force. Bang! The blazing sun, with its mighty force, instantly crossed a distance of 100 meters and appeared in front of Ace. Ace, who had transformed into the form of the Flame Emperor, was stunned at this moment. As the owner of the flame fruit, he actually felt the heat coming towards him. This was something he had never imagined. No. It should be said that this was his first time. However, before Ace could react, his indifferent and arrogant words echoed again. Merciless explosion. Boom! The madly compressed power exploded. Under the endless flames, half of the sky was directly illuminated into a dazzling day. The vision in front of him was directly taken away. Especially Rayleigh and others who were 10,000 meters away. Just felt a whiteness in front of his eyes, and the violent heat wave had turned into a hurricane and poured back. If he had not used his means to defend himself in time, I am afraid that this wave of heat wave impact alone would be enough to burn his skin. When the roar of the air waves in my ears faded away, the vision in front of me gradually recovered. The first scene that caught my eye was that there was no island anymore. The endless seawater in the semicircular estuary was evaporated, and the reefs below were even melted. A vacuum zone of several thousand meters in size was formed. Slightly closer to the dock, the huge soap tree unique to the Sabayati archipelago also turned into ashes at this moment and collapsed in the world. Chapter 1130 The Great Flame God of Emperor Yan. The hot air waves rolled back like a tide. Watching the power of a blow, the sea of several thousand meters at the estuary was directly burned. A huge round bowl vacuum zone was formed. This scene was simply shocking to everyone present. Especially in the eyes of Bonnie and Trafalgar Law, they understood more deeply that Qin Yu refused them to join the Blood Flag pirates out of kindness. However, at this moment, they only had one urgent thought in their minds. They were eager to see what happened to Ace, the Fire Fist, who had endured this shocking blow. Buzz! The air shook, and the sound of light buzzing continued. The hot airflow and the dissipated flames seemed to be pulled at this moment and poured back into the huge pit again. The sudden scene made everyone nervous. Rayleigh and Xiaoqi were the first to lose their patience and exerted their observation haki to the extreme. It quickly covered the entire battlefield. Ace can still fight, Xiaoqi said with a little surprise. A hint of surprise flashed across Rayleigh's old face, but he soon smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, "This guy is indeed similar to Captain Roger." After knowing the kid's monster-like identity and means, he knew that he had no chance of winning, and as long as he pretended to admit defeat, the kid would not kill him. Now that he is tossing around like this, I am not sure how far things will develop. In Rayleigh's eyes, if Qin Yu had not torn off the disguise mask and just fought with Ace, Ace might still have a chance to fight Qin Yu to a draw. But now Qin Yu is obviously showing off everything. The means and power used are probably at a level that I'm, who is hidden behind the scenes of the world government, is afraid of. That is an existence that even the Pirate King Roger is afraid of. Otherwise, he would not have staged that tragic drama at the end of his life. Whether you are the Five Emperors Qin Yu or the Pride Sin Escanor, I, Fire Fist Ace, will never take a step back and let's decide the winner once and for all. Emperor Yan, Great Yan God. Boom. Ace, who was in the deep pit and covered in blood, roared hysterically. The flames wandering around and the flames accumulated wildly in his body exploded at this moment. It turned into a huge flame column that rushed straight to the sky, instantly piercing through the leaden clouds accumulated in the sky. At this moment, not to mention the island where the blackmail was located, even the entire Sabayati archipelago, everyone noticed the strange scene here. This was the second time that the Battle of the Gods appeared in their eyes after the destruction of the number 1 and number 2 islands by the 5 emperors Qin Yu. Those pirates who were originally full of blood and planned to go to the New World to pursue the so-called great opportunity in Im's mouth, suddenly became dry-mouthed. In their eyes, the battle was completely stuck at, "You cut me with a knife, I shot him with a gun." At most, chopping off a few big trees, at most one knife and one boat. However, the scene that appeared before their eyes now gave them a sense of de copyright JAVU, like a god, burning the sky and boiling the sea. If they were not careful, they would run into it. I am afraid that not only would a boatload of people be burned to death, I am afraid that all the people on the entire island would not be able to escape. Boom! The flames that shot up into the sky burned half of the sky red. Under the eyes of the crowd, they gathered madly and turned into a huge flaming body of 100 meters. That feeling was almost the same as the 200 million volt thunder god posture displayed by Enel. The cheek that belonged to Ace appeared even more clearly. It gave people a feeling of falling into madness. The huge body condensed, and the eyes with steaming flames suddenly turned and locked directly on Qin Yu. The rolling sound waves were like thunder, resounding throughout the entire Shampoo Islands. Great Flame God Flame Fist. Bang! The 100-meter-long giant flame moved. The 5 fingers of the huge fist clenched suddenly, and the blazing flames vented between the fingers. Without any fancy moves, with the might of 10,000 kilograms, he punched Qin Yu head-on. Boom! With one punch, the sound of wind and thunder rolled, as if affecting the whole world. Endless flames rolled back. The 100-meter-long huge flaming fist, with a crushing posture, pierced through Qin Yu across the sky. At this moment, no matter where people were, as long as they witnessed this scene, they would have a feeling of extreme insignificance in their hearts. It seemed that as long as the other party had a thought, they could annihilate them under the flames. Faced with this inexplicable feeling of fear, they were eager to know who was fighting with this powerful man who was almost like a god. Under such a fierce and unparalleled offensive, what means did he have to fight against it? For a moment, anyone who could see the battlefield directly in the nearby sea area quickly glanced at the battlefield. Finally, they locked onto the figure that was so different. However, this glance made everyone's pupils shrink suddenly. At this moment, they were not only shocked by who was fighting the fire giant. Instead, they were shocked by the feeling Qin Yu gave them at this moment. Qin Yu, who was hundreds of meters tall and holding a powerful fire fist, gave people a feeling that he was the only one in the world. Perhaps, there was a big difference in body size. However, at this moment, Qin Yu, whether it was momentum, aura, or even image, seemed to be imprinted on everyone's mind, giving people a feeling as majestic as a mountain. It was like he was comparable to heaven and earth. Without any fancy, Qin Yu took a step forward in front of everyone. The magic axe Rita in his right hand had disappeared long ago. Instead, it was the palm knife transformed by his right hand. During the final battle with Kaido, Qin Yu did perform the burning realism and reached the ultimate posture of being the only one in the world. This made Qin Yu lose the peak combat power of Escanor. However, based on the current height, it is definitely enough to fight Ace. This feeling. Hurry up and see what time it is now. Rayleigh was shocked. While urging, he subconsciously took out the pocket watch on his waist, looked at the time on it, and the sun in the sky, and his face suddenly changed drastically. Without time to think about it, he roared hysterically. Ace, don't fight him head-on, run away quickly. The inexplicable exclamation made Ace suddenly startled. It was the first time he saw that the right-hand man of the Pirate King, Pluto Rayleigh, would be so shocked. However, the chaotic thoughts just flashed through his mind. Before he could react, an inexplicable and sharp momentum, like a spear, pierced through the void and enveloped him. At this moment, Ace seemed to have a kind of inexplicable death aura, shrouding him. It made his spine cold. Chapter 1131 The Existence Called God. The inexplicable death aura, like an invisible big hand, instantly tightened Ace's heart. It made his hair stand up. Without time to think about it, he quickly pushed the observation haki to the extreme and locked it directly on Qin Yu. Unfortunately, before Ace had any reaction, Qin Yu's step fell with a bang. The palm knife transformed by his right hand, with golden flames flowing, slashed down without any fancy moves. Holy Sword Escanor! Puff! The huge fire fist that was attacking from all directions suddenly stopped. The next moment, the flowing air, with Qin Yu as the center, seemed to be cut in half by an invisible blade. No matter the huge fire fist of hundreds of meters or the space along the way. The sharp invisible slash quickly spread to 1,000 meters away, and in an instant, it was imposed on the body of Fire Fist Ace. It can be said that at this moment, Ace had just pushed his observation haki to the extreme, and the sign of death had flashed in his mind. Without time to think about it, he quickly raised his hands to block. Unfortunately, all this seemed a little pale and powerless. The invisible slash that came head-on, at this moment, gave Ace the feeling that his body was torn in half. A crisp sound of breaking sounded without any warning. The hands transformed by the flames, like a mirror, broke into a shocking slash crack. Moreover, once this crack appeared, the spreading trend did not mean to stop at all. In a blink of an eye, it quickly spread to the body, starting from the forehead and catching up to the crotch. Puff! The air pierced with a piercing sound. The fiery red golden light had swept across the huge body of the fire god of 100 meters, and rushed straight to the island and the sea behind. It gave people the feeling that it was fleeting. When everyone reacted, the huge giant of 100 meters suddenly broke into two halves and fell to the left and right. At the same time, the land and sea in the distance that were swept by the fiery red golden light exploded. Bang! The sky-high flames were as sharp as a silk thread. Under the violent air waves, the land of 10,000 meters, including the sea surface, was directly split into two. At this moment, everyone's eyes were completely engulfed by the flames. All that was left in the ears was the roaring explosions and the sound of the wind rolling back the heat waves. I don't know how long it took, until the world returned to peace and the vision in front of me returned to normal. The first thing that caught the eye was a sword that started from Chinyu and quickly crossed to the end of the island and the land that could be seen as far as the eye could see. It felt as if this sword not only cut the great flame god of Emperor Yan, who was transformed by Ace, in half, but also the land. Seeing this amazing scene, Rayleigh and others had no time to think about it and quickly rushed to the estuary. As soon as they approached, they saw Chinyu falling from the sky. However, the current Chinyu had already withdrawn from the character template of Escanor and restored his original posture. Chinyu, how is Ace? Rayleigh hurriedly activated his observation haki to cover the entire battle circle. Don't worry, at the last moment, his observation haki reached its peak, predicted his death in advance, and used elementalization in time to escape. He lost this battle, but he also walked through the gates of hell, and his character should also change. Chinyu patted Rayleigh on the shoulder and comforted him. You mean, Ace can predict the future? Rayleigh was stunned for a moment, looking a little surprised. After all, Ace had only accepted his training half a year ago. Being able to combine the armament haki and the devil fruit ability to develop the Flame Emperor and the Great Flame God is already very good. Now he has also honed the observation haki to the extreme, reaching the level of predicting the future. If there was no monster Chinyu of the same age, Ace can definitely be called a demon-like existence. Haha, you succeeded in bragging. The world you live in is too peaceful. In my hometown, people who can live past the age of 20 are all strong people who can stand on their own. That is a world like Shura Field. Chinyu said with a dry laugh. He's here. The slightly sarcastic words fell, directly shaking the nerves of Rayleigh and others. For them, the most concerned thing now is no longer the safety of Fire Fist Ace. Instead, it is the words about his hometown that Chinyu just revealed. However, before they can ask further, the blazing wind and waves rolled back in the sky. When everyone came to their senses, they saw Ace, who was pale, with blood on the corners of his mouth, but very calm, falling 3 or 4 meters away. After the battle just now, Ace was indeed defeated. However, at this moment, the look he gave Chinyu was full of long-lost calmness. I lost. I heard what you said just now. Thank you for showing mercy. I was able to break through the last limit of my observation haki with your help. I, Fire Fist Ace, will definitely remember this kindness in my heart. Ace said in a deep voice. After a pause, he spoke again, however, now it seems that what everyone cares about most is not the victory or defeat between you and me, but what exactly does the hometown you just revealed mean? Is it that the I'm, who is hiding behind the world government, mentioned the heaven and the other world during the sea burial? Besides our world, are there really other worlds you mentioned? A series of questions came out of Ace's mouth, and at the same time, they also tensed the nerves of everyone in the field. Even Xiaoqi, who has been in control of the strongest intelligence network in the world of the Sea King, also showed a serious expression. After all, the question Ace just raised has exceeded their cognitive scope. If Chinyu had not suddenly appeared, I'm, who was hiding behind the world government, would suddenly appear and throw out such a shocking topic. They would not dare to imagine it this way. Haha, it seems that you are really curious about these things. Chinyu laughed dryly, took the wine jug from Rayleigh, took a sip, and said, since even Yumo has come out, it also means that my mission in this world will also end. Actually, to be precise according to my speculation, besides the fact that I am not from this world, even I'm who is hiding behind the world government is probably from another world. Moreover, they are not human beings, but claim to be gods. God? The people present were not only Bonnie and Trafalgar Law, but also Rayleigh and Shaky, old monsters who had lived for more than half a century and were well informed. In the world of One Piece, there are indeed beings who claim to be like gods. However, at their level, the so-called self-proclaimed gods are all bluffing. It can be said that only when they reach their level and can still call the other party a god, can it be said that he is not simple. Chapter 1132 The Age of One Piece for All People. The huge situation fell into silence all of a sudden. All the people present were shocked. After all, in their eyes, even Chinyu, who stood at the commanding heights of this world, was called a god. That is definitely not a simple person. At least, the power he possesses may exceed that of Kaido, the beast, who was killed by Chinyu. When they thought of this, everyone's nerves were undoubtedly tense. Qin Yu, what exactly is the god you are talking about? Rayleigh was the first to lose his temper. After all, he was a crew member of the former pirate king Roger, and he knew some secrets that could not be explained in the past. For example, the strange events encountered when entering the final island of Raftel. Feeling the many eyes cast on him, Qin Yu was about to speak, and an untimely voice suddenly sounded. Extra, extra, go to the final island, Raftel's nautical chart has been leaked, hurry up and buy a newspaper and go to Raftel. The expressions of the people present changed drastically, even Rayleigh and Xiaoqi were no exception. Only Qin Yu frowned, but did not show too much surprise. After all, he had already had a precedent in the world of Naruto. If what Qin Yu guessed was true, then who was hiding behind the world government and manipulating this world for more than 800 years, would definitely confront him first. At least, in Im's eyes, she guessed that Qin Yu was not from this world. However, she obviously did not guess how far Qin Yu's means would go. It was precisely for this reason that could not wait to take action and throw out the most deadly bait. Only the appearance of Raftel could prove that Im's battle at the burial at sea was related to the greatest opportunity given to Deo. Give me a newspaper. Rayleigh was the first to lose his temper. He took out a coin and threw it directly to the newsbird. When the newsbird took the coin and threw the newspaper down, Rayleigh had already snatched it back and couldn't wait to open the newspaper. Everyone's eyes turned to the front page. The first thing that caught my eye was a slightly mysterious nautical chart with annotations. Looking at this scene, and the words just spoken by the newsbird, the combination of the two instantly pried everyone's nerves. Ace was the first to lose his temper and said, Rayleigh, I came here this time to ask for information about Raftel. Roger and Whitebeard once said the same thing as and now suddenly there is a nautical chart that claims to be able to go to Raftel. Is this true? A series of questions undoubtedly brought everyone back to their senses, and even Qin Yu looked at Rayleigh with a little curiosity. For Qin Yu, he had initially guessed Im's plan, but if he could use Rayleigh's words to confirm it, this is also a good thing. Rayleigh's expression also changed successively. After the initial shock and a flash of helplessness, he sighed and said, this is indeed the nautical chart pointing to the final island of Raftel in the historical text. However, the annotations on it are a bit different from what Sun Moon Odin proposed at the time. At least some dangerous places are not fully marked. If you use this nautical chart to go to Raftel, you can indeed reach it, but the premise is that you can overcome the obstacles along the way. But I didn't expect that the nautical chart that was built with the 4 historical texts that were fought over and carefully hidden by the 4 emperors would be announced to the world so frivolously. It seems that this sea is really going to change. I'm afraid Roger's idea will also be realized in advance. But at least Roger has waited for a force beyond his imagination that is enough to shake the world. Chang's voice echoed in the ruins and could not be dissipated for a long time. If they were still doubting the front page of the newspaper a moment ago, it was just a joke. But now, Rayleigh, the Pluto who had arrived at the end of the New World, the final island of Raftel, and the former right-hand man of the Pirate King, has confirmed it. This means that the place that was originally only qualified to go to by the strongest in the world is completely open to everyone competing on this sea. Whether it is the 4 emperors or ordinary pirates, as long as they get this newspaper, they have the qualifications to become the Pirate King. This is probably the era of the Pirate King for all people, right? Rayleigh, is this nautical chart real? Ace clenched the newspaper and said, I want to know, what happened when you arrived at Raftel that day? Why, Roger later told his father that where there is the greatest opportunity, there is also the greatest danger. This what does it mean? In Ace's eyes, Roger is indeed his biological father. However, in addition to the so-called blood relationship, Ace and Whitebeard's temperaments are more in line with each other. If it weren't for the fact that his body shape is so different from Whitebeard's, I'm afraid Roger is really worthy of doubt. When his wife was pregnant, did Whitebeard become the old king next door? However, now Ace is most eager to find out what is on Raftel. Going to the final island, Raftel's navigation chart has been exposed. That means that anyone on this sea has the opportunity to board Raftel. Everyone has the qualifications to become the Pirate King. The only way for Ace to make Whitebeard stand out is to find out what is in Raftel first. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. Ace is still very clear. It is also the only shortcut in front of you. Looking at Ace's eager face, Rayleigh did not speak immediately. His eyes suddenly turned and fell on Qin Yu. After taking back the wine pot, he took a sip of strong liquor and said with a rare smile, Boy, you have never begged me, and I have never seen you beg anyone. This time, Raftel's navigation map was suddenly exposed, and the position of the Pirate King entered the competition in advance. You should also want to know what is there. This is a shortcut. If you want to know, I can tell you. For Rayleigh, who suddenly kept it a secret and planned to take advantage of Chinyu, Ace, and others, were indeed anxious. However, it was not easy to urge him, so they could only look at Chinyu eagerly. In their eyes, Raftel is the most mysterious existence in this sea. No matter what Chinyu's origin is, he should be very curious. Feeling the eyes from all around, Chinyu touched his nose helplessly and said, "If I say I am not interested, you should not mind." "No, I should say that I roughly guessed what was inside." Chapter 1133, Something must be wrong when things are out of the ordinary. What did you guess was inside? Ace was stunned and a little difficult to accept. In his eyes, it was an important landmark representing the identity of the Pirate King. Only after many battles can one achieve the fame and know the secrets. Now Chinyu said he guessed it. This is too difficult to accept. Haha, it seems that I still underestimated you. Rayleigh laughed and said, "However, since these words came from your mouth, I will not doubt it. However, we have kept the secret of Raftel in our hearts for decades. Since Captain Roger's goal has been achieved in advance, there is no need to continue to hide the secrets we are hiding." Having said that, Rayleigh took another sip of liquor, his face was a little more depressed, and he said, "In fact, when we set foot on Raftel that day, we didn't see what was inside. It was so foggy that you couldn't see your fingers." Later, Roger got lost and returned to the ship a day later. According to Roger, this island is like a fairyland. In addition to gold, silver, jewelry, various golden buildings, and various strange machines, the most important thing is that there is a towering tree in the center of the island, which is full of various fruits similar to devil fruits. At that time, Roger suspected that this tree might be related to the legendary treasure. The tree that gave birth to the devil fruit? Bonnie and Trafalgar Law's faces changed drastically. Even Ace, who had been mentally prepared for a long time, was no exception. If it is said that the honeycomb island occupied by Whitebeard has something special that can increase the probability of the appearance of devil fruits, this is already a place that all forces must fight for. If people outside knew that the final island, Raftel, not only has gold and jewelry, but also towering trees with devil fruits. Not to mention ordinary pirates, I am afraid that even the four emperors, even the navy headquarters and the world government, will definitely be salivating. I finally know why I'm said that the biggest opportunity will appear in this sea next. It turns out that Raftel actually hides such a secret. Bonnie was the first to lose her temper and muttered to herself. If this explosive information is spread to the sea, I am afraid that everyone on the entire sea will be shocked. Not to mention the devil fruits on the trees, I am afraid that the gold and silver jewelry on the island alone will make people crazy. No, now just based on Roger's words, Raftel has become the target of public criticism. Rayleigh sighed. However, according to my understanding of Roger, he has gone to great lengths to do so many things, and even staged a good show in Rogue Town. He may be hiding something important. Perhaps this matter is more important than the devil fruit tree taking root in Raftel. Chinyu, do you know what secret is in it? Rayleigh suddenly asked. Everyone present turned their eyes and fell on Chinyu. After all, Chinyu claimed a moment ago that he had already guessed what was in Raftel. During Rayleigh's narration, his expression did not fluctuate much except for a slight change. This made them believe Chinyu's words even more. If they could learn about Raftel in advance from Chinyu what secrets are hidden in Drun, it can be regarded as winning at the starting line. In fact, the secret hidden by Roger is very simple. Chinyu said lightly, in any world, gains and risks coexist. Since there is a towering tree that bears devil fruits, the risks in Raftel are definitely not small. So, when you decide to go to Raftel, you must hold the heart of death. There is a saying in my hometown that there must be something wrong when things are abnormal. When going to the final island, the navigation chart of Raftel suddenly appeared on the sea. This may be a trap. The small voice made everyone present change their faces suddenly. The moment before, they were just immersed in the joy of the exposure of the navigation chart of Raftel on the final island. They didn't think of this at all. As Chinyu said, there must be something wrong when things are abnormal. The navigation chart to the final island Raftel was suddenly exposed. Who did this and why did they do this? It is really intriguing. I'll stop here. If possible, I'd like to advise Whitebeard and the others not to take this trip. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. Qin Yu said lightly. In fact, since the end of the sea burial battle, Qin Yu guessed that I'm, who was hiding behind the world government, would not sit still and wait for death. However, Qin Yu never expected that I would confront him in advance. Directly expose Raftel, where the sacred tree is hidden. After exposing Raftel, Qin Yu roughly guessed what would happen next. However, it's not that he didn't want to tell Ace and others. It's just that if he completely exposed the matter, I would also find out that something was wrong in advance. Qin Yu's plan would also be affected. What's more, Whitebeard is a generation of heroes. Maybe he can't compare with Pirate King Roger, but his ambition to go to the final island Raftel is definitely no less than that of others. Sometimes, it is enough to stop talking about something. The final choice fell into the hands of Whitebeard. 5 Emperors Qin Yu, if you are going to Raftel, please take me with you. Trafalgar Law suddenly spoke. This time, I came to you to repay you for helping me avenge Khorasan and kill Doflamingo. 7 Warlords of the Sea? Bonnie's expression could not help but stagnate. However, at this juncture, she didn't care what Law's reasons were, as long as everyone had a common goal now. Me, if you don't take us, we will go by ourselves. You don't want to see your little fangirl buried in Raftel in vain. Bonnie also hurriedly echoed. As she spoke, Bonnie was the first to show a pitiful expression. Although, Bonnie has always been known for her big appetite and carefree temperament. However, she was originally a beauty, and pretending to be a weak woman was also unique. Otherwise, in the original work, when Blackbeard met Bonnie, he would not ask her to become his wife. Seeing the sudden scene, Ace was stunned at first, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and said, "Don't worry, if Captain Qin Yu does not agree to take you in, the door of our Whitebeard pirates will also be open to you, so you don't have to worry, just go back with me to see Dad." Chapter 1134 Betting on the Blood Flag Pirates. Join the Whitebeard Pirates? Bonnie and Trafalgar Law were stunned for a moment. If it were in the past, being able to join the 4 emperors, known as the strongest man on the sea, would definitely be a hot commodity. However, for Bonnie and Trafalgar Law now, it seems extremely tasteless. After the two looked at each other, they shook their heads at the same time and said, "No, we just want to join the Blood Flag Pirates. We appreciate your kindness." Ace's face, that trace of pride that originally appeared inadvertently, suddenly became unusually stiff. For a long time, Ace firmly believed that those who came to join the Whitebeard Pirates could surround the entire Sabaody archipelago dozens of times. It can be said that as long as they are pirates, most of them have wanted to join Whitebeard's army. After all, there is no one who doesn't understand the truth that it is good to take shelter under a big tree. In the past, as long as the Whitebeard Pirates released the news of recruiting people, everyone would rush forward. Now, Ace is just holding on to prepare for entering Raftel. Bonnie and Trafalgar Law are also members of the Supernova. Only then will he take the initiative to extend an olive branch to invite the two to join the Whitebeard Pirates. This can be regarded as a big door of convenience. I never thought that the two would refuse directly as soon as they opened their mouths. Haha, Ace, you don't need to look so frustrated. I think you should know that everyone has their own ambitions. Rayleigh laughed and patted Ace's shoulder. Originally, this old man has been guarding the Sabaody archipelago to see who can reach the final island, Raftel, and uncover the secret that Roger hid that day. Now it seems that this result is beyond my expectations. Since the other party hopes that the entire ocean will join in the fun, if an old man like me remains indifferent, I am afraid that Roger will really laugh at me when I meet him in the underworld in the future. I knew that you would leave one day. It turns out that your ambition is not extinguished. Xiaoqi holding a cigarette, he exhaled and said, "Count me in. I'm tired of this kind of small business of extortion. It's time to do something big. After the success, I can enjoy my old age." At this point, Xiaoqi looked at Rayleigh and said, "You make your choice. I believed you 30 years ago, and I believe you now." 30 years ago, Xiaoqi was the head of the Rocks Pirates, responsible for coordinating intelligence. He was always chased by the Navy hero Garp on the sea. In the Battle of God Valley, Rocks was defeated and disappeared completely. While the pirate group was split, Rayleigh tricked Xiaoqi onto Roger's ship and became one of them. Later, after Roger came back from Raftel, he disbanded the pirate group, and the two settled in the Sabaody archipelago, which was also a life of husband and wife. Now that Rayleigh is going out to sea, Xiaoqi will certainly not stay here alone. Haha, I didn't expect that someone would believe in a drunkard like me. Rayleigh laughed dryly and said, however, since we are going to take risks and enter Raftel again, we must choose the most familiar big ship to join forces. Rayleigh, are you planning to join forces with our Whitebeard pirates? If Dad knew about this, he would be very happy. Ace's eyes lit up and said with joy. After all, Rayleigh was the right-hand man of the former pirate king, not counting his own powerful combat power. Just having the experience of going to the final island of Raftel is enough to qualify for landing on the island. Ace, I'm sorry, I think you misunderstood me. Rayleigh touched his nose with a little embarrassment and said, I want to join the Blood Flag Pirates. This kid invited me to join half a year ago. Now that I'm going to sea, I'm afraid I can't break my promise. Half a year ago? Ace was stunned for a moment. This kind of rhetoric is too much. If you say that you invited me half a year ago, it will become a promise. Then Ace doesn't believe that Whitebeard has not invited Rayleigh to board the ship for decades. If this is also a reason for refusal, it is too ridiculous. Ahem, Ace, don't misunderstand. When you go back, don't forget to tell Whitebeard Chinyu's original words and the secrets that Roger may hide. Rayleigh coughed awkwardly and said. Let him make his own decision, but Ace, I still hope you can be safe. Looking at Rayleigh, who refused and changed the subject, Ace sighed secretly. After the life and death battle just now, he had already had some epiphany. However, he never expected that the Whitebeard pirates, which were still famous in the sea a year ago and people were scrambling to join, would fall to the point of being despised. However, when Ace thought of the various things about the Blood Flag pirates during this period, he had no way to refute. Most importantly, Ace knew clearly that Chinyu and they were no longer from the same world. When he thought of this, Ace laughed helplessly and said, since everyone has made up their minds, I will not force it. This is my life card. If you encounter any danger in Raftel, you can come to me. As he spoke, Ace took out a life card and handed it to Rayleigh. Then, with flames flowing all over his body, he pressed down the brim of his hat and turned into a streak of flames, rushing away. Now that such a big incident has occurred at sea, Ace has also completed the task of finding the information from Rayleigh's mouth. It is not very useful to continue staying here. The most important thing is that Ace needs to personally take Chinyu's words back to Whitebeard and wait for him to make the final decision. Looking at Ace, who disappeared in an instant, Rayleigh also retracted his gaze and said with an interested smile, Brother Chinyu, I have become an ugly man and rejected Ace. You won't let me lose face and go back to beg Whitebeard, right? I have waited for almost 20 years. Finally, I can wait until the time to solve the secret of Raftel. I believe you can do it. For Rayleigh, if Chinyu had not appeared out of nowhere, he would definitely bet on Whitebeard like Roger. For example, in the original work, Red Hair Shanks bet on Luffy. However, this kind of bet has always given Rayleigh a very ethereal feeling. But now Chinyu's sudden appearance can break the deadlock of the times in just 1 year. It also allows Lord Im, who is hidden behind the world government, to show up. This is undoubtedly beyond Rayleigh's cognition. In Rayleigh's eyes, if even Chinyu can't break the secret hidden in Raftel, the final island, I'm afraid that no one in this world can do it. Chapter 1135, Borrowing some people from the dead. Looking at Rayleigh, who had made up his mind, Chinyu touched his nose helplessly and said, okay, but I have to go to another place to borrow some people, maybe I can use them when the time comes. According to Chinyu's speculation, since Yumu also exposed the final island of Ravdru where the sacred tree is hidden in advance. This is obviously a trap. As for what is in this trap, maybe Chinyu has no way to guess it completely. However, since he is going to settle the matter here, for Chinyu, who has always been cautious, he still has to prepare in advance. Borrow people? Who are you going to borrow people from? Maybe my old face can still come in handy. Rayleigh was stunned for a moment. Obviously, he didn't expect that this kind of request for help would be, the words will come from Chinyu's mouth. However, when thinking about the wide range of implications of this matter, Chinyu's full preparations made Rayleigh feel more at ease. However, what they care more about is who is worthy of Chinyu to borrow people. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on Chinyu. Hehe, don't worry, I'm just borrowing something from a dead person. As for who it is, you will know when the time comes. Chinyu laughed dryly and patted Rayleigh's shoulder. It's getting late now, let's set off quickly, it's not good if someone gets there first. On the other hand, deep in the holy land of Mary Joa, a palace that reaches the sky like a sky-high palace stands here. Compared with other heavily guarded places, the empty posture here makes the atmosphere seem a bit weird. 5 figures hurried here. When they approached the palace tower, the first person who came into view was Elim, the leader of the 5 elders. Lord Yim, 5 of us are here to see you. As soon as Elim arrived at the gate, he knelt on the ground in a hurry. The remaining 4 people were no exception, their faces were full of anxiety. In his hand, he also held a front-page map with the Raftlo nautical chart. Come in, I've been waiting for you for a long time. The ethereal voice sounded without warning. The door that was originally closed squeaked and was automatically pushed open. The first thing that came into view was the end of the hall, a figure shrouded in golden light, whose appearance could not be seen clearly. The leader, Ilam, hurriedly crossed the gate and knelt on the ground again and said, Lord Ilam, I dare to ask a question. Morgans, the big news is about the final island and the navigation chart of Ravdru. Did you release it? Suddenly, using this biggest secret as bait, I'm afraid it's too much for that kid. In Ilam's eyes, Chinyu's strength was indeed beyond their expectations. However, if the overall situation that has been worked hard for hundreds of years is made public for a mere threat, it would be a bit of a loss. The monk and 4 people who followed him did not speak, but their faces were also full of confusion. I did release this news. The ethereal voice sounded again. Hidden in the golden light, Yumo's eyes were shining with golden light, and fell on Yilam and said, You still underestimated that kid. I feel a threat in him. Instead of letting the threat grow, it is better to kill it in the cradle. Although it will take some time for the sacred tree to fully mature, but with the backup I asked you to prepare, it is not a problem to deal with this lack of time. Hearing this confident words, a monk was the first to lose his temper and said, Lord Yumu, that kid is very cunning. We, the 5 elders, believe in Lord Yumu's strength very much, but I still want to know how confident Lord Yumu is. In the eyes of a monk, Yumu suddenly brought the plan forward, which was indeed beyond their cognition. However, when he thought that Chinyu, who had repeatedly frustrated him in the past, would be frustrated and even killed. This undoubtedly made a monk feel inexplicably urgent. He was eager to know what confidence Yumo had in taking action personally. Don't worry, follow my plan. I am 100% sure that I can get rid of that kid. The indifferent voice sounded again. However, you can't leave any of the things I asked you to prepare. If possible, seduce more people who want to master power and let them use it for me. I will give them a surprise in the end. Once we can really defeat that kid and get his power, maybe we can make the sacred tree mature in advance. At that time, our ambition to dominate will be greater. The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound, echoing in the hall, and it couldn't be dispersed for a long time. Even the 5 elders, the expression on their faces changed several times in succession, and their breathing became heavier. In their eyes, Yumo's ambition is their goal. As long as they can accomplish everything that Yumo wants, the 5 elders will be satisfied. What's more, they have been preparing those things for a long time. What they are waiting for is this moment. Lord Yim, don't worry. We have prepared everything you ordered. Now we have to see who can finally arrive at Raftel. I think they will be satisfied with the gifts we have prepared. Ilam responded hurriedly. It can be said that after so many years, in these long years, Yim has appeared only a few times. Let alone assigning them tasks, I am afraid that even the opportunity to meet is very few. Now it is rare for them to get closer to Lord Yim in their eyes. In their eyes, this is a great honor. Okay, with your words, I can rest assured. The indifferent voice sounded again. Yim, who was shrouded in golden light, waved his hand and said in a deep voice. Then your task next is to arrive at Raftel in advance to prepare. I don't want any mistakes in these 800 years of hard work, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Buzz. In the golden light, a pair of eyes suddenly turned, and under the golden light, a mysterious star shape emerged. A huge pressure like a tide, like a mountain pressing down on the top of the head, quickly swept through the entire palace. The 5 elders in it, his expression changed drastically, and his whole body seemed to be pressed by a mountain. The bones all over his body seemed to be overwhelmed and made crisp sounds. It felt as if he would be crushed by this huge force at any time. However, facing the power from Lord Yumu, the 5 people of Yilam did not dare to complain at all, and quickly agreed with sincerity. Lord Yumu, don't worry, for Lord Yumu, we are willing to go through fire and water. Chapter 1136 Whitebeard's Decision. In the huge palace, 5 figures were bent by the invisible pressure. If the outside world saw that the most powerful behind-the-scenes controller of the world government, whom they regarded as, would appear so humble, I am afraid they would definitely not want to believe that everything in front of them was true. However, at this moment, the 5 elders, with their dry bark-like cheeks, were full of respect from the heart. Seeing this scene, Yumu, who was hidden in the golden light, suddenly waved his hand, emitting a strong pressure like a mountain, like a tide, directly pouring back into his body, and said indifferently, "Okay, with your words, I can make preparations with peace of mind. I hope you cannot let me down. As long as the sacred tree matures, our ambitions will not be limited to this small world. Now, everyone, retreat. I have something to deal with first." After leaving these words, Yumu, who was hidden in the golden light, collapsed between heaven and earth in full view of everyone. Without the invisible force of oppression, Yulam and the other 5 people relaxed their bodies, exhaled heavily, and their tense nerves also relaxed. However, when they thought of Yumu's final promise, the people present had a trace of unconcealable joy on their faces. They have lived for hundreds of years and made so many preparations just to satisfy their ambitions. Now, the Supreme Lord Yumo has taken action in their eyes. This undoubtedly makes them more eager to look forward to it. Okay, let's prepare quickly. Don't let Vegapunk fail at the last minute. If we disappoint Lord Yumu, we will be in trouble. Elam stood up first, patted the dust on his body, and spoke in a deep voice. Yiseng and others heard it without any rebuttal, and nodded in agreement. 3 days later, whether it was the New World, the Grand Line, or even the 4 Seas, they were also detonated by Morgan's sudden exposure. As the front page of the newspaper heading to the final island of Raftel, no matter how many copies were printed, they were directly sold out. It can be said that as long as you are in this sea and have ambitions for the final island of Raftel, everyone has a copy. Even many ordinary people choose to buy one for collection. Some desperate criminals, after getting the nautical chart to the final island of Raftel in the newspaper, did not think much and set off directly according to the nautical chart. For a time, the vast ocean. No. It should be said that the whole world was completely boiling because of this incident. Even the existence of the 4 emperors could not sit still. At the entrance of Beehive Island, in addition to the Moby Dick, which belonged to Whitebeard, there was also a ship from the Red Hair Pirates, the Lifos. However, at this moment, no one on the 2 ships stayed here. Instead, all the people gathered on the dock, surrounding a blood-red stone. The burly figure standing in front of the 4 or 5 meter high, square blood-red stone was the owner of this island, Whitebeard. Next to him was the red-haired Shanks with a broken left arm. However, they are both 4 emperors, and they are both top-level strongmen in this sea. At this moment, looking at the historical text in front of him, his face became a little ugly. This nautical chart about the route of the final island Raftel is published in the newspaper. One of the 4 is indeed consistent with the historical text you have collected. If we speculate based on this, the nautical chart in the newspaper is probably true. Red-haired Shanks said in a deep voice. Where did Morgans get this nautical chart? There are also annotations in the newspaper. Isn't this luring others to go to Raftel? In the eyes of the 4 emperors like Red Hair. For a long time, if there is no interest in the final island Raftel, it is fake. However, Red Hair has self-knowledge. He clearly knows that he can become one of the 4 emperors, and he has already touched the ceiling of his life. To break the situation where the 4 emperors are divided and the Navy headquarters is the only one. Red Hair knows clearly that it is impossible for him to do it alone. The only way is to rely on external forces to push the gears of the old era to turn. Therefore, the idea of going to the East China Sea windmill town to find a suitable target for brainwashing came into being. And Luffy is one of them. However, red-haired Shanks never expected that Chin Yu's sudden appearance would completely turn his plan into a wild horse. Not only did it break the 4 emperors' separatist rule and the Navy's dominance, it also caused the navigation chart of the final island Raftel to be directly leaked. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes and found Whitebeard to confirm it at the same time, red-haired Shanks would never have believed that all this was true. Hey, Morgans, that guy, usually, writing those unfounded fake news might be possible, but he didn't have the courage to let him find the navigation chart of the final island, Raftel, and publish it directly. Whitebeard snorted disdainfully, crushed the newspaper in his hand, and said with a gloomy face. What's more, if he really got the navigation chart, unless he completely gave up the position of big news, once the news was exposed, the Navy headquarters and even the world government would never let him go. At that time, there was only one way to die for him. The low voice echoed on the huge dock and could not be dispersed for a long time. Whether it was the crew under Whitebeard or the men under Red Hair. For them, it was a great blessing to have two strong men standing at the peak level to analyze this matter. At least, this would allow them to take fewer detours. Whitebeard, do you mean that this matter was led by the world government and spread with the help of the big news Morgans? Red-haired Shanks said in a deep voice. No, it should be said that the person you suspect is I'm who appeared in the Battle of Burial at Sea not long ago. Yes, I suspect that the person who exposed the final island of Raftel this time was that guy. Whitebeard nodded in agreement. However, I haven't figured out why he did this, but once the navigation chart of Raftel is exposed, there will be very few people in this sea who can resist the temptation. At least, you and I are probably very interested in what is on Raftel and what Roger saw that day. 3 days ago, after meeting with Whitebeard and leaving, red-haired Shanks went to find the crew of the former Pirate King Roger's ship to find out information about Raftel. Chapter 1137 The slap in the face came too quickly. 3 days ago, after meeting with Whitebeard and leaving, red-haired Shanks went to find the crew of the former Pirate King Roger's ship to find out information about Raftel. However, when red-haired Shanks just found out the same statement from them. Then he received the big news that Morgans had logged out of the navigation chart of the final island Raftel. If he hadn't found Whitebeard to confirm it with his own eyes, Red Hair would never believe that all this was true. As Whitebeard's tentative words fell, all the eyes in the field turned and locked on red-haired Shanks. At present, the alliance between Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linlin was disintegrated by Qin Yu. The alliance between Whitebeard and the Red Hair Pirates has become a bit dispensable. However, in the eyes of many people, they are now at least allies. Especially in the face of the sudden appearance of the navigation map information about the final island of Raftel. If they can continue to advance and retreat together, it will definitely be the best. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the field, Red Hair Shanks came back to his senses a little and said in a deep voice, Whitebeard, you are right. I regret that I couldn't board Raftel with Captain Roger more than 20 years ago. However, since you are testing me now, I will tell you straight away that I will definitely go to Raftel. If you go too, we can go together to explore. I believe that Captain Roger can also get out of Raftel unscathed. The two of us may not be able to surpass the Roger pirates in the past by much, but it is not impossible to get out of it unscathed. Moreover, don't forget that the people entering Raftel this time will definitely not be just you and me. I'm afraid there are people from other forces. If we join forces, we may be able to maximize our advantage. Maybe we can deal with Uchiha Qin Yu. The people present were silent for a moment. There was no way to refute what Red Hair said. After Whitebeard's expression changed slightly, he said, Red Hair, you kid, you are right, I also agree to continue to join forces. However, I still say this in advance, so that you can keep your eyes open. In the end, no matter what secrets there are on Raftel, we are allies before we leave Raftel. I don't want anyone to betray like Blackbeard in the middle of the journey, otherwise don't blame me, I won't give up my life, and I will drag you to death together. A deep voice, with a certainty between the words. The atmosphere at the huge dock suddenly became depressing. Hee, Whitebeard, don't worry. Since you are also planning to go to the final island, Raftel, when will you leave? Red-haired Shanks responded with a dry laugh, and the tense atmosphere suddenly relaxed. After a pause, he continued, however, before we set off, do we need to find out what other people are doing, or what that kid is doing? Imu suddenly made this big scene. I always think that this matter is probably related to that kid. After these words fell, many people were stunned. Especially Ben Beckman and Marco, who were the think tanks of both sides, raised their eyebrows, and obviously had doubts for a long time. After all, in their eyes, who was hiding behind the scenes of the world government and was high above, would suddenly appear in the Battle of Sea Burial. It was completely related to Qin Yu. He has decided to go, but let me bring you a message. I hope you don't take this trip. Muddy water. Ace's voice came unexpectedly at the estuary. The sudden scene made everyone's nerves tense. Everyone turned their eyes and looked in the direction of the sound. The first thing that came into view was Ace's special fire-powered boat, which was rushing back quickly from a distance. As soon as he approached the dock, the flames that surged out of his body retreated back into his body like a tide. In full view of everyone, he jumped and landed on the dock. Seeing Ace return safely, Whitebeard secretly breathed a sigh of relief, frowned, and said, "Ace, what do you mean by what you said just now? Aren't you going to find Rayleigh? How did you run into that guy?" As for Uchiha Chinyu, their memories still linger on the Battle of the Sea Burial, when I'm, who was hiding behind the world government, suddenly sent Chinyu and others away. However, facing Whitebeard's questioning, Ace obviously had no intention of explaining everything. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "When I met Rayleigh, the 5th Emperor Uchiha Chinyu was already there. At that time, we also found the front page of the newspaper about the final island Raftel. Later, when I talked to Rayleigh about the pros and cons, that guy asked me to bring you a message, hoping that Dad and Red Hair would not walk into this muddy water. Finally, he left me 2 words. There must be something wrong with the abnormal use, and there are gains and risks." The huge dock suddenly fell into silence. It just echoed with Ace's words, which could not be dispersed for a long time. Whether it was Marco and other Whitebeard crew members, or Ben Beckman and other red-haired backbones. At this moment, their faces were obviously a little ugly. A moment ago, Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks were determined to go to the final island, Raftel. It was also for the sake of the alliance to clarify the relationship. However, now that Ace appeared, he brought them back the so-called warning from the 5th Emperor Uchiha Chinyu. Let them never walk in muddy water. In their eyes, this is undoubtedly a slap in the face. Moreover, this slap in the face came too quickly. "Dad, I know you and Red Hair have made a decision, but I have brought these words to you. No matter what decision Dad makes, we are willing to support it." Feeling the strange atmosphere in the field, Ace was the first to speak out. "Yes, Ace is right, we will fully support Dad, no matter whether the final island of Raftel is a dangerous place or the so-called 5 Emperors Uchiha Chinyu is deliberately making a mystery, trying to scare us away and occupy Raftel alone. Our original intention will never change." Diamond Jaws echoed in a hurry. The rest of the captains also nodded. Ben Beckman and others on the side did not speak, but the expressions on their faces clearly showed that they were on the same side as them. Now it depends on whether Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks will give up the idea of going to the final island, Raftel, because of Chinyu's words. Chapter 1138 Multiple Preparations. The huge field fell into a dead silence. Everyone's eyes turned in unison and locked on Whitebeard. Facing Ace, the sudden words brought back. It undoubtedly tightened their nerves. After all, in their eyes, as a pirate, who doesn't want to land on the final island, Raftel, in their lifetime? What's more, they are subordinates of the 4 emperors. If they choose to retreat under this status, it will be a shame for them. Humph, that brat is just being mysterious. He was not even born when I was roaming this sea. Can this Raftel be compared to the battle on the God Island? Whitebeard snorted disdainfully. Since Roger was able to get away from Raftel unscathed, I, Whitebeard, can do the same. Moreover, I can take everyone with me and then bring everyone back with me. At this point, Whitebeard's eyes suddenly turned and said, "Red-haired brat, if you plan to quit now, I won't blame you. After all, there are very few people who can compete with me on this sea." The faces of Logie and others changed slightly. Whitebeard's words were undoubtedly aggressive. As one of the 4 emperors, Red Hair was indeed slightly inferior to the other 3 who were born in the Rocks Pirates in terms of experience. However, he was still one of the 4 emperors, and he had also been on the ship of Pirate King Roger. Just based on this heavy identity, it was not something that ordinary people could despise. However, before they could speak, Red Hair took the lead and said with a smile, "Whitebeard, you are still the same, you like to use provocation. Captain Roger didn't fall for your tricks that day, and I, Shanks, didn't fall for it either. But don't worry, I, Shanks, am not a coward. Since I promised to go, I will definitely go. What's more, after living in peace for such a long time, I also want to see how dangerous the danger mentioned by the kid is." The tense atmosphere at the scene suddenly eased after the red-haired captain's response. Ace looked at him calmly, obviously expecting something, and said, "Since my father and the red-haired captain have already made a decision, I won't say much. I just want to say a few words to that guy. Besides, I am also interested in Raftel. If you all say no, I will not only lose I look down on you." "Haha, Ace, you are right. If I give up going to Raftel because of what that kid said, then even I will look down on myself. Whitebeard laughed and patted Ace on the shoulder and said, but, the red-haired kid is right. I also want to see what the danger that guy said can threaten us is. Next, everyone, give me supplies and gather all those who are willing to go to Raftel. I want to let them know what the power of the Whitebeard pirates is. The rolling voices carried an unquestionable flavor. The surrounding cotters and captains, with their expressions straightened, hurriedly nodded in agreement. Then they dispersed like the tide and quickly went to execute. At present, the navigation chart of Raftel has been exposed for 3 days. During this period of time, I am afraid that many desperate people have set out first. If the theory of danger along the way to Raftel is just a rumor, then the journey to Raftel will probably be a green light all the way. This means that the vanguard will land first. If they continue to waste time here, there will be no business for their Whitebeard pirates. Okay, since Whitebeard has also started to act, I will go back to gather people to prepare. We will meet in the Bowl Islands 1 day later. I think the other guys should be agitated now. Okay, see you later that day. If you don't come, I will set off directly and won't wait for you, a little kid. Okay. The red-haired man smiled and replied, and in full view of the crowd, he led the team away. He left with the Lefos, which was anchored at the entrance of Beehive Island. Whitebeard turned his eyes and said, Ace, is Rayleigh not interested in Raftel? If he joins, we will be even more powerful. When Redhair was present just now, Whitebeard acted extremely strong. However, for him, all the captains present were regarded as his own sons. Facing Raftel and the words that Ace just brought back, he acted indifferent. However, it does not mean that he will believe that Raftel will not be in any danger. Therefore, if Whitebeard is allowed to choose, he is more willing to make comprehensive arrangements, and Rayleigh's participation may be a better choice. For a moment, everyone who stayed in the field turned their eyes and locked on Ace. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the field, Ace touched his nose helplessly and said with a wry smile, Dad, after learning about Raftel, I took the lead in inviting Rayleigh to go with me. But Rayleigh said that the 5th Emperor Chinyu had invited us half a year ago, and this promise cannot be refused. Half a year ago? The faces of the people present were stunned. Whitebeard's face sank even more, and he said, Rayleigh is still as thick-skinned as ever. He can even say such words. I invited him 20 years ago. Why didn't he say it was a promise? However, it's not a big problem without Rayleigh. I have contacted other people. He owed me a huge favor that day. He should also be interested in Raftel. If he is here, we can avoid a lot of detours. After all, that guy is not inferior to Rayleigh. Not inferior to Rayleigh? Several figures flashed through Ace's mind, revealing a surprised expression. It seems that the words Chinyu asked him to bring back just now did not scare Whitebeard away, but it also alerted him. Otherwise, he would not have made multiple preparations and even sold his old face. Dad, don't worry, with Ace and me, the throne of Pirate King will definitely belong to Dad. Marco patted Ace's shoulder and said with a smile. Okay, with what you said, I also want to see that Roger can be the Pirate King, and I can definitely do it. Whitebeard said okay in response. As Whitebeard's order fell, the Whitebeard pirates, as the leader of the 4 emperors, started to move quickly like a war machine. Dozens of pirate groups under his command also received Whitebeard's order. Those pirates who had been ready to move for a long time became active instantly after receiving the order and quickly rushed to the gathering place. Chapter 1139 One Emperor 4 Emperors. At the same time, in the Navy headquarters, the temporary conference hall was already overcrowded. The Navy generals who came in and out were overwhelmed, and everyone's face was exhausted. The warships anchored in the port also kept sailing out to sea, and many scarred warships quickly entered the port. It can be said that at this moment, the Navy headquarters gave people the feeling that it was like a war gear that was stretched to the extreme. If you are not careful, it will be directly destroyed. Marshal Sengoku, something bad has happened. Blackbeard Teach and Charlotte Linlin have reached an alliance agreement. They have revealed their ambitions and are planning to join forces with the other 7 warlords. A rear admiral rushed into the conference hall with an anxious look on his face. This made the faces of the naval commanders who had gathered here suddenly change drastically. As the navigation chart of the final island Raftel was exposed, the entire sea was completely boiling. The pirates who had originally ruled their own territory and defended their own sea areas, and were relatively law-abiding, revealed their ambitions one after another. In preparation for the voyage, even at the expense of destroying his own foundation, breaking up with the navy headquarters, and successively attacked many towns and islands, burning, killing and looting to collect resources for Lofdru. Some pirate groups went to war with each other in order to collect resources, and some with great strength and ambition directly attacked the navy branch. For a time, countless flames of war ignited across the entire sea. Some countries have been in war all year round, and their national strength has long been exhausted. Now after such a commotion, the balance of victory has tilted directly. The Revolutionary Army, which had been dormant for a long time, took advantage of this opportunity to rise up. For a time, many countries were directly brought down. The entire sea was burning, like a prairie fire. For a time, the Navy headquarters, which played a role in maintaining peace in this sea, was also very busy. The casualties of the generals in the headquarters are rising steadily. If Sengoku hadn't reacted in time and allowed 5 Navy generals to take action resolutely, directly killing some arrogant and lawless pirates with bounties of over 100 million or even hundreds of millions, the rampage on the sea could barely be stopped. Those crazy pirates also restrained themselves a little. However, this approach is obviously treating the symptoms rather than the root cause. For the pirate who licked blood from the knife edge, gave up his territory directly, planned to break up with the Navy headquarters, and left with the dream of becoming the pirate king. Once enough resources are not available, a second wave of riots will occur quickly. At that time, unprecedented challenges await the Navy headquarters. You bastard Im and Wulaoxing, why didn't you inform us in advance before doing these things? This is an unprepared battle for our Navy headquarters. Senguo slammed his backhand on the table and roared angrily. The huge force released caused the tabletop to crack open. The large stack of documents piled up on the table was directly knocked over by the strong wind. Seeing that he was so furious that even the hidden giants of the world government directly scolded Sengoku, everyone in the morning couldn't help but fell into silence. After all, they still vividly remember the scenes that happened at the burial at sea battle not long ago. The methods displayed by Wulaoxing and Yumu also subverted their cognition. If I had to describe it in one sentence, it would be 5 Yonko and a godlike existence, right? Now, in full view of the public, it might be inappropriate for warring states to say such disrespectful words. Haha, warring states, you finally said something humanly this time. I wish I could punch those guys a few times. They are all making their own decisions and causing us trouble. Garp laughed and stuffed a few pieces of immortality into his mouth. Bei immediately felt the petrifying atmosphere in the venue. He ate something and picked his nostrils and said, "What's wrong? Can't I say this?" "Then you didn't hear it. By the way, Crane, didn't you just receive the order from the 5 old stars? You might as well say it to Sengoku to stimulate it." Looking at Garp, who was talking about running a train, the tense nerves of all the generals in the field also relaxed slightly. The depressing atmosphere also dissipated. "Humph, Garp, if you weren't holding the title of naval hero, I'm afraid Wulaoxing and Yumo would have killed you long ago without me taking action." The tense expression on Warring State's face softened slightly, and he said in a deep voice, Rush said. "However, what has happened, and it is useless for us to continue to complain here. It has been 4 days since Raftaru's navigation chart was exposed. Some capable guys have already gone to sea, and the remaining guys are all lacking in strength. As long as we persist for a while, the crazy energy of those guys will dissipate, and then we will be able to mobilize our troops to deal with Raftaru's matter." The nervous strings that had just been loosened by everyone present suddenly became tense again. They had already expected that Sengoku would not stand idly by and watch what happened to Raftaru. However, getting the personal words from Warring States now has another meaning. "Warring States, please slow down the matter of Raftaru for a moment. We'd better deal with it first. Those guys are playing tricks on Wulaoxing's order again," he said as he took out a brand new reward order with his backhand. "Throw it on the table." For a moment, everyone's eyes turned to the reward order. The first scene that caught their eyes made their pupils shrink suddenly, and they all showed expressions of disbelief. "Crane, are you kidding? There is a reward of 10 billion Baileys." Akainu was the first to lose his temper. He has spent a lot of effort to defeat the 5th Emperor Uchiha Chinyu. In order to gain power, he did not hesitate to bow to the 5 old stars. "I thought that with that power, I would be able to overpower Chinyu in every aspect. I never expected that the 5 old stars would now sing this unexpected drama. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, who would want to believe that Wulaoxing would offer a reward of tens of billions because of Chinyu?" This is a full 4 billion Baileys more than the number one enemy of the world government, the Revolutionary Army Dragon. This is enough to prove how much the world government, the 5 old stars, and even I attach great importance to Qin Yu. There is a reward of tens of billions of Baileys. They are crazy. Do they think this sea is not chaotic enough? Warring State's face darkened and he gritted his teeth angrily. This kind of bounty level is far higher than that of the 4 emperors, so should the name of the 5 emperors be revised. Just change it to 1 emperor and 4 emperors. Let that guy become the target of public criticism. Could it be that in this sea now, their Eredo people dare to attack him? Chapter 1140 Unexpected Help. 1 emperor and 4 emperors? Everyone present was stunned. In their eyes, a bounty of 10 billion was something that even the head of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard, could not imagine. Now the 5 elders are offering a bounty of 10 billion. This is indeed qualified to be called the Emperor of the Sea. It is enough to suppress the 4 emperors. However, if this matter spreads to the sea, it will also detonate the entire sea. Zhangguo, has this bounty been issued? Crane's eyes turned and fell on Zhangguo. Don't forget, the current situation has been out of the control of our Navy headquarters. All the pirates are rushing to Raftel. With our manpower and troops alone, there is no way to fight against them, so we need support. The slightly long voice echoed in the office and could not be dispersed for a long time. The faces of the naval commanders present suddenly changed. His words were a bit ruthless. However, it was impossible to refute. Now, just based on the commotion caused by the appearance of the Raftel nautical chart, the sea has completely gone wild, and their navy headquarters has been overwhelmed. Once they really reach the final island of Raftel, not to mention what dangers they will encounter along the way, facing the real extreme temptation, those pirates will probably go completely crazy. At that time, even if the navy headquarters is a tiger, it may not be able to withstand the crazy bite of a group of wolves. Therefore, if the navy headquarters wants to gain the initiative in Raftel, it will definitely not be able to do without the involvement of the world government, even if the 5 elders are not on the same front with them. They can also use them to disrupt the entire battle situation and disperse the pressure of the navy headquarters. For a moment, in the huge conference hall, everyone's eyes fell on Zhangguo, revealing a trace of urgency. After all, no one is unwilling to have more preparations and increase the chance of saving their lives. You are right. Since the 5 elders and I intend to make this sea completely chaotic, we don't know what they are thinking, but at least they can distract the pirates' attention and use them as guns if possible. Zhangguo said after a moment of silence. However, in order to increase our chances of winning, I will send a request for assistance to General Kong, hoping to use the Genfo army to quell this riot. Steelbone Kong? The expression of a naval general present could not help but stagnate, and then a hint of joy flashed in the depths of his eyes. Even Akainu's expression was changing. If the position of the Admiral of the Navy is what Akainu has always dreamed of, then the position of the Commander-in-Chief of the 3 armed forces of the Navy, Army, and Air Force is unattainable for Akainu. After all, if Garp is the hero of the Navy headquarters and a legendary existence, then Steelbone Kong is the ceiling of the combat power of the Navy headquarters in the old era. He is more like a mentor to Sengoku and Garp. If he joins with his assistants, it will definitely be a huge help for the Navy headquarters, even in the current situation. Haha, Sengoku, I thought you didn't count me. If it wasn't for Garp asking me to go, I didn't know that you were secretly saying bad things about the 5 elders and I'm behind their backs. A hearty laugh suddenly sounded outside the door. Everyone's nerves were tensed at once, and their eyes turned suddenly. The first thing that caught their eyes was a burly figure with a short haircut and muscular body, like a rock. He was also wearing a cloak representing the world government. Seeing this sudden figure, Zhangguo's face changed suddenly, revealing an expression of disbelief. Haha, Zhangguo, you don't need to be surprised. This time, the riots caused by the exposure of Raftel's nautical charts on the sea have exceeded the control of your Navy headquarters, so this time, we, the world government, will also help. Steelbone Kong explained with a big laugh. In addition to the efforts of our world government, there is another unexpected helper that you can't expect, which is definitely a surprise. And? Zhangguo and others were stunned. In their eyes, it was a great blessing to have Kong Gang, the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, come to help. If there were others to help, Zhangguo could not think of anyone else. Excuse me, do you have a toilet here? The kind without people. A deep voice came from outside the door, mixed with the gurgling sound of stomach upset. Hearing this weird way of appearance and voice, the naval generals present could not laugh. Facing the burly figure walking outside the gate, the purple mist brought by it, couldn't help but shrink subconsciously. This is Magellan, the warden of the underwater prison. He is known as the Iron Wall of the City of Propulsion, but he actually left that place. He seems to be a user of the superhuman poison fruit. Any breath from him can poison people to death. Oh, I heard that he is now the deputy warden. The huge conference room suddenly became boiling. They had already heard about the horror of the impel-down prison. As the warden, Magellan was even more awe-inspiring. It can be said that Magellan was able to support the top combat power of the entire impel-down prison by himself, and he was definitely standing at one of the ceilings of combat power. In the original work, he was able to support the top combat power of the entire impel-down prison by himself. All the members of Blackbeard were wiped out. Although some people say that this is due to poison, this is also one of the powers of the devil fruit. Now Magellan's sudden appearance not only shocked them. For the Navy headquarters, it was an unexpected and great help. Ahem, you better tell Magellan where the toilet is quickly, otherwise I'm worried that you will regret it. Steelbone Sora coughed dryly and reminded him. A Navy soldier who was still in a daze, when he thought of the tragedy caused by a pile of shit in the impel-down prison. He quickly turned around and led the way. He didn't want the Navy generals present to be taken away by Magellan's fart. With Magellan's departure, the slightly awkward and tense atmosphere in the field was slightly relieved. Zhang Guo exhaled a deep breath and said, General Kong, it is a great blessing for our Navy headquarters that Magellan can come this time. I also want to thank you for your help. But at this critical moment, it is a bit too risky to let Magellan leave the undersea prison. For Zhang Guo, Qin Yu's escape from the impel-down city a year ago has caused a large number of prisoners to return to the sea. Some prisoners are even more stubborn and have become the helpers of a few pirates. This is like a thorn in the heart for the Navy headquarters. Zhang Guo also doesn't want to let the impel-down city prison go crazy again because of Raftel's matter. Chapter 1141 Voluntary Code. As the warden, Magellan plays the most important role in making the impel-down city prison an impregnable stronghold. It can be said that without Magellan, the overall strength of the impel-down city prison will be reduced by more than half. Right now, this sea is already in chaos enough. If there is a slight negligence, the prisoners in the impel-down prison will escape and join in the fun. This kind of thing is simply adding insult to injury for the Navy headquarters. Haha, Sengoku, you are still as cautious as ever. Steelbone Kong laughed and said, Don't worry, the impel-down prison is now completely closed and outsiders cannot enter. What's more, everyone's attention in this sea is now on the final island of Raftel. Who would go and release a group of prisoners to rob them? Moreover, the current situation in the sea is no longer something that your Navy headquarters can control alone, so you can't refuse this time. This. Zhang Guo was speechless for a moment, and finally sighed helplessly, saying, Well, this time, our Navy headquarters has accepted the favor of your world government and the undersea prison. However, I still want to know whether you have been informed in advance of what the five elders and I did this time. For Zhang Guo, the sudden crazy actions of the five elders and I made Zhang Guo smell a hint of something unusual. However, Zhang Guo couldn't tell where this unusualness came from. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on Kong Gangwu, and even Akainu's eyes had a hint of inexplicable urgency. After all, he had personally received a call from the five elders not long ago, and in order to gain power, he lowered his body and accepted that thing. Even he, who had a private transaction with the five elders, didn't know about this plan. In this case, Akainu's nerves were also tense. I also found out from the newspaper. Gang Gukong shook his head, his face slightly solemn, and said, In fact, I think this happened too suddenly, just like you. I didn't expect that the five elders had a complete nautical chart to the final island, Raftel. At first, I suspected that it was someone else, or the fifth emperor Qin Yu, who released the news. Later, when I verified it with the five elders, I learned that this matter was kept secret from us. However, from their expressions, I suspect that this matter has nothing to do with the five elders. I'm afraid it was done by I'm behind the scenes. But why do you do this? I don't know. After all, releasing the nautical chart of the final island Raftel can indeed cause infighting among the pirates, but the purpose of their gathering is to go to the final island Raftel. Once the number of pirates gathered increases, it will be a challenge to the Navy headquarters and even the world government. This is not a smart decision. The expressions of the generals present changed one after another. However, for Kong Gang, this analysis was well reasoned, but there was no way to refute it. General Kong, you and I think the same thing. Zhang Guo nodded in agreement with a gloomy face. We don't know what the 5 elders have in their gourd, but we still have to be more cautious. At this point, Zhang Guo paused and spoke again, so, I decided to lead the people to Raftel in 3 days to see what will happen there. However, this time's mission is not only to face pirates, but also to encounter many dangers along the way to Raftel. It is more likely that someone's conspiracy is hidden in it, so this mission will be a life and death struggle. I will adopt a voluntary principle and will not force you to set off on the ship. Voluntary principle? The faces of many generals present changed suddenly. All along they are all used to obeying orders and carrying out tasks. They never thought that they would encounter such a rare thing as voluntary rules in their lifetime. However, facing Zhang Guo's unexpected words, many people's grudges were eliminated. Haha, Zhang Guo's words don't sound like they come from your mouth, but I like it. If you want to go to Raftel, count me in. I also want to see what kind of amazing place Roger has gone to. Garp was the first to laugh while picking his nose. I remember clearly that guy showed off to me very arrogantly after returning from Raftel. This time, even if I die in the future, I can stop him from showing off when I go there. You guys, you're still the same. Zhang Guo was slightly startled, but a trace of relief flashed across his face, and he shook his head helplessly and replied. As Navy of the same class, Zhang Guo and Garp have always fought side by side. Now, in order to go to the final island of Raftel, it is a kind of luck to be able to stand on the same front again. Faced with this sudden interruption and teasing, the depressing atmosphere in the field was relieved a bit. Crane, who was full of wrinkles on his face like tree bark, also said, "Count me in too. I am old and I don't know when my old bones will fall apart. I also want to see what the legendary Raftel looks like. And me. Even Vice Admiral Crane went there, so we can't fall behind." Haha, with Marshal Zhang Guo and Marshal Kong leading them, this trip to Raftel is safer than staying in any other place, but count me in. The atmosphere in the huge meeting hall suddenly became boiling. Looking at the naval generals who expressed their opinions one by one, Zhang Guo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At least, in his eyes, the naval generals did not suffer a morale collapse because of the setbacks encountered by the Navy headquarters during this period. Well, with your enthusiastic participation, as the Admiral of the Navy, I am also very comforted. However, for this operation, someone needs to stay in the Navy headquarters. Zhang Guo said in a deep voice with a slight sense of relief. However, before he finished speaking, a hurried sound of footsteps came from outside the door. Marshal Zhang Guo, something bad has happened. Blackbeard is in contact with the 7 warlords of the sea. Blackbeard? The expressions of many people present changed suddenly. Even Zhang Guo was no exception. In his eyes, during this period, Qin Yu's ability to stir up trouble was far beyond his imagination. The second only to him was definitely Blackbeard Teach. Not only did he join the 7 warlords of the sea specifically for a sneak attack in the Battle of the Top, he also kept looking for opportunities to gather prisoners of the LV6 level, forming a huge threat to the Navy headquarters. Chapter 1142 The Power to Replace the Navy Headquarters. Who is Blackbeard in contact with? Zhang Guo's expression tightened and he asked in a hurry. In the eyes of Sengoku, the old 4 emperors at least have a bottom line. But Blackbeard is a person who has no bottom line at all. That way of doing things is enough to be called a real pirate. Now suddenly contact, what if those pirates with the title of 7 warlords of the sea turn their guns around and join forces to deal with the Navy headquarters? This is definitely not what Sengoku wants to see. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned and locked on the messenger. It's one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Gecko Maria, Blackbeard and others have entered the territorial waters of the Terror Bark half a day ago. The messenger replied in a hurry. Gecko Maria. Sengoku's expression could not help but stagnate. Gecko Maria is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Sengoku has also heard of his record and strength. However, as one of the 4 emperors, Kaido, the 100 beasts, who dared to challenge him in the past. Since returning from the defeat in Wano country, he chose to become a 7 warlords of the sea, and hid in that kind of broken place that never sees the sun all day long. If it weren't for Gecko Maria, who looked horrifying, this slightly decadent behavior would probably have long been unworthy of the fierce reputation of the 7 warlords of the sea. Now, Blackbeard suddenly came into contact with Gecko Maria, which was undoubtedly beyond their cognition. Sengoku, you don't have to be too nervous. The 7 warlords of the sea are originally an uneasy factor. Not long ago, I learned from the mouths of the 5 elders that if Uchiha Chinyu hadn't appeared, they might have given up the 7 warlords of the sea. Gang Wukong said in a deep voice. In the Battle of the Sea Burial, you should have seen that they planned to use the technological power to replace the 7 warlords of the sea. Replace the 7 warlords of the sea? Facing the words given by Gang Wukong, it was simply a shocking feeling. All along, in their eyes, the existence of the Navy headquarters, the 7 warlords of the sea, and the 4 emperors is the 3 pillars of the sea. It is the best way to balance this sea. At the same time, when the Navy headquarters encounters a situation that cannot be completely controlled, the 7 warlords of the sea can also play the role of a semi-mandatory friendly force. However, now that Kong Gang spoke, he told them that the 5 elders and even the 7 warlords of the sea had long planned to give up. Instead, they had the kind of superhuman technology that could bring people back to life. If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, they would have seen its power with their own eyes. I'm afraid not many people present would be willing to believe that all this was true. After all, in the Battle of Burial at Sea, Kaido the Beast was killed by the 5 emperors Chinyu, which was already the world was shocked. The 5 elders actually resurrected the dead Kaido in public, which was even more shocking. If it wasn't for the fact that the 5 emperors Chinyu successfully used means to rebel at the last moment. Let the 4 emperors Kaido counterattack and cause a big fight in the sea burial battle. I'm afraid that the 5 elders, with such a heaven-defying resurrection method alone, are enough to become the focus of everyone's attention. General Kong, is everything you said true? Zhang Guo's face changed involuntarily. Looking at Kong's unquestionable expression, he was silent for a moment, then sighed and said, "It seems that the 5 elders are right. In their eyes, our Navy headquarters has always been just a facade. Otherwise, they would have informed us in advance of their decision to expose the navigation chart of Raftel this time. It seems that if we can successfully survive the storm caused by the final island of Raftel, our Navy headquarters will also be impacted." Having said that, Zhang Guo looked around and said, "However, everyone can rest assured. As a naval marshal, I still have a certain say and status. No matter what happens, I will protect you. If there is nothing else, then everyone will go down first. Those who have decided to go to Raftel should say goodbye to their families as soon as possible. 3 days later, we will set off at the mouth of Marineford." Yes. The naval commanders heard too many things today. Emotions fluctuated greatly. However, for them, the last words of Sengoku were enough. With the departure of a group of naval commanders, only Sengoku, Garp, he, and Steelbone Kong remained in the huge meeting hall. Looking at the depressing atmosphere, Sengoku spoke first, "General Kong, now that everyone has left, I want to know if you have anything else to say to me. Or do you think that the 5 elders and I'm, who has been hiding behind the scenes, intend to abandon our Navy headquarters and even the world government?" The sudden questioning almost pierced through Garp's nose, who had been picking his nose. Facing Sengoku's speculation, Garp did think about it. However, it was just a guess, and he did not intend to point it out in public to mess up the situation. However, now these words were pointed out by Sengoku in one word. The meaning represented by this is more convincing than Garp, who is careless in doing things. "Zhang Guo, you are as wise as before, but you shouldn't tell these things, the walls have ears." Kong Gang responded in a deep voice. "However, since you have already said it, I will not continue to hide it from you. In my opinion, too many things have happened in your Navy headquarters during this period, and it feels like the 5 elders are out of control. If they want to make up for this loss, they will not give up the Navy headquarters. The only way is to start directly with you as a senior. I think, even if you can really come back alive in Raftelun, what awaits you next should be a major change and purge of the Navy headquarters. In this case, do you still plan to work for the Navy headquarters, the world government, and even the 5 elders?" The slightly long voice echoed in the huge meeting hall for a long time and could not be dispersed. Faced with Kong Gang's unusually detailed explanation, even Garp and Crane's faces changed all of a sudden. As veterans, they are indeed old. However, they have always been fighting for the Navy headquarters. This time, the incident in Raftel made them risk their lives. Now, Kong Gang suddenly told them this kind of thing. There will be a knot in anyone's heart. Okay, these are all speculations. We need to come back alive in Raftel to know the truth. Zhang Guo waved his hand and said in a deep voice, as long as we can come back alive, I don't mind if the 5 elders want to make a big change for the Navy headquarters. My only worry now is whether we can come back alive in Raftel. I am just worried that they suddenly use such means, and I am afraid there is some unspeakable secret. Chapter 1143 The Late Moonlight Moria. Unspeakable secret? Garp and Crane's faces also changed. Zhou has always stood firm on this sea. They are certainly not easy to deal with. They know very well how serious Zhang Guo's words are if they are true. After Kong's expression changed repeatedly, he finally sighed and said, Zhang Guo, I have also thought about your speculation. But don't take it too seriously. Don't forget that this is a world, not just a country or a small town. If they don't plan to give up this world, then we, the world government and the Navy headquarters, must play the role of maintaining peace and order. Pause. Kong patted Zhang Guo on the shoulder and said, at most, as long as you all come back alive in Raftel, if the 5 elders want to make trouble for you, I will protect you like before. If we can't reach an agreement, I won't do it and make them worry. Haha, Kong, you are exactly the same as before, but I remember that every time you protected us, it was because you gave the wrong order and let us get into trouble. Garp laughed first. Kong glared and said, you are still the same as before. You used to be outspoken, and I was so sensational just now that you ruined the atmosphere. Well, I just brought some good tea and miso-flavored senbei, it seems I don't need to give it to you. Ah, brother Kong, what did I say just now? I just seemed to say that everything depends on you, brother, where is your miso-flavored senbei? On the other hand, in the foggy sea where the terrifying 3-masted ship is located, a huge raft is breaking through the sea. Looking at the black fog in front of him that was pitch black, Blackbeard standing on the bow seemed a little impatient. Why haven't you arrived yet? Isn't it said that the pirate ship owned by Gecko Maria is super huge and can be seen from afar? Why isn't it here? Not long ago, Charlotte Linlin did accept Blackbeard's invitation to join the alliance. However, during the meeting, Charlotte Linlin looked down on him, and other Codder's fighters looked down on him. This made Blackbeard, who had always been pursuing to become stronger, feel impatient and aggrieved. In the end, he thought hard and came up with this solution. Since there were no more prisoners who escaped from the LV6 lair, he would draw the 7 warlords into his camp. At present, this sea has been completely messed up because of the appearance of the final island Raftel. Even Blackbeard, who had been avoiding the pursuit from Whitebeard, could temporarily put down his days of fear and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, when he thought of the plan to seize the Devil Fruit ability of the Navy Admiral in the Battle of the Top, but it was destroyed by the sudden appearance of Laxus, so he could only retreat and use the dark fruit to seize another natural Devil Fruit ability. This made Blackbeard very angry. But for Blackbeard, the only one left standing in this sea is the king. What he has to do is still to hold on to the policy of wretched development and lurk for backlash. He stepped on the bones of the people in front of him and ascended the throne of the pirate king. To achieve this ambition, Blackbeard also thought of many candidates for cooperation and recruitment. In the end, only one Gecko Maria, who was once wiped out by Kaido, could be selected. At least, in Blackbeard's eyes, it doesn't matter whether Doflamingo, the Sky Yasha, and Crocodile have been removed from the 7 warlords of the sea. Gecko Maria should be the easiest existence to deal with. Captain Teach, we can already see the terrifying 3-masted ship. Standing on the top of the mast, Otoko Van Oka, wearing telescope glasses, spoke first. However, it seems that there is a bit of excitement at the estuary. Finally arrived? Blackbeard was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly looked into the distance with the others. The first thing that caught his eye was the huge crescent-shaped estuary that appeared in front of him after passing through the thick fog. In Blackbeard's eyes, this was a super-large pirate ship transformed from a huge floating island. Compared with the Beehive Island occupied by Whitebeard, it was indeed a bit inferior. However, it was not a good choice. However, at this time, a large number of pirate ships were anchored at the estuary. Looking around, there were at least hundreds of them. The style of one of them looked a bit shabby, but it was already full of many zombies with broken bodies. On the shore, there were still dense figures waiting. There were also many zombies carrying a huge pink meat mountain. On the meat mountain, there stood a figure that looked a little exasperated and was about 6 or 7 meters tall. Upon closer inspection, it was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the owner of this super-large island ship, the terrifying 3-masted ship, Moonlight Moria. However, at this moment, he stared at the messy dock below with an angry expression. He obviously didn't notice the arrival of Blackbeard and others. "You bastard, you dare to mess up my good things again, Ryoma, kill him!" Moonlight Moria roared angrily. Moonlight Moria was already familiar with this bone that suddenly appeared on the dock and kept destroying his zombie masterpieces. It's just that he has always regarded Brook as a training zombie combat power and also as a person to kill time. So he has always been allowed to do things and destroy. Otherwise, the current Moonlight Moria's strength is not conspicuous among the 7 warlords of the sea. However, it is definitely not that Brook, who has not found the large key, can now fight against him. Otherwise, Brook's shadow would not be taken away by Moonlight Moria and used on Ryoma. As soon as the order fell, the originally panicked situation stabilized a little. A figure wearing a white battle robe, wearing wooden clogs, and with a face like a mummy, walked out of the crowd. Looking at the face that had long been dried and repaired with potholes and extremely hideous. The determination revealed above the eyebrows is enough to show that this zombie was an extraordinary existence when he was alive. It also shows that Gecko Moria values him. Ryoma, hurry up and get rid of him. Now Raftel's navigation chart appeared 5 days ago. We just received the news now. If this matter gets out, won't it become a big joke? Who will look down on me, Gecko Moria, in this sea? Standing on the pink meat mountain, Gecko Moria roared hysterically. In his eyes, this fog without sunlight is a good place for him to create a zombie army, recuperate, and avoid Kaido's pursuit. However, he never expected that it was because of this fog that the newsbird was also fogged, making Gecko Moria the only latecomer on the sea. Chapter 1144, A Sidestep. Got it, Lord Moria. Longma responded, stepped out of the crowd, grabbed the Chu Shui at his waist with his backhand, looked at Brook who suddenly attacked from the zombies, and said, "As your shadow user, I have mastered all your tricks. No matter how many times you come, you have no chance to defeat me. However, according to the current situation, I regret to tell you that this time is probably the last challenge. We will leave the terror bark and go to the final island, Raftel. To express my friendship for spending time with me over the years, I will completely get rid of you today, so that you don't continue to live here in the form of a skeleton." The low voice fell, and the zombies around him retreated to the side. Looking at the dark red blade in Longma's hand that was slightly unsheathed, many zombies showed excitement on their faces. In their eyes, Longma is the most special existence under Moria. In order to avenge the previous humiliation of being defeated and wiped out by Kaido, he took great pains to sneak into Wano country and dig out Ryoma's grave. After selecting countless targets, he decided to put the shadow of Brook, who has the strongest swordsmanship, into Ryoma's body. It can be said that all that Gecko Moria did was for the legend of Wano country. In order to defeat and even kill Kaido, Gecko Moria placed all his hopes on Ryoma, the dragon-slaying warrior. Or he wanted to find out how to kill Kaido with the help of the dragon-slaying warrior. Unfortunately, it was because of Kaido's annihilation that Gecko Moria never recovered from it. He also placed his hopes on the so-called zombies. For 20 years, the development of physical skills and fruit abilities has been completely abandoned. He is indeed the longest-serving member among the 7 warlords of the sea. However, with his current strength, he can only hover at the bottom among the 7 warlords of the sea. In the original work, when performing the 1000 Shadows technique in the battle at the top, Jinbei's combo directly took him away. Even the 5 elders gave Doflamingo an order to kill Gecko Moria. This alone is enough to show that Gecko Moria, who has been abandoned for more than 10 years, has become the last one among the 7 warlords of the sea. The huge dock, with Ryoma and Brook as the center, suddenly formed a vacuum zone of 100 meters. Looking at the upcoming duel, Gecko Moria standing on the pink meat mountain also showed a teasing smile on his face. "Haha, I feel relieved when I see Ryoma take action. This will be the most exciting show. Absalom, guess how many moves it can hold under Ryoma's hands." The decisive battle with Kaido, the Beast, in the New World 20 years ago did indeed wipe out Moria's pirate group. However, there are also 3 confidants on the terror bark, known as the 3 Great Monsters. In addition to Hogback, who created zombies and is known as a genius surgeon. There are also Absalom who ate the transparent fruit, and Perona who ate the ghost fruit. Led by the three of them, they commanded the zombie army under their command. However, looking at the entire 7 warlords of the sea, if it were not for Perona, who is the most beautiful in the group, it would be a bug. I am afraid that among the 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Mariah is not only at the level of a sewer in terms of his own strength, but also the cotters in the team are no exception. You took my shadow away. Now that I am leaving, I must take it back. Maybe I am not your opponent, but as a swordsman and a pirate, I still have dignity in my heart. Brook pulled out his staff sword and said, although I have no heart, this time, I must take my shadow back. For Brook, who has lived here for decades, he has personally seen that those pirates who lost their shadows but escaped from the foggy sea regardless of anything and ran to the outside burned to ashes and died when they touched the sun. Therefore, the only way for Brook to leave this foggy sea and fulfill his promise in the past is to take back his shadow. Okay, your words are quite dignified, so I'll let you die a quick death. Longma clenched the autumn water in his hand, slightly tilted it, and the blade shone coldly. He stepped down with a heavy step. Revolutionary waltz, step forward and cut. Bang! The moment he landed, the earth shook violently, and the autumn water in Longma's hand had already stabbed towards Brook like a residual image. The thunder-like posture made the air bring a chilling sound of breaking through the air, and even the naked eye could hardly see the trajectory of the attack along the way. You have been hiding your strength and have never fought with me with all your strength. Feeling the dangerous aura coming towards him, Brook's face suddenly changed drastically. In his eyes, he thought that Longma was a zombie using his own shadow, and the attack moves and means should not be much different. He never thought that the other party had been hiding his weakness from the beginning. For a moment, Brook's spine was chilled and the aura of death enveloped his whole body. He didn't have time to think about it. He used the same trick with the staff knife in his hand. However, for Brook, he knew clearly that his attack could never compete with Longma. The only way was to use the same trick to reduce the damage of the battle. Haha, I didn't expect to be able to join in such a lively scene as soon as I came here, but Moria, your welcome ceremony seems to have completely ignored me, the protagonist. Undercurrent. Unbridled, a loud laugh suddenly sounded. The dark wave shot up at the estuary without any warning, and attacked Brook and Ryoma head-on. The sudden scene was obviously beyond everyone's expectations. As a dragon-slaying warrior, Ryoma's fighting consciousness was indeed far beyond ordinary people. The attack in his hand was withdrawn in an instant, and he took the lead in stabbing the overwhelming black tide. Bang! The sharp airflow penetrated and plunged into the dark tide. The huge impact force, under normal circumstances, was enough to penetrate the wall. However, this time, the scene that first caught everyone's eyes made people's pupils shrink suddenly. The attack fell on the dark tide, and except for a few ripples, there was no big reaction at all. It felt like a stone sinking into the sea. Looking at this unexpected scene, Ryoma couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. This time, before he could speak, Blackbeard's loud laughter sounded again. Haha, are you shocked? This is the power of my dark fruit. It can absorb everything, even you. Just surrender. Bang! The black tide that was originally overwhelming suddenly increased its speed. In a blink of an eye, it swallowed up Ryoma and Brook, as well as the zombies around who couldn't dodge in time. Chapter 1145, Real Fire. Boom! The black dark tide, like a wave, directly swallowed up the empty space of the dock within a radius of hundreds of meters. Looking at the dozens of zombies that were suddenly covered, especially the most important zombie General Ryoma, was also successfully attacked. This made Gecko Mariah, who was originally in the mood to watch the show, suddenly change his face and roared, "Who is it, Blackbeard, you bastard? You suffered a great loss in the unsuccessful sneak attack at the top battle. Not only did you not die, but you also came to my territory to play sneak attack, you despicable villain. Hurry up and release Ryoma and others, this is my masterpiece." As one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Mariah is now decadent and desolate. However, during the decisive battle with the Golden Lion at the top battle, the Navy headquarters issued a call for the 7 warlords of the sea just in case. In that battle, when Blackbeard rebelled, Gecko Mariah was still present. He clearly recognized this special fighting method. "Mr. Mariah, look at the dock over there, there is a broken ship coming." Absalom, who was standing next to Gecko Mariah, was the first to lose his temper and said. It quickly attracted everyone's attention, and they all turned and locked onto the estuary. The first thing they saw was a pirate ship that was simply tied up with huge wooden strips. The pirate flag hanging on the mast made a fluttering sound as the wind moved. Standing at the bow was Blackbeard Teach, who had broken teeth and a slightly ferocious face. When he saw the men following him, even Moonlight Mariah's face changed suddenly. Although Moonlight Mariah had been hiding in the foggy sea. However, it did not mean that he did not know that some of the guys standing behind Blackbeard were serious criminals from the LV6 Infinite Hell. This kind of power was gathered by Blackbeard, which was also an inexplicable pressure for Moonlight Mariah. However, being timid is one thing, and saving face is another. This terrifying three-sailed ship is the territory of Moonlight Mariah. Blackbeard's rash arrival made Mariah nervous, and he shouted coldly, "Damn Blackbeard, you are attacking me. But don't forget, this is my territory, the place of one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Lord Moonlight Mariah. If you break in recklessly and don't give me an explanation, don't blame me for using the zombie army to sink all of you into the sea." The rolling voice echoed on the huge dock and could not be dispersed for a long time. The zombies present heard the words and tensed their nerves. With their simple IQ, they locked all their eyes on Blackbeard and others. It seemed that as long as Moonlight Mariah gave an order, thousands of zombies would launch the strongest charge. However, facing the zombies staring at him, Blackbeard showed no fear. He laughed recklessly and said, "Moria, you are as stupid as the rumors say. After being defeated by Kaido, not only did you lose your ambition, but you also lost your mind for fighting. Weren't you also present at the Battle of Marineford? Have you forgotten that the dark fruit ability I possess will temporarily disable the abilities of all people related to the devil fruit ability? These so-called zombie soldiers are not worth mentioning in our eyes. I will show you the cruelty of reality." Moonlight Moria's face turned pale. Blackbeard is indeed a bit reckless. However, for Moonlight Moria, there is nothing wrong with these words. Looking at the dark tide that was slowly put away by Blackbeard, the zombie soldiers who were originally lively had already been lying on the ground like toys that had lost their lives. However, what made Moria even more unbelievable was that the dragon-slaying warrior Shimatsuki Ryoma, who had always been regarded as his hope, was like a sculpture at this moment, holding Chu Shui in his hands. His eyes had lost the brilliance of the soul flame, and he stood there blankly. The shadow that should have been projected on the ground disappeared without a trace at this moment. Leah's nerves were tense to the extreme. "No, it's impossible. These zombies are my masterpieces. Dragon Slayer Ryoma is my strongest zombie general. Where is his shadow?" Moonlight Mariah was the first to roar. "Hehe, my shadow is finally back. Although I don't know what the relationship between you is and what happened, I think I'm gone now." Brooke's voice suddenly sounded. Soon, a figure rushed out of the crowd like a ghost. It was Brooke who turned into a skeleton. "This zombie is fine." Blackbeard Teach frowned, and his face was a little embarrassed. When he came, Blackbeard was thinking about how to bring Moonlight Mariah under his command most conveniently and quickly. In the end, he chose to learn from the 5th Emperor Uchiha Chinyu, who must start with a big move. In this way, some zombies were eliminated, and at the same time, Moonlight Mariah was shocked with swift and resolute means. However, now suddenly one of them appeared, and although he was hit by the dark tide, he was still able to run around vigorously. For Blackbeard, who was determined to establish his authority, this was simply a slap in the face. "Humph, I don't believe that the zombies under your command are special. I want to see how many more moves he can withstand." Blackbeard's face sank and he roared angrily. The 5 fingers of his right hand, which was full of gem rings, suddenly clenched, without any fancy moves, and he grabbed Brooke in the air. Dark hole. Boom. The air made a low roar, and the black tide, like a whirlpool, spun wildly and quickly. The huge attraction generated, like a wave, enveloped Brooke's body all of a sudden. At this moment, Brooke felt as if he was covered by an invisible big hand, and he was pulled over. "This? What on earth is going on? I won't go over there, but I forgot to tell you that I'm not a zombie, I'm a skeleton, hehe." Brooke thrust the cane knife in his hand into the ground, stopping the tendency to be pulled over. Looking at Brooke, who was shrouded in the dark hole and should have lost his ability to move like other zombies, he was still alive and well. This scene made Blackbeard's eyes twitch. Slap in the face. This was a naked slap in the face, and it completely disrupted the script he had already prepared. When he thought of this, Blackbeard Teach's muscles suddenly tensed up, and the black air rolling back on his body's surface was obviously using real fire. Chapter 1146, Shot while lying down. Blackbeard, what are you doing? Stop it now! Moonlight Mirai roared first. He had already known during the battle at the top that Blackbeard's dark fruit ability could make the power of the fruit ability user ineffective. However, Mirai never expected that this kind of suppressive power would be so obvious that even his zombie army could not withstand a wave of erosion. Although Moonlight Mirai was able to summon the shadows that were marked by him in an instant through his own devil fruit ability and re-enter the bodies of zombies, he regained his combat ability again. But the shadow that Brook took back meant that his most powerful masterpiece, the dragon-slaying warrior Shimatsuki Ryoma, was directly ruined. For Mirai, this was like a piece of meat being cut off from his heart. Humph, Moonlight Mirai, you are now indulging a zombie to challenge the majesty of Blackbeard. If I stop now, wouldn't that be completely disregarding my face? Blackbeard's face sank and he roared angrily. Since you dare to challenge the majesty of Blackbeard, I will see if you zombies can withstand my fruit ability. I want to let you know that Blackbeard is not a challenge for just anyone. Big Black Tide. Boom. The muscles in Blackbeard's hands suddenly tightened, and at the moment when his 5 fingers were clenched, his hands pressed forward suddenly. For a moment, the fruit ability dormant in Blackbeard's body was stimulated to the extreme. It turned into a huge wave of hundreds of meters, overwhelming the sky and the earth. The rolling sound waves and the fierce attack momentum made Moonlight Moria's face suddenly pale. Facing these words from Blackbeard's mouth, he directly linked him with Brook and labeled him as such. Without knowing right from wrong, he directly launched a big move. This should be regarded as being shot while lying down, right? However, facing the overwhelming attack momentum, Moonlight Moria completely lost his patience and roared. Shadow Horn Knife! Buzz! There was a sharp sound in the air, and the shadow under Moonlight Mariah's feet suddenly came to life. It changed directly with Mariah's thoughts. In front of everyone, it turned into a black shadow blade that soared into the sky, without any fancy moves, and chopped towards the incoming black wave. In Mariah's eyes, this blow could easily split even a giant in half. It should not be a problem to deal with a mere black wave. However, as soon as this thought came up, the blade that was chopped down with force did not even stir up the slightest ripple when it landed on the black wave. It was swallowed up by the black wave in front of everyone. A sudden scene, which made Moonlight Moria stunned. Looking at the attack falling rapidly in his pupils, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. If the fruit ability is developed to the level of awakening, he may be able to use the strength of the fruit ability to counter-suppress. If he has excellent physical skills and domineering means, he may be able to break the Black Tide with one punch. Unfortunately, all this is for Moonlight Moria, who has been decadent for more than 20 years. This is simply a luxury. For a while, Moonlight Moria's expression changed continuously, and finally he could only make a hysterical roar. Don't! Boom! The black wave did not stop because of this unwilling speech. The overwhelming momentum, mixed with the crushing posture, completely covered the area of a kilometer radius. Hundreds and thousands of zombies who failed to dodge in time were directly submerged by the black wave. When everyone reacted, the huge dock had been completely dyed black. Those weird zombies were lying on the black tide in all directions, without any movement. Looking at this situation, it was obviously the same as the zombies that were affected by the black tide just now. They were directly affected by the power of the devil fruit and lost the shadow in their bodies. Damn Blackbeard, you dare to destroy my hard work, I will never stop fighting with you. Moonlight Moria roared hysterically. That skeleton has nothing to do with me. I was going for Raftel, but you destroyed my dream. I will sink you into the sea. That skeleton has nothing to do with you. Blackbeard's expression could not help but stagnate. This time, he came to recruit Moonlight Moria. He never thought that he would really get angry for a show of force. Now Moonlight Moria actually told him that the skeleton had nothing to do with him. Isn't this hard to accept? At least, in their eyes, they are also people with some experience in this sea. Creatures like skeletons should only be related to people like Moonlight Moria who like to play with zombies. Haha, this black water is really different. It feels so comfortable to swim in it. Even those zombies can't chase me. It's so refreshing. By the way, you should wear underwear when swimming. No, I didn't wear underwear today. The sudden voice, mixed with the taste of a joke, hit Blackbeard's nerves like an invisible sledgehammer. His eyes turned in vain and looked in the direction of the sound. The first thing that came into view was Brook, who was running on the water after swimming in the black water. Faced with this slightly brisk picture, Blackbeard's face was extremely gloomy, and the 5 fingers of his right hand suddenly clenched down. The gem ring he was wearing was crushed in response. Why, Moria, your zombies are so vulnerable, but this guy is so difficult to deal with. The dead should lie in the graveyard obediently, but they have to run out to get in the way. Blackbeard gnashed his teeth and said word by word. Captain Titch, let me deal with him. Your actions just now have established your power. Bashes smiled grimly and was the first to go out. I only need 2 punches to deal with this kind of enemy. Captain Titch, you just wait for my good news here. Bang! As soon as the voice fell, Bashes took a big step and rushed out first. Van Oka also raised the sniper rifle in his hand and smiled softly, in order to avoid any mistakes, let me cover him. If there is anyone who dares to interfere in our affairs, I will shoot him with 1 shot. As for the means of sniping, as the only sniper on Blackbeard's ship, Yinyu Fan Oka is very confident that his sniping can deal with any enemy. Sorry, did you say something arrogant just now? Or did you find out that I was watching the show here early in the morning? Chapter 1147 I want to be killed by them. Who? Fan Oka's face changed drastically. He didn't have time to think about it. He quickly raised the sniper rifle in his hand and locked it in the direction of the sound. Subconsciously, he pulled the trigger directly. Bang 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 bang. The sound of gunfire suddenly rang out. The hot lead bullets directly cut through the void and accurately hit the figure of the uninvited guest who appeared on the mast. It's him. Fan Oka's pupils shrank and he cried out in surprise. The bullets shot out and fell on the figure, making a crackling sound like rain hitting banana leaves. The sudden scene instantly pried the nerves of everyone on the deck of the ship. The eyes turned in unison, and when they saw the figure that appeared on the mast at some unknown time, their pupils also shrank. Yes, it's the 5th Emperor Uchiha Chinyu. Why is he here? The evil king of Alo Pizarro's face suddenly became ugly. These prisoners who escaped from level 6 have special feelings for Chinyu, the initiator of the prison escape from the Impel Down prison. Of course, this is not the so-called gratitude. Deep down, they just want to hunt down the boy who liberated them. Only in this way can they feel that they are the best among the prisoners. Unfortunately, with the activeness of the Blood Flag pirates, every battle record has gradually discouraged them. In the Battle of Sea Burial, Uchiha Chinyu carried the head of Kaido, the beast. The appearance made them feel odd. At least, in their eyes, they did have their own pride. However, they did not have the confidence to defeat the 4 emperors. Not to mention Uchiha Chinyu, who personally killed Kaido, the beast. Facing this existence that has surpassed the level of the 4 emperors, suddenly appearing in this place undoubtedly tightened their nerves. What's wrong, don't you welcome me? Chinyu smiled warmly and said, but, should we stop everyone first? Blackbeard's face changed suddenly, and he roared in a hurry, Bashes, be careful! Be careful! Bashes, who rushed towards Brook in a hurry, paused slightly, and then laughed fiercely, Captain Teach, that guy is just pretending to be mysterious. I can solve this kind of enemy with 1 move. As soon as the voice fell, Bashes had taken the lead and came to Brook. With the muscles of his right arm tensed, the airflow rate increased sharply, and he first made a strange light sound, and the next moment he swung it out suddenly. Wave Rib Strike! Bang! The air seemed to be pierced in an instant, and the violent vibration wave rushed towards Brook like a raging tide. The sudden attack at close range instantly pried everyone's nerves. Looking at the fist that was rapidly enlarged in his pupils, Brook's expression changed, and he could only hurriedly raise the sharp blade in his hand to block. Room! The translucent fruit field instantly covered Brook. Before everyone present could react, Brook's figure disappeared from the spot like a ghost. The figure that appeared again made people's pupils shrink suddenly. Haha, the young man's momentum and anger are as big as ever. This dangerous weapon is not suitable for you to play with. The strong wind lifted the silver hair in front of Rayleigh's forehead, revealing his thin cheeks. Facing the incoming wave rib strike, Rayleigh took action instantly. The black armament haki covered his right hand, and the next moment, it stretched out like lightning and directly buckled on the specially made arm bone. Break it for me! Bang! His 5 fingers suddenly tightened, like dragon claws. The power dormant in it burst out like a torrent. The bone arm and shoulder shattered with a sound, and the violent air wave, as if the remaining power was not reduced, rushed straight to Bashes. Boom! The huge impact force directly threw Bashes 100 meters away. In full view of the public, he smashed headfirst into the pirate ship anchored on the shore. The huge impact force even smashed the pirate ship in half. The huge dock suddenly became dead silent, watching this old figure who suddenly appeared and powerfully knocked Bashes away. Even Moonlight Moria and Blackbeard Teach looked ugly all of a sudden. In their eyes, this person from the old era should not appear here. Really? This is the deputy of Pirate King Roger, Pluto Rayleigh. How could he be here? Could it be that the 5th Emperor Chinyu recruited him on board? The screams of surprise rang out one after another in the field. Everyone's nerves were stretched to the extreme. Especially Moria and Blackbeard Teach, whose cheek muscles were twitching. 5th Emperor Chinyu already gave them a headache. Now another Pluto Rayleigh has appeared. How can people survive? The most important thing is that if even Pluto Rayleigh was recruited on board by the 5th Emperor Chinyu, as Rayleigh, who had been to the final island of Raftel in the past, could be called a living coordinate. Haha, I thought this operation would go smoothly, but I didn't expect to join in the fun. Rayleigh patted the dust on his body with a dry laugh, looked back at Moonlight Moria, and finally fell on Blackbeard, saying, Teach, I didn't expect that after so many years, we would meet in this way. That day, Roger led us to fight Whitebeard many times. As one of Shank's main opponents, he said that day that you are a monster that doesn't sleep. We didn't take it seriously at first. I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, you have become independent. However, if Whitebeard knew that you were here, I don't know if he would immediately drop bricks to chase you. The old voice seemed to be infused with magic sound at this moment, echoing on the dock for a long time without being able to dissipate. If it was in normal times, if someone dared to say such words to him, Blackbeard would have already jumped up and killed them all. However, now facing, in addition to Rayleigh, there is also the 5th Emperor Uchiha Chinyu who is eyeing behind him with unknown intentions. As long as this matter is not handled properly, if you are not careful, you may not wait for the final island, Raftel. Instead, you may die. Thinking of this, Blackbeard clenched his fists and said with a sullen face, Rayleigh, I didn't expect to meet you here in this way. But you should be wrong. Dad doesn't want to use other people to solve the grudge between me and him. Captain Ace, he hopes to solve me personally and use me as a good stepping stone. They all want to kill me personally, and I want to be killed by them. At this point, Blackbeard Teach paused for a moment and said, Rayleigh, you and Whitebeard are old acquaintances. Ace is also Roger's son. You don't want him to feel guilty for the rest of his life. Chapter 1148 Blackbeard without moral integrity. The huge dock fell into an inexplicable silence. Everyone's nerves were tense at once, and they were obviously a little confused about Teach's inexplicable words of begging for death. Only a few people had their eyes flickering slightly, as if they thought of something. Hehe, Teach, you are still the same. When you fought with us that day, I seem to have heard that you hoped to die at the hands of Shanks, so I let you go. Rayleigh smiled and pressed his glasses. However, I didn't expect that you hid under Whitebeard and lived for so long. Shanks not only didn't kill you, but you betrayed Whitebeard. Now you tell me that you hope Whitebeard and Ace will kill you personally. Do you want me to let you go and live? The small voice echoed on the dock. Many people who were confused showed expressions of sudden enlightenment. In their eyes, they never thought that the always ambitious Blackbeard Teach would have such a past. He was even more shameless and begged for forgiveness again. Faced with this sudden revelation, not to mention Van Oka and other crew members, even Blackbeard Teach's cheek muscles were twitching. However, the current situation is strong, but Teach cannot refute. With his face changing continuously, Teach smiled and said, Rayleigh, you are right. You are a senior, you should not be willing to kill me. Dad and Captain Ace regard me as a thorn in their eyes. If they can't kill me personally and avenge Captain Thatch, they will probably regret it for the rest of their lives. I think Rayleigh, you don't want Captain Roger's son to live in regret for the rest of his life. Looking at Blackbeard, who smiled more and more naturally and licked more and more like a dog, everyone present was stunned. They have seen shameless people. But they never thought that such a shameless person would be seen. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would believe that this ambitious existence who wanted to establish himself as a king would show such an attitude? Haha, Teach, you are still the same. Rayleigh seemed to have gotten used to it. After a dry laugh, he said, but you are right. Ace is not only Roger's son, but also my disciple. I still owe Whitebeard a favor. But, the person you are afraid of should not be me. If it weren't for Qin Yu, I'm afraid you wouldn't be so kind to ask for a favor from me. But don't worry, I think Qin Yu has no intention of fighting with you here. This time, your life is still safe. For really, it was an accident to meet Blackbeard teach on the terror bark. Whether it was on Roger's ship in the past or now. Rayleigh had no reason to kill Blackbeard, so he let this junior go again and again. The most important thing is that Rayleigh learned from Qin Yu that the leak of the navigation chart of the final island, Raftel, is related to the fate of the entire sea. If you are not careful, this seemingly chance storm will turn into a catastrophic storm that sweeps the entire sea. According to Qin Yu, the more people on the sea go to the final island, Raftel, the more chaotic the situation will be. Only then can the Black Hand hidden behind the scenes be brought out and force her to take the last step. Only then can Roger's wish before his death be realized. It can be said that Rayleigh boarded Qin Yu's ship and went to Raftel, in addition to wanting to know what Roger saw that day. He also wanted to know what secrets Raftel was hiding that could make Roger abandon everything. He even ignored his pregnant wife and went to Rogue Town to die. Thank you very much Rayleigh, Dad, and Captain Ace. If they knew about this, they would be very happy. If there is nothing else, then we will leave first. As for Gecko Mariah, I have no opinion on how you deal with him. When I met the 5 elders at the 7 warlords meeting before, those guys said that they were not satisfied with Mariah's performance and strength, and that he could not bear the title of 7 warlords, and they had long wanted to kill him. Blackbeard's face was happy, and he hurriedly signaled others to move. Quick, find someone to take Bashes away, don't block the pace of Senior Rayleigh. The crew members such as Van Oka, who had been stunned for a long time, came back to their senses with a stiff expression. Raffies, holding a cane, did not say a word, and quickly jumped towards Bashes. Looking at this scene, the remaining crew members had a little more unnatural on their faces, but they also resisted the twitching of their cheek muscles, gritted their teeth and moved quickly. Moonlight Mariah, standing on the giant corpse of Ounce, suddenly looked ugly. The sudden visit of the 5 emperors Qin Yu and the Pirate King's deputy Pluto Rayleigh overturned his budget. He had been hiding in the foggy sea, and couldn't think of how he had offended this terrifying existence. This was a sure shot. I thought that with Blackbeard, at least some of the damage could be shared. He could also find a chance to escape. I never thought that Blackbeard had no moral integrity and didn't even know what moral integrity was. He directly begged for mercy from Pluto Rayleigh shamelessly. Lord Mariah, what should we do? Should we continue to fight with them? Absalom, who was standing aside, was the first to lose his temper. Don't forget, we still have Perona's trump card. As one of the top cotters of the 7 warlords of the sea, Absalom's strength can only be regarded as the middle-class level in this sea. It can be said that if it were not for the special nature of the transparent fruit, he would not be qualified to enter the New World at all. Absalom. I just tried to sneak attack that abominable guy, and number 1 is still in his hand. Perona's weak voice sounded suddenly. Absalom and Gecko Moria's expressions could not help but stagnate, and they subconsciously looked at Qin Yu on the mast. The first thing that came into view was the huge ghost clenched in Qin Yu's hand. Perona, are you crazy? Who told you to attack this monster? He is an existence that even I don't want to provoke. Moonlight Mariah's face changed drastically, and he roared in a hurry. He was originally thinking of other ways to deal with it. Unfortunately, Perona's sudden move was undoubtedly beyond their expectations, and the so-called retreat was directly cut off. If they don't want to be wiped out, there is only one way now. Thinking of this, Moonlight Mariah secretly clenched his fists, and stood out in front of everyone. The attention of everyone present was instantly attracted. Chapter 1149 I'm not coming for you. Lord Mariah, what should we do? Should we continue to fight with them? Absalom, who was standing aside, was the first to lose his temper. Don't forget, we still have Perona's trump card. As one of the top cotters of the 7 warlords of the sea, Absalom trademark's strength can only be regarded as the middle-class level in this sea. It can be said that if it were not for the special nature of the transparent fruit, he would not be qualified to enter the New World at all. Absalom, I just tried to sneak attack that abominable guy, and number 1 is still in his hand. Perona trademark's weak voice suddenly sounded. Absalom and Gecko Moria trademark's expressions could not help but stagnate, and they subconsciously looked at Qin Yu on the mast. The first thing that caught his eye was the huge ghost clenched in Qin Yu trademark's hand. Perona, are you crazy? Who told you to attack this monster? He is an existence that even I don't trademark T want to provoke. Moonlight Mariah's face changed drastically, and he roared in a hurry. He was originally thinking of other ways to deal with it. Unfortunately, Perona's sudden move was undoubtedly beyond their expectations, and directly cut off the so-called retreat. If they don't want to be wiped out, there is only one way now. Thinking of this, Moonlight Mariah secretly clenched his fists, and stood out in front of everyone. The attention of everyone present was instantly attracted. Lord Mariah, are you going to fight him to the death? Perona's eyes turned red with anxiety. It's all my fault that Lord Mariah has been implicated, but Lord Mariah, don't worry, I will cheer you up silently behind your back. Shut up. Mariah stopped walking, turned around and glared, then took a deep breath and said. Uchiha Kainu, as a fellow pirate, I admire your strength. You invaded my territory recklessly. As the host, I should have fought you. However, when I was defeated by Kaido that day, I swore that whoever defeated or even killed Kaido before me, I would be willing to join him, become the strongest spear, and work for him. At this point, Mariah paused, a trace of determination flashed across his face, and said, now that the Raftel chart has appeared, it is the best time to become the Pirate King. In order to repay you for killing Kaido and helping me to avenge in advance, I, Mariah, am willing to lend you a helping hand. I hope you don't mind. The stern voice, like thunder, echoed on the dock for a long time without being able to dissipate. Seeing the determination on Moria's face, the expressions of the people present could not help but become stiff. In their eyes, Moria now, with such a righteous expression, should fight to the death with Uchiha Chinyu. I never thought that the answer given would be so different. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe that everything in front of you is true? For a moment, everyone's eyes turned and locked on Chinyu. Facing Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the evaluation given by Blackbeard just now was very unbearable. However, this does not mean that his surrender is not a hot commodity. Now that Raftel's nautical chart has been exposed, if a 7 warlord of the sea joins, it will definitely increase a lot of competitiveness. Sorry, I'm not coming for you this time, and I'm not interested in your sincere surrender. Chinyu said with a warm smile. You don't want me, and you won't kill me. Moonlight Mariah's expression couldn't help but stiffen. In order to survive, he didn't even care about his face. He never thought that he would be rejected in public even if he didn't even want to go down the bottom line. Yes, I'm not interested in you, or rather, I'm interested in your zombies this time. Chinyu turned his eyes, found Longma's body, and jumped onto the dock. You want the dragon-slaying warrior Xuanjiao Longma? Moonlight Mariah's expression couldn't help but stagnate, and he said in a hurry, these zombies are my masterpieces, and they are also my most powerful means. However, if they are not driven by my devil fruit ability, they will be the same as ordinary corpses and have no use at all. Of course, if you plan to use these zombies, you can also invite me to join. In Gecko Mariah's eyes, the zombie army he developed after being wiped out by Kaido, the beast, is one of his most proud works. Now even Uchiha Chinyu, one of the 5 emperors, has taken a fancy to his masterpiece. This proves that Gecko Mariah's choice is right. Sorry, you think too much again. I just want to temporarily revive Ryama so that he is not just a zombie. Chinyu explained while checking Ryama's body. At the same time, he took out an old scroll and spread it flat on the ground. With the injection of chakra, the mysterious spell on the scroll spread out all of a sudden. In full view of the public, it directly covered Ryama's body. Looking at this sudden scene and Chinyu's inexplicable words just now, Moonlight Moria felt confused. By the way, Lord Moria, I remember that in the Battle of Sea Burial 7 days ago, the 5th Emperor Chinyu resurrected Kojiki Oden. He is probably planning to resurrect the dragon-slaying warrior Shimatsuki Ryama like Kojiki Oden. If so, Ryama's strength is definitely not comparable to the current zombie body. Absoloro's expression changed drastically. This foggy sea is isolated from the outside world. However, it does not mean that they cannot receive news from the outside world. In order to create powerful zombies, they will also go out to sea from time to time to find corpses. 7 days ago, Absoloro happened to be outside peeping at a young girl taking a bath. You mean, he wants to completely revive the dragon-slaying warrior Ryoma? This is impossible. Even I can't restore Ryoma. Moonlight Moria's expression stagnated and shook his head in a hurry. However, Facing these words, he was quickly attracted by the front page of the newspaper handed over by Perona. Lord Moria, you haven't read the newspaper for a while, so you don't know that there are other major events except that we told you that Kaido was beheaded. Hurry up and take a look. On the front page, the figure in the corner looks very similar to Kojiki Oden. I heard others say it before. The sudden words made Moria tense. The moment his eyes fell on the front page of the newspaper, his expression suddenly changed. As a native of Wano country, Gecko Moria was of course very clear about the image of Kojiki Oden. Now this person who had been dead for more than 20 years suddenly came back to life. This is too terrifying. Chapter 1150 Resurrection of Dragon Slayer Shimatsuki Ryoma. The huge dock suddenly fell into silence. Everyone's eyes turned and locked on Chinyu. Most people know about Kojiki Oden who came back from the dead in the sea burial battle. However, in their eyes, Kojiki Oden has only been dead for more than 10 years. The Dragon Slayer Shimatsuki Ryoma has been dead for a long time, but it is several times that of Kojiki Oden. In this case, even the bones have turned into ashes. If he hadn't asked Hogbag to sew the various corpses together afterwards. I'm afraid that this corpse doesn't even have a few decent bones. It's impossible. He can't revive the Dragon Slayer. Only I can bring back his glory. Moonlight Mariah said to himself anxiously. The concept of this zombie army is his greatest confidence in defeating Kaido, the beast. It is also the means he has always believed that only he can do it in this sea. It can be said that this is the most proud thing in Moonlight Mariah's eyes. Now someone tells him that his unique skills will be crushed. No one can accept this. Brother Chinyu, I didn't expect you to have the idea of playing with these zombies. Rayleigh jumped to Chinyu's side, took a closer look at the corpse belonging to Ryoma, and said. However, this difficulty may be higher than resurrecting Oden, right? In Rayleigh's eyes, this method of resurrection is a bit far-fetched. If it weren't for the fact that Chinyu originally had many secrets hidden in his body, I'm afraid even Rayleigh would not be willing to believe it. It's not sure, but you can try it. Chinyu patted the dust off his body, and the blood color in his eyes spread rapidly like a raging tide, and 9 megatomas transformed. The lazy aura in Chinyu's bones was suddenly replaced by a sharp edge. The next moment, before Rayleigh and others could react, Chinyu moved instantly, his hands flying like wheels. A series of spells fell, and the chakra dormant in the body exploded like a raging tide. The impure world reincarnation technique. Bang! Chinyu slapped his hands on the ground, and the mysterious seal on the scroll spread rapidly. The body of white Zetsu sealed in it was directly replaced by Ryoma's genes. Endless white mist rushed into the sky, directly tensing everyone's nerves. Many people were skeptical about the rumor that Chinyu would revive Kojiki Oden, who had been dead for 20 years. After all, this kind of thing overturned their cognition. Now they can confirm it with their own eyes. This is a great opportunity. At least, they will have one more capital to brag about in the future. Buzz. The vibration of the air, without any warning sounded. An inexplicable momentum rose to the sky like a raging tide. The fog in the sky seemed to be stirred by an invisible big hand at this moment, and it instantly dissipated between heaven and earth. A burly figure wearing a white kimono, with a tough face and sharp eyes like an eagle, walked out slowly in wooden clogs. There was a straw in the corner of his mouth, showing an interested expression. However, with every step he took, the momentum of this strange man who suddenly appeared surged by several points. After 9 steps in a row, the accumulated momentum exploded like a volcano. Bang! The ground under his feet was the first to be unable to bear it and collapsed in response. The momentum that penetrated the body was even more washed away in all directions. Even the leaden clouds accumulated in the sky seemed unable to bear it, and this huge momentum was directly pierced through. It can be said that this figure in front of him gave people a feeling of a sharp blade. It makes people's skin feel inexplicably stinging. Feeling this terrifying aura, the expressions of all the people present changed. Even Rayleigh was no exception. In their eyes, the dragon-slaying warrior Frostmoon Ryoma is a legend. It has always been passed down as a legend. However, now they can see it with their own eyes. The most important thing is that this person can release such a powerful aura and pressure before he makes a move. Once he really starts to fight, the means and strength he will show are beyond their imagination. This aura can definitely be called the Supreme Swordsman, worthy of being the dragon-slaying warrior Frostmoon Ryoma. Rayleigh's eyes flashed and said. Brother Chinyu, I didn't expect you to really be able to revive him. However, I really want to know how much strength the former dragon-slaying warrior Frostmoon Ryoma can exert now. As soon as these words fell, everyone's nerves were directly tense. A dragon-slaying warrior, Ryoma Shimotsuki, and a former deputy of the Pirate King, Rayleigh. Both of them have reached the ceiling of Kendo. Now Rayleigh suddenly said these words, which undoubtedly made people smell a hint of tension. Haha, judging from the changes in their expressions, it seems that you are one of the strongest Kendo practitioners of the contemporary era. Ryoma held a straw in his mouth, nodded, and pressed his backhand on the hilt of the knife at his waist. The next moment, the breath that was rolling back in Ryoma's body was completely restrained. With the muscles of his right hand tensed, Ryoma stepped down with his right foot. Step forward and slash the dragon. Roar. With the knife out, the space in front seemed to be torn apart in response, and a dragon roar sounded. Under the 100-meter scarlet knife aura, an illusory dragon shadow posture was born. Without any fancy, all the rocks along the way were shattered. The short distance of hundreds of meters was just approached in the blink of an eye. Feeling this unparalleled momentum, Rayleigh's eyes lit up, and the 5 fingers of his right hand tightly grasped the hilt of the knife at his waist. Before everyone could react, a sharp knife light burst out. One sword flow Huang Chuan. Boom. A thunderous explosion sounded suddenly. The red and white slashes collided with each other with no less than the other. At the center of the collision, the earth collapsed. The zombie corpses scattered around were torn apart by this violent momentum. The airwaves were rolled back to the surroundings. The sight of the spectators was directly taken away. When they came to their senses, the dust in the sky had dissipated. The originally flat dockland had already become 1,000 gullies, giving people a feeling of desolation. The huge battlefield added an inexplicable feeling of depression. As for Pluto Rayleigh and Dragon Slayer Ryoma, after looking at each other, they smiled under the gaze of the crowd, and at the same time, they sheathed their swords. As expected of Ryoma, this strike is enough to look down upon the sea, but according to my inference, the strength you can exert now should be only 80%. If there is a chance, I really want to fight you in your prime. Rayleigh lifted his glasses and said with a warm smile.